Everybody, I'll declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence. I begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. If any members are participating remotely, advise the witness of this. Sorry, there you go. We have got a witness. We have got a senator which will be, you read these things just as they've written, and unfortunately I just did. There are also Senator Darman will also be by video conference. These are public hearings being audio and video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness in account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senator has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations, policies or factual questions about when and how policies are adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that answer to be given in camera. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Professor Anton van der Hengel. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much. I'm Anton van den Hengel. I'm a Professor of Computer Science at the University of Adelaide, the Chief Scientist of the Australian Institute for Machine Learning. I'm the Director of the Centre for Augmented Reasoning therein as well.
Good, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at a conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. So I am also the I'm the convener of the Kingston Group of AI Professors. That's 14 professors of artificial intelligence in Australia. And I was for 4 years a director of machine learning at Amazon, where I formed and led the Australian arm of Amazon's International Machine Learning Group. I was also the founding director of the Australian Institute for Machine Learning. This puts me in a rare position to see both the research and commercial advances in artificial intelligence that have happened over the last 25 years. Australia's focus recently in AI adoption, or in AI, has been on risk reduction, and that seems to be a deliberate undertaking on behalf of the current government, wherein there's a legislative systems being put together to address largely a set of unspecified but heartfelt risks that are anticipated with the adoption of AI. This procedure has meant that our focus on risk instead of opportunity has seen us slow to adopt AI and slow to capture the benefit therefrom. One of the things that people misunderstand about adopting AI is that there are two separate kinds of benefits. One of them, 80% of what needs to be done in adopting AI is just the ordinary work in improving the productivity of Australian businesses. AI is improving the productivity of businesses worldwide. All of the countries that we see ourselves competing with are working very quickly to try to adopt AI in order to improve their productivity. Australia has made some efforts in that direction, but needs to increase those efforts if we're to maintain any kind of productivity competition against the rest of the world. AI is the technology of our time, and it is having a huge impact on the productivity of other nations. Australia's productivity, as I'm sure you're well aware, is going in the other direction. The other impact of AI economically is the missing 20%, which is the impact of it has a disruptive impact on existing industries. This is the impact that Google and Uber and Amazon and Facebook have had on the industries they compete with. So Google was really the largest and the first one to go into online advertising. They used AI to better target advertising. So the click-through rate for an advertisement on Google is somewhere around 5%. That means that 1 in 20 people will click on the ad, and that's as compared to classified advertising, where the similar statistic, however you want to measure it, is it measured in hundreds of thousands of people. If you're doing it well, then your click-through rate on Google can go down to 1 in 4. So you only need to show your ad and pay for an advertisement to go to 4 people in order for you to get direct contact with the customer. That's driven by AI. Right? That targeting process is driven by AI. And it undermined the classified advertising business. And we had a journalism business that was predicated on income from classified advertising, and lost a lot of our own journalism as a result. And now much of our information flow as a nation is happens through Google, multinational controlled by a country other than ourselves. Uber use AI to connect drivers to passengers. In doing so, they had a big impact on the taxi industry. The taxi industry felt, quite understandably, that they were protected by regulation. They had paid for taxi plates, they had specific licenses, specific cars, and they paid a proportion of their income back to the to the state governments in licensing fees. They run a transaction between Australian drivers and Australian passengers in Australian cars on Australian roads, and nonetheless had the business model disrupted by Uber. And now 30% of every such transaction, 30% of the value of every Uber transaction goes offshore. This process will continue. And what happens through that process is that transactions go offshore, and that has a few impacts. We've been lucky thus far that most of the companies that are running this process in Australia are American, and that America has a similar kind of culture and set of rules to ourselves. But you can see that what happened when TikTok started to become the advertising platform of choice, and suddenly people got sensitive about the fact that a Chinese company was in charge of a significant part of the information flow in our country. The bigger impact, though, is that the tax base moves offshore. So 30% of every one of those transactions, of every Uber transaction, goes offshore. There was Facebook and Google are the two biggest advertising platforms in Australia. That transaction happens offshore. They make billions of dollars every year. And that process will continue. So we have this idea that somehow, because our agriculture and mining industries are physically grounded, that somehow they are protected. This is not the case. The Uber model applies just as much to agriculture and mining as it does to the taxi industry. If anything, it applies more to agriculture and mining than it does to the taxi industry. Australia hasn't participated in this process. Australia has a very small number of companies participating in this global economy, running global business models. We have been very slow to make the transition to an AI-enabled economy. There's some fantastic things going on. There are bits and pieces around the place. But compared to most of the countries that we'd like to compare ourselves to, we have been very, very slow to make the transition. Canada has done a lot better than we are. I'm not talking about the US and China, who've spent trillions on funding the transition, but Canada has spent billions. Singapore has just spent another billion. South Korea has spent billions. Most of the countries that you would like to compare Australia against have spent billions of dollars in assisting and encouraging companies to make this transition. Australia rates 93 in the world out of 133 countries for economic complexity, and we're going down. Malawi are up 16 places in economic complexity. This is according to the Harvard Complexity Index, HCI. Malawi's up 16 places, we're down 5. We're just below Uganda in economic complexity. The OECD numbers on the amount of value that digital technology adds to the economy puts us second last above Mexico in their list of OECD countries. We are in a very good position to make that transition. We are very well placed. We have strong but sparse research skills. We have fantastic data, and we have, most of all, a set of liberal democratic institutions that are the envy of the world, and they are a key resource. As they are in the food sector, wherein people trust an Australian food label to accurately depict what's on the inside of a can, we can exploit the same advantage in Australia to make this transition. If we do not make this transition, if we don't drive this transition, it will happen anyway. Some of the people that you have had testify and some of the ones yet to come today will attest to some of the dangers, economic and otherwise, associated with AI. The truth is that our opinion in such matters is almost entirely irrelevant in this country because we are not an active player in the space. We have a bunch of regulations and opinions and so on, but the nature of these transactions means that our opinion is largely irrelevant. These transactions happen in the jurisdictions of the companies that, in a jurisdiction chosen by the company that mitigates them, right? So these are transactions that happen either in the United States or in the Cayman Islands. So us making regulations and so on is of really very little impact because we are not an active participant in this space. Our opinion is largely irrelevant. The only way to have a say in what happens globally in this critical space is to be an active participant. The 5 largest companies in the world are AI companies. Right? None of them is more than 50 years old. Most of them have really only made the transition in the last 20 years. The 5 biggest companies in the world, they are larger than most, their income, their revenue is larger than the GDP of many nations in the world. Amazon employs 1.2 million, right? It's the share, I think the share value of NVIDIA just surpassed 3 trillion US. There is no doubt about whether this technology is coming, right? Well, sorry, that's not true. This technology isn't coming, it's here. There is a process that we run in Australia where we would like to run a test, run a trial, run a pipe cleaner to see whether AI is for us, right? We'll hang around, run a few experiments, see whether it'll pan out. Maybe it's a flash in the pan, right? This is not the case. AI is revolutionizing every industry, and it will continue to do so because it improves productivity 80% of the time, but it enables entirely new global business models, predominantly based on zero marginal cost transactions that allow them to scale. The core of the Uber and the Google business model is that the marginal cost per transaction is almost zero. We are in a very good place to participate in this modern economy. Australia is very well placed to make the transition, but at the moment we are failing to do so.
Thank you, Professor Hengel. Deputy Chair,
thanks,
Senator
Chair.
Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Professor. A frank assessment, and a useful frank assessment to start our day off. One of the key assets that Australia brings to the table is a sense of trust. Trust in our institutions, trust in our traditional products. That seems to me to something you say we should leverage in the AI space. What are the first steps we should take in that place? Do we look to Canada and say, well, we'll do a bit of what Canada's doing? Do we look to Europe and say, we'll do a bit of what Europe's doing? Is that the first step?
The first step is that we should build our own large language model. This is critical in order that we might have a language model that captures Australian values and that leverages that trust in order that we might build a trust-based infrastructure upon it.
At our last hearing, we had a variety of sort of assessments about what the cost or utility of building a large language model was. I don't know if you saw any of that evidence.
I'm familiar with the arguments.
Yeah,
however.
well, do you want to take us through the arguments about cost and utility in building a large language model with Australian characteristics?
Sure. So the argument against is that it's cheaper to just download it. This is an argument that has been made repeatedly in Australia. The problem with that argument is, and it's true, right? So that it is true to just download it. The trouble is we don't get the benefit. And the benefit from building a large language model is not only that we get a large language model. That having a large language model is a subsidiary benefit of the process of building a large language model. The reason to build a large language model is because it's one step on the path towards building the infrastructure for an AI industry.
If we wanted to press go on building perhaps 1 or 2 Australian large language models, what would you recommend is attached to the button once we press go? Is it a government-funded, government-structured large language model? Is it a cooperative product? Once we press go, what machinery gets put in place?
It needs to be a private organisation connected to that button because public institutions are unable to respond quickly enough. OpenAI, effectively driven by Microsoft, is who we need to compare ourselves against. OpenAI could never have done what they did if they were a government organisation. So although that effectively company needs to work with the capacity that's in universities and the demand that's in government departments, it has to be a commercial entity because it's step one in something that will build commercial momentum for Australia.
But you see, if I was an existing global player in the space, I'd wait for that large language model to be established in Australia in a private entity, and then I'd buy it and knock out the competition. That seems to be the traditional way, particularly this sector has operated. How do we protect a sovereign asset?
The asset isn't the language model. The asset is the capability you build in developing language model, and that is in Australia and it doesn't get bought in that transaction. If a company builds a language model and sells it for a large amount of money to a foreign company, then they will reinvest that money, hopefully, in building the next big thing. But everybody involved will have developed skills in that enterprise.
You see, probably where I'll challenge you on the solely private model is if we go back to your initial statement, which is this is moving extraordinarily rapidly, it's happening, and government regulation and government responses are kind of, echoes of reality at best, trying to sort of catch up to what's happening. Surely if we're going to seriously confront this, we need to change the pace, change some of the thinking behind government responses, and maybe a good opportunity of doing that is a more collaborative approach to building a large language model. We could start learning about flexibility by doing it.
I'm all for a collaborative approach, and I would certainly suggest that it be carried out in collaboration. But I think that building a competitive large language model and an Australian AI industry is already enough for one enterprise to take on. Trying to change the nature of government might be more than you could expect of one such enterprise.
But I mean, I can think of a series of models in which you do this. One is you have government take a large minority stake and therefore be at the table. And also be a key part of providing the resources to get this going. What do you think to that model?
I think that government needs to invest because it won't happen otherwise. It would have happened already if it was going to. I see government primarily as customer, but how government recoups its investment, I think, is a key question. And I would be very happy to see the government as a key stakeholder, but under some kind of system whereby they don't hold the greater enterprise back.
When we're talking about the productivity gains from AI, one of the obvious places where that could happen would be in administrative decisions, the core processes of government. Even if we try to resist that for a variety of policy outcomes, do I understand your evidence to be that it's just a matter of time before they start working their way through the public sector?
There is already a trial of Microsoft's Copilot running, and that means that a bunch of Australian documents are being written by something that wasn't trained on Australian data.
Do you see a role? I'll start again. One of the options that people say is available to government and kind of uniquely available to government is a very clear commitment that the productivity savings, the person-hour savings that are achieved through AI are reinvested into expanding other human-related services. And so we see the capacity of government to expand, and we don't see it as a risk to jobs, but we actually see it as an opportunity to expand the capacity of government. We haven't really had that discussion at a federal level. What do you think about that as a kind of structure for government?
Absolutely. I think it's inevitable. So the opportunity, I think, is to completely rethink the way that government interacts with itself and with its stakeholders in order to focus the existing resources where they might be most valuably applied rather than what happens currently.
But if we want to address the fear, and it's real and it's grounded in what we've seen in previous, information, industrial, other revolutions, that this comes at a cost to ordinary people. The profits are, in the transition, comes at a significant cost to ordinary people. The profits tend to be largely captured by corporate interests. Do you think a set of clear frameworks that try to capture public interest and put in place protections, particularly starting in the public sector, do you see that as a way of building trust?
I think it focuses on the wrong thing. I disagree with the premise of your question. Our standard of living has increased steadily as a result of technological innovations.
But if I was to introduce you to the family of a garment worker who got put into sort of generational unemployment, the communities that were surrounded the manufacturing sector that got shut down in the 80s in Australia, the experience of many Australian communities is that there is a real cost to this transition, and that the previous promises of retraining and repositioning, they were never made good in the past.
I think so. Those transitions were not technological transitions. They were transitions where business industry moved offshore because the productivity overseas was greater than it was here. The government industry moved to the third world, and they're still building cars in France, and it's because their productivity is better than here. And this is our chance to improve our productivity. If we want to have high quality jobs, then we need to improve our productivity. If we want to maintain our standard of living, we need to improve our productivity, and this is our opportunity to do so.
Just because I know other members will have questions of you, Professor, could I ask you quickly to touch on what you see the benefit of, say, the Canadian or the UK AI safety centres are? I mean, how do you see that as sort of driving positive change in those two jurisdictions?
Absolutely. So the dangers of AI, I think, are somewhat misunderstood. There are a bunch of changes that will occur as technology develops. Most of the things that AI can do, humans can already do. The AI just makes them faster. So the real danger with AI is that it represents the next industrial revolution, right? It represents the next economic revolution. There will be winners and losers, as you say, out of this transition. And at the moment, power is being concentrated in the hands of a number of largely US multinationals. And those centres have been set up partly in order to address those concerns, that there should be a public domain level of expertise in this critical technology. I'm all for people doing research to address specific harms as well. So if you want to tackle the copyright challenge of generative models of music, then you need to use AI to address that challenge. And those centres quite rightly focus on some of those opportunities. So I think they're entirely appropriate. But part of the problem we have is that doing so here, again, focuses on the risk rather than the opportunity.
Well, I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Darman.
Thank you. You spoke in your opening comments that essentially Australian company participation is missing, and your submission also points to research that the economy would be boosted between now and the end of the decade by about $200 billion if key industries fully adopt AI. Could you talk about what industries you think would be particularly transformed by the adoption of AI tools?
Yeah, part of the challenge we face in AI is that it's every industry. But if you wanted to go through some examples, then agriculture has a challenge at the moment that there's a lot of information available and it isn't presented to farmers in a way that's particularly accessible, and they are thus struggling to make the right kinds of decisions. We also have an exodus. Like, nobody wants to do the manual labour associated with farms anymore, so driving a robotic transformation in that in our landscape is essential, and that will happen anyway, right? So the rumours are that there are already Uber-style contracts being signed between multinationals and farmers, and that effectively farmers are working for an algorithm that's run offshore and makes all of their farm management decisions. We should be running that process here rather than there. The medical sector will again inevitably undergo this challenge because undergo this transformation because it's such a large sector of government spending, and there's so much money involved and so much opportunity. It's incredibly inefficient at the moment, and the improvement in the effectiveness of treatments available through using AI is significant, which is why there's so much investment in that space at the moment. I personally hope that there will be a transformation in government whereby we can offer better services and better outcomes, better focused outcomes for all of the people that government interacts with on the basis of the same kind of expenditure. But I'm afraid the impact will hit every industry.
Thank you. You referred to Amazon as one of the largest players in terms of companies. And if it's here to stay, it seems to me, and even the example you just gave around the agriculture and robotic transformation of farming, that there's some dangers to people in all of this. And I think Senator Shoebridge talked about that too. In an interview with Amazon Science, you made the point that Amazon is a very results-focused environment and you're expected to deliver. And I think this is what goes to some of your comments around improving productivity and the benefits of AI in doing that. At the same time, this involves widespread surveillance of workers, and we know that Amazon was fined €32 million in France for excessive and illegal surveillance of its warehouse workers. So how do you balance up the comments around improved productivity and the ethics of surveillance? And do you have any concerns about helping companies with that sort of track record in developing AI surveillance tech further?
I don't have any concerns, I'm afraid. So there are laws about surveillance of employees. They should be enforced in AI companies exactly as they are in every other company. There are breaches of those laws that happen within AI companies and within companies that have nothing to do with AI. The question is one of the morality of surveillance of employees. It has nothing to do with what the company does. AI can be used towards that end, but whether AI is used or not doesn't make any difference to whether the surveillance is morally repugnant or not. You can achieve the same end with a room full of humans as you can with AI. What's repugnant is the behaviour, not the technology used to achieve it.
So do you think that, essentially, are you saying that we don't need any additional safeguards to ensure that the technology is not being misused and what we have at the moment is appropriate? Or do you have thoughts about whether additional safeguards might be required?
So we don't have any laws about internal combustion, right? But we have a whole lot of laws. We've got a whole lot of road rules, speed limits, safety belt legislation, all sorts of legislation about how internal combustion is used. Similarly, AI is just one means of achieving something. In the transition from internal combustion to electric cars, we haven't changed the speed limits. The technology is irrelevant. What matters is the behaviour. AI will make some behaviour cheaper and easier and more accessible, and as a result, it will become a bigger issue. But the impact of AI, it doesn't need to be regulated. The AI itself doesn't need to be regulated. What needs to be regulated is the behaviour that is already repugnant, but doesn't, we don't place too much attention on, mainly because it's expensive. Deep fakes, fakes have been possible since the beginning of photography. It's not an AI-specific process. You can achieve the same thing with a darkroom and a pair of scissors. But deepfakes, the AI has made it easier. It's made it more accessible. But what's repugnant is what you use so you can use a darkroom and a pair of scissors for repugnant ends, just as you can use AI for repugnant ends. What matters is the ends, not the technology. So we will need to respond legislatively, inevitably, to the challenges, but it's not AI that needs to be regulated, it's behaviour. There is always a human who drives this behaviour.
Yeah. In your submission, you also talk about the Uberisation of the Australian economy and point to examples where dominant AI companies are moving faster than governments can put guardrails in, and you mentioned that this morning as well, and using anti-competitive behaviours to exert market dominance. We'll be hearing today from the creative industry about how their written and visual work is being used to train AI models like ChatGPT and Copilot. In your view, how can governments move to prevent anti-competitive behaviour from often international companies and to provide a remedy against the theft of intellectual property?
The problem with those arguments is that they focus on the use of training data. The truth is that the impact of any piece of training data on an AI model is so minuscule as to be insignificant, and you can remove that training data without having any significant impact on the model, therefore. So the problem is what the model is applied to, not the data that goes into it. And focusing on the data that goes into it is easy for people to understand, but it doesn't focus on the harm done. The harm done is when you undermine somebody's employment by synthesizing a voice. Now, at the moment, there's a lot of focus on synthesizing the voices of living people, but that's a short-term process, because there are a whole lot of voices. In future, the voices that are synthesized will not be those of existing people. Right? It's already what happens. We're just in a transition period. So the question then is, we're in this kind of short transition period where people are worried about these things. There's a real question of identity that arises out of this process. I can make pictures of Elvis with no training data of Elvis. Right? I can make you a new Beatles song without the model being trained on any Beatles songs. Right? So the question then is, how close does something need to be to the existing work of the Beatles to infringe their copyright? But again, our position on these things is largely irrelevant because the technology that's being used comes from overseas, right? The voice cloning models, all of that work is happening overseas. We can legislate about how they're broadcast, the results are broadcast in Australia, but you can't stop it happening because it happens on a server in the middle of Arkansas somewhere.
So effectively you're saying that there's nothing we can do and we should just accept it?
I think that we should focus our efforts on problems we can actually solve.
Okay.
Can
So,
I just follow up just on that question, Senator? So what role then in your mind is there international responsibility and coordination for the use of AI and, really the technology stacks as well, obviously, but the use of AI, so it goes to everything, the question of data, question of exploitative pictures, what's that whole combination? What's the international responsibilities for us to coordinate and play a lead role there, and what's our national responsibilities?
I think that there is a role internationally and that Australia should participate. I think our participation at the moment is only as a domain of application, not as a creator of this technology, and so our vote doesn't count for much. In reality, even the United States are struggling with this problem, and that's where the technology is being made, and they're in a much better position to navigate these challenges because they are actually actively participating in this transition. There certainly are roles internationally, and part of the reason that I think that we need to develop our own LLM is because as part of that process of actually retaining some kind of control of our own trajectory through this this transition. This is not like other transitions, other economic transitions, because when we missed out on the ICT transition, Australia was very big in creating the first round of chips, right? We were very big, and a lot of those people went overseas, went to the US, made chips in the US. What happens what happened as a result was that all of the big computer companies wound up getting set up in the US, and we bought computers back and used them here to improve the productivity of our industries. So we missed out on the ICT boom, right? We missed out on making computer companies, but we still got to use the technology to improve our productivity. The difference in AI is that when Uber comes, the transaction doesn't happen here. We don't import Uber technology and apply it here to improve our productivity. Uber develops the technology and applies it in the US to create a market that didn't exist, where those transactions happen in the US, right?
Sorry, Chair. Do you mind?
Yeah, Senator, I'm sure it won't mind. Yeah.
You talk about Uber skimming 30% off every transaction at zero cost, and obviously that's a business model that is incredibly attractive from Uber's point of view. I mean, one of the ways you could push back against that is you could say, if you're going to skim off and put to a foreign jurisdiction, it's no longer a zero-cost transaction. We're going to put a 15% levy, a 25% levy on that transaction if the monies are being offshored. That levy won't be applicable if the monies are directed onshore. You do an offshore levy. That seems to me one fairly obvious partial response to it.
I think that it's a very good idea to explore those kinds of responses, but Uber was illegal when it started in Australia, and it started anyway. And part of the reason that it can start anyway is because it's a contract between two Australians that happens in another jurisdiction. So it makes it very difficult to figure out, how to tax that.
Difficult, but hardly impossible. And if you place those kinds of regulatory and financial measures in place, it also helps to create the environment where the innovation and the product development happens onshore. That's surely the goal, isn't it?
I think that's the goal, and I think that process is essential. I just think it's going to be a lot more practically difficult than the way that you've presented it.
It's
But
like wrestling with a jellyfish at the
Indeed.
moment, but you still have to do it.
I really hope you're right. Yes, you have to do it, and I really hope that it works as well as you described. But when every transaction, so there's now, there's DD, and there's 4 or 5 other major versions of that platform now. There's all of the transactions that happen on WeChat, right? So, and there's an entire banking system that's happening on WeChat that's largely invisible to us. People are being paid into a non-banking system that I don't even know where it's hosted, and then they're paying for rides out of that on an economy that never touches Australian shores. Again, it's a rumour, but when TikTok were asked to come and talk to one of the governments, the response from TikTok was, "We think it's a great idea. We'd love to come. We haven't got anybody in Australia who could be there." I'm afraid that your model assumes that some part of the transaction is visible from Australia, whereas I'm not sure that's going to be the case in future.
I might come back to you, but
I think with time.
Senator Dalman, back to you.
Thank you. Just moving to a different topic, if that's okay. You worked on a project at the Centre of Research Excellence in Healthy Housing. Can you tell us what the objective of the project was, what the takeaways might be for the Australian housing system, and why machine learning technology was a necessary component for that work?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm very enthusiastic about the application of machine learning to drive better outcomes in those kinds of situations. Housing particularly is a case where if you can predict what somebody's trajectory is going to be in future, you can intervene at a much lower cost and at much greater benefit before the full derailment of that trajectory takes place. So people who are homeless undergo all sorts of stresses, and there's a feedback mechanism, unfortunately, but it's actually quite predictable from beforehand. So instead of the process at the moment where we focus on those in such dire need that we can't possibly not give them some kind of assistance, using machine learning, we can additionally focus on those who might best be helped and how they might best be helped in order to avoid the human cost in the first place.
So how would that work? Can you just talk in a little bit more detail, like how would the intervention actually happen? Yeah.
Sure. One of the specific pieces of research we did in that Centre of Research Excellence was about predicting who would get diabetes. And you can predict that 10 years in advance very effectively. That information might enable you to then go and intervene and keep people, provide people with not only information, but more direct engagements that will stop them or at least decrease their risk of getting diabetes. That keeps them off dialysis and decreases the cost to society massively, and we could afford to intervene 100 times as often as a result.
Sorry, so I guess when you say intervention, what's your perception of intervention? Is that like, I know in the trucking industry they give people a small shock. That's one of the, when they think they're falling asleep, which is disturbing. Are we giving people a shock?
Them in the committee chairs.
Giving them a shock. Yes.
I think that work about waking people up when they're falling asleep driving a truck is fantastic, and that if the price we pay is a small electric shock, then it's well worth it. But the intervention in diabetes is, well, so I'm particularly interested in housing
I
intervention.
might add the technology is not particularly successful, and it's because it's the way that it's operating. People are getting regular shocks because it's not sufficient or effective
Yeah.
in actually predicting people are actually falling asleep or whether they're not. So
There might be other ways of managing fatigue.
I might
Indeed.
also add there's a lot more pressure on that industry from cost pressures that cause these sorts of incidents rather than someone falling asleep because they just fall asleep.
I used to be a truck driver. I can tell you it's a very high-pressure industry.
Professor, if we put the technology on this side, we may put it on that side as well. So,
Sure, it's a price I'm willing to pay. The interventions in the case of diabetes are things like providing better food at a reasonable cost, but also housing is an incredible intervention in people's lives. It has spill-on effects to all sorts of things, but particularly in health. But education, everything. Housing is an amazingly effective intervention in so many of these things.
So just so I understand what you're putting to us is that there's a number of assessments that we should be doing could do on a regular basis on individuals. I gather that means also cohorts of individuals, and do a more regular intervention, and that regular intervention would take what form?
So we're already intervening. The same response really to the
Sort of asking what is the Brave New World?
Yeah, so the Brave New World is that instead of trying to address the harm once it's done, that the role of government would be to predict where its funding might have the biggest impact. So at the moment we focus on addressing those that have suffered the worst harm rather than where we can do the most good. And it is a revolutionary change that we might assess. We might use machine learning to assess the trajectory of everybody that wants to interact with the system and how we might best help them. And those interactions will be personalised. The reason I'm struggling to give you the one true intervention is because one of the things that we can do is choose better interventions. We can, so medicine is making the transition to personalised medicine, wherein your particular cancer treatment depends on your genetics and the genetics of your cancer and what stage it's at. The same thing happens here, wherein it really depends. The right intervention depends on your exact personal circumstances, but it might be rent assistance, it might be getting you into public housing, it might be something to do with your DSS. There's no end of interventions that we already have at our at hand that we could apply towards having the largest impact possible.
Can I just on that point, so multiple interventions on individuals and groups of individuals, which would lead to government policy decisions, but also government or potentially capital intervening on individuals to say, here is a warning sign, here is a likely outcome. This question that goes back then to databases as well, and again, just the technology stack and more generally, that to be transparent and to be accountable is pretty important, isn't it? Because if the data set's made based on, there's at this table 3 males, you're male, and one woman that's on the screen, the data set's going to be quite askew, and also then age, culture, background. Those data sets, when governments are making decision or capital is making decisions, how do you make that accountable?
You're absolutely right. Accountability is critical, and data is a key factor. The data is already collected, and decisions are already being made on that basis.
I'm talking about the inherent bias.
Yeah.
How do you make that accountable?
What I'm saying is that bias isn't a purely AI domain, right? Humans have bias, and that's how I suppose there winds up being 4 men sitting here rather than 4 women, right? Humans are inherently biased, and the difference between machines and humans is that you can ask a machine how biased it is and it will give you the true answer. Humans will tell you that they're unbiased, but it's a lie because humans don't actually understand their own decision-making processes. The advantage of AI is that its decision-making process is transparent. And it is based on the data, and we do have to be careful, and there are really good technological ways to address these problems that don't exist with humans. But you can, we have a shocking history of racism that it has been embodied in a whole lot of human decisions, right? We have a shocking history of sexism that's embodied in a whole lot of human decisions.
But here's my point, that the data's reinforcing bias. So
it can do.
I don't wish to misrepresent what you're saying to me, but if there's a purity in the that you're putting to me regarding the data, that it's and there's a bias in human decision making, I'd put to you there's a bias also there's no purity in the data that's being given to you. There is data being used. There is data that we have that's from various sources. It's multiplied and multiplies bias. I can make an assessment about the bias in this room, but the data isn't necessarily going to make that assessment, is it?
So a good example of this is the system called Compass that they brought in the US for estimating recidivism rates in court trials. The system was trialled on a whole bunch of court data, and it was subsequently discovered that it was making different decisions for black Americans versus white ones. Right? What the analysis of that was hard to understand because what the AI was doing was exactly what it was asked to do. It was estimating recidivism rates. Recidivism rates are a function of the society that within which recidivism takes place. The machine was entirely accurate, and its so-called bias, it wasn't biased. It answered the question it was asked entirely accurately. Somebody then took that answer and applied it to the wrong purpose, but the system was accurate. And the result of that analysis was that they went back to the same old white man making decisions that had led to the society that they live in. Right?
I know we're just running out of time, but I just want to say to you, but I mean, as I was saying before, humans do have bias, but obviously there's a difference between machines and humans, is that humans can, I've got an encoding that can deal with the bias that software can't, and when you've got a bias putting it into the software, then you're scaling it up. So if the starting point is that humans have bias and they're creating these systems which scale, doesn't it mean we need more guardrails?
The difference between human and AI bias is that you can measure the bias in the AI and you can address it. You can address it explicitly. We expect perfection of these AI agents when we don't expect perfection of humans. We have been trying to eradicate racism and sexism, for 100 years, and we haven't succeeded. So the big advantage of AI is that you can put in the guardrails and you can change the decisions because you have complete control over what it does.
So that's my point. So there is a necessity for guardrails in those circumstances. So I've got to finish up, but I know Senator Shoebridge is dying to ask you a final question.
It's little comfort to somebody who's the subject of a biased decision if you say, well, the AI made an unbiased determination of an incredibly biased data set over which we have no transparency. That may have been, in a very literal and narrow sense, an unbiased decision from AI, but if it's entirely grounded on a non-transparent and biased data set, which most large language models are at the moment, it's a little comfort at the end of the day, is it?
The bias in that situation, in the Compass situation, arises because they asked about recidivism and then they used it in sentencing, and that means that they didn't take into account the bias in society. But I don't think it's all that much, comfort to somebody who's been a victim of human bias in human decision-making processes, that the person who made the decision feels that they're unbiased either.
But that's a false dichotomy. No one's suggesting there isn't bias in human systems. I'm challenging your suggestion that a decision made allegedly without bias on a biased data set is somehow unbiased. What I would suggest to you, the outcome is biased, and it's the outcomes we're concerned about.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not suggesting that AI decisions are not biased. I'm just saying that they reflect the bias of the data they're trained on, and that the argument for having our own LLM is that we should control the data that it's trained on.
I'm sure there's going to be no doubt some questions in follow-up as well. But look, thank you, Professor, for your time this morning. If you've taken any questions on notice, the committee is requesting that the answers be returned by the 6th of August 2024.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good,
Thanks,
you.
Professor.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance. If you might come up and join us. Good, thanks. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please all state your full names one by one and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
Paul Davies, I'm the Campaign Director for MEAA.
I'm Matthew Byrne, I'm the Political Lead for the MEAA.
I'm Taylor Razagi, I'm a journalist and I'm representing other journalists as an elected delegate of the National Media section of MEAA.
My name is Cooper Mortlock, I'm a voice actor.
Dr Rod Davies, I represent the musicians section of the MEAA.
Good, thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator. We welcome the opportunity to speak to you today and on our submission. Of course, the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance is the union of the cultural workforce, the creative workforce, the journalists, those who inform our community and make our democracy function effectively. The effect of AI on our economy is, of course, important to all of us, but it's crucially important to our members. And we'll talk to you about that today and, of course, welcome your questions. Of course, we're not opposed to AI as such. We welcome technological advancements and changes which can assist our communities, our economy, and improve things. What we're concerned about is that AI is being used already to drive super profits for producers, for platforms off the back of the cultural workforce, musicians, performers, journalists, crew, filmmakers, but also communities and audiences by turning them into quasi-producers themselves. Of course, we've seen Facebook or Meta using its terms of service, decades-old terms of service, to justify exploitation of the material that its subscribers have put on that platform since 2008. when the prospect of AI was way out of sight. The effect of AI on the workforce as an exploitative tool is one thing, but its effect on our culture as a means for withering our culture, for dehumanising our culture, for attacking the generational production and reproduction of our culture is hugely worrying to us, and we appeal to you as representatives in the Parliament to take the public interest in addressing the consequences of AI extremely seriously. We know that you do. Not only do these tools threaten our culture, of course, with very adverse impacts on First Nations creatives and communities that really need particular attention. It undermines the confidence of all creators and all potential cultural participants. If you know that your product is going to be scraped and sold on for no value, why can you have trust in that system? Of course, it affects our public trust in journalism, and feeds into the already extremely worrying trend of misinformation and disinformation in our media. These are just some of the extremely worrying consequences of AI that we'd like to talk to you about today. Our members, of course, will give you direct experience of this in their sector, in their sectors as journalists, as performers and as musicians. And is there anything else I should say?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
I'm just not quite sure. The other, is that ready for questions now, or is there a short opening statement for the other participants?
I think they'd be prepared. Yeah, it's up to them. Yeah.
If we could just keep it short, would be helpful. Maybe we start from Dr. Davies.
Yeah, thank you. Look, from the musicians' side of things, I mean, this is an existential issue for our industries. I am a singer. I've worked as a full-time musician, as a session musician within the industry, which was recreating music or creating music right through the 90s. There was legislation at the end of the 90s to relax the parallel imports laws, which decimated our industry of musical production in this country. It's limped along since then, and I see AI as being the final nail in the coffin for a lot of the work that we have done. These are examples of where legislation has failed the industries that have been thriving in the past, industries that have employed many creatives and talented musicians. And so what we are asking for and calling for is very careful consideration about these guardrails and legislative mechanisms that will help us to preserve industries from going extinct.
Mr. Mortlock.
I can say from first-hand experience that I have had my voice replicated by AI and has taken an existing job that I was working on. In 2022, I was doing some work for a client for an animated series on YouTube. So I provided voice work for the character, me and several other actors. All above board, contract, seemed like a very good job at the time. When we reached about episode 30 of the promised 52 episodes, our producer cancelled the contract, saying, we've decided to discontinue making this series. We spoke about it, we offered, can we do any more work for you? They declined. A year later, after the contract had finished, they released another episode of this series using what was obviously AI copies of my voice and the other actors' voices. So upon seeing this, we didn't know this was going to happen. They didn't ask us for permission, and they certainly didn't compensate us. So when we heard about this, we spoke with the union, and we launch a cease and desist letter asking them to take this down and pay us the remainder, or we could come to some other kind of agreement. Their response, first off from their lawyer, was that they didn't use AI voices. It's difficult to come up with a better argument than it's obviously a lie. You can tell just by listening to it, it is my voice reproduced. However, that's their argument. So we said, well, can you give us access to the source code of this so we can prove that it is AI? But legally, they don't have to. So there's no way for us to say, hey, this is an AI copy of my voice. They can just say, no, it isn't. And I have no way of requesting proof that it is to test it. Their statement that they didn't use AI to copy my voice was, even if we had, we would be allowed to based on these phrases in the contract. And unfortunately, the contract was vague enough that it allowed them to do with these recordings we provided them whatever they wanted. Now, this contract was written and agreed on before AI voices and AI voice replication was as sophisticated and as prevalent as it was. So we had no way of knowing that this could have happened. So I've effectively nothing I can do with this.
Ms. Rozagi.
Hi, as I said, I'm here representing journalists who are members at MEA, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have on that. But AI is by far one of the greatest concerns for journalists in newsrooms across the country at the moment. And we're fighting for guardrails to be put in place. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to have Trump's America being used as a database for what Australian content should be. It's deeply worrying. I'll now go to Senator Darman.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, the last person who's talking about the impacts on journalism. Could you talk a little bit more about what examples you've seen in your industry?
Yes, so it is being used in different ways across newsrooms in Australia. Members are extremely worried about that. They're worried about it on two fronts. The first issue is the industrial issue, that it will replace parts of our work and jobs. And I guess the most extreme end of that would be replacing entire positions and roles. But with that comes the ethical concern around using AI. We are, as journalists, bound by the code of ethics. AI is not. So there is a deep concern around that. We have, a whole suite of editorial checks and balances in place that is completely absent with AI. And at the end of the day, it poses a risk because it degrades our quality of work when it is used. That, journalists work very hard to uphold. And as a result of that as well, more broadly, when it, I think, degrades our work, it not only undermines our journalism, but it undermines our readers and I guess, the public's trust in journalism and our work, which is crucial to our democracy. That would be the overarching concern around the use of AI.
Senator, I could give another example that I'm aware of with a journalist member of ours being asked by a publisher to lend her voice to an AI production process that would have turned her text, her voice, into multiple languages, so that to somehow appropriate her personality, her diction, her presentation, as a way of broadening for a media product. She refused to do that for reasons which I think we can all respect, but that's just another example. That's a live example.
So, thank you for that. So what do you think just focusing on the journalistic profession for a moment, I mean, it seems, I'm new to this inquiry, but it seems to me this is all inevitable. So we're talking about guardrails. What do you think are the ways to address this? So is it around government, civil society, unions educating the public, increasing digital literacy, people understanding whether the content they see online or in print is real or not? And then what about mandatory watermarking or other suggestions that you might have?
They are suggestions or recommendations in our submission, Senator, but our overarching claim and position is that no human product, whether it's a journalistic product, the reports that a journalist might create, should be used without recognition, should be used without compensation. It's a theft to do so. And so that's the principal claim. We would say that, in a sense, that's on the input side. So on the input side, the work of our members is being stolen for no compensation, and that has detrimental effects not just for those producers but for the community at large that I've just reflected on earlier. But on the output side, we also claim that the products, the products produced by AI also need to be regulated to prevent an encroachment on human culture.
So what sort of regulation are you talking about?
Well, we do mention the disclosure, the transparency, the watermarking. Clearly there's an issue of how producers, in the case of an employee with a publisher, their rights are handed over to their employer. So how do we ensure two things? One, that publisher is compensated for the use of the products that their employees might be producing, but then crucially, how are the employees further compensated down the chain, if you like? There's no real mechanism for that at the moment. And that goes for freelance workers, contractors as well. It's the same essential chain of supply.
Can I just add as well, sorry, Senator, that we would be seeking changes to industrial relations laws to ensure that all workers are consulted when these tools are going to be used in their workplace. It's a choice of these businesses to adopt tools in a systematic way to do the kinds of things that they want to do. This isn't inevitable. It's a business decision of these companies that they want to use these tools instead of people. So if they do want to do it, then it's our view that it should be mandated that they consult and work with the employees on how these tools will work to ensure that the tool can be used ethically, that it doesn't replace work, especially the quality work of journalists in producing public interest journalism. And we also agree that all AI-produced content should be watermarked or otherwise labelled. That if there are outputs, that people should know and be informed that this is the case. It's our view that the social responsibility for content produced by AI should lie with both the company that oversees its production as well as AI developers. So we want to make sure that there are accountability at both the developer end, so OpenAI, Amazon, Google, etc., but also with the companies who use these tools in their workplaces.
So a number of you talked about compensation a couple of times. Do you have a proposed model of what that might look like?
No, I think it's probably too early to tell, to be honest. I think we're here making the case that effectively these companies who like to portray themselves as doing a public good are actually private entities who are there to make money. And what they've done is they've basically stolen the work of creators, journalists, musicians, in order to train their machines, for which they want to make products out of, and which they want to charge money for the use of. Now, people will say that there's fair use rules and all this kind of palaver, but in Australia there are very strong copyright rules around the use of people's work. And it's our view that, that there should be changes made, regulations put in place to ensure that we can enforce copyright where it is enforceable, or otherwise come up with a scheme that ensures that workers are paid for their labour.
Yeah.
So, Senator, can I please speak to that? So at the moment, there's a mechanism in place where, you know, if my work is reproduced, I am paid a copyright payment at the end of the year. There is nothing in place at the moment when AI scrapes my work and members' work. So that's something that we are, I guess, all really worried about, that it's scraping our work and learning from our stories, which essentially it could not do without our work, our jobs, and there is no compensation at the moment.
Thank you. And just another question, the voice actor, you talked about this in terms of the example you gave and the denial of the use of your voice. So what is do you have any thoughts on how creatives can prove that their work is being used to train AI models, and you know, what would you suggest in terms of guardrails or standards to address the problem that you have faced?
It's tricky for actors who don't have access to the source codes. I'm not sure legally what that looks like, giving the public access to source codes where you can look at them, run them through a data scanner to prove whether it is AI or not. That seems to me like more of an after the fact situation. If going into a job, whether it's a union job or a non-union job, the contracts should stipulate whether they will or will not use AI, in what manner they will use it, and if they do, how will you be appropriately compensated for it? So if they use an AI to reproduce this many lines, the compensation should be the same as if you were going into the studio to record it yourself. So there needs to be full transparency in every contract. The difficulty with this in non-union work is that currently the laws around AI have to be stipulated. So the MEAA has what they refer to as an AI rider, which when you're negotiating contracts with clients, they have to include this rider that says you will not use my voice for text-to-speech training or replication. That is not assumed. You have to stipulate that you won't do that. And what I would like to see is that legislatively, that is a baseline. So if you want to use someone's AI, voice to train AI, you have to ask them, and it can't just be assumed that it's okay to do that.
Senator, I have to go to
Thank you.
I have to go to Senator Shoebridge now.
Look, thanks all for your engagement. Perhaps going to you, Mr. Mortlock, first of all, the idea that your voice, your image, your likeness can be literally stolen from you and then endlessly replicated with zero return. I mean, that's the existential threat you're talking about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And in one way or another, it sort of ripples through the whole creative journalist sector, that your key attributes as an artist, as a journalist, as a creative are being stolen and replicated at zero return. That's what we're hearing in the different sectors.
My to add to this, my demos, which are essentially my portfolios for my performances, my voice acting demos, are available on YouTube on my website. With the technology as sophisticated as it is, someone could just go on YouTube, take it, and own my voice. But I need those demos up there for marketing purposes.
They probably only need 8 seconds of your demo
Exactly.
to do it. We do have some history we can lean into, though. The successful legislation for moral rights for artistic works, so that you can't hand over the right in a completed work entirely. You can't just sign away all your artistic rights in a completed artwork, whether it's a picture or a film or a photograph. Do you see that moral rights framework as something we can build upon in this space?
Yeah, very much so.
And if we were to look at, what the Commonwealth did when they legislated to protect moral rights, we could have some version of that to protect not just artists, but everybody's image, their voice, their likeness. That seems to me a starting point, at least.
That's one of our recommendations, Senator. The voice, the likeness, there's a big list here. Where are they?
I have image, voice, movement, likeness.
Likeness, that's right. Yep.
And protecting those as some innate quality that attaches to an individual that can't be just stolen and endlessly replicated, at least without your consent or some kind of compensation. That's the goal, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes.
The musician whose intonation, whose expertise on their instrument has been developed over decades, can have that stolen overnight. That needs to be protected.
Yeah, the particular inflection in a singer's voice,
That's
that
right.
particular tone in a voice actor, that particular journalistic skill and analysis. These should be things that we aim to protect.
Absolutely.
So my guess is all the members of the committee are on the same page about that as the goal. What we confront, though, is a global industry that's sucking things up like a vacuum cleaner, over which we have limited jurisdictional levers. So I'm sure you've all thought about that, but what are the things we can do in that environment to protect all of your rights?
If I may, Senator, I think one of the problems that we've encountered, I personally encountered, are contracts which in music parlance are called release forms, contain lines in them such as, we may use your voice in perpetuity in any media that is now or to come in the future.
Well, Dr. Davies, I'm sure all of us at different times have signed a release form to that extent. It's just that when we signed that release form 5 years ago or 10 years ago, we never thought that they would suck up our likeness or our voice.
That's right.
And that's why we need to probably urgently legislate here to put a line in the sand.
That's the point I want to make, is that I think that if we can restrict those types of lines from appearing in those contracts, then that would be beneficial for us. Or, as my colleague Mr. Mortlock said, an opt-in or opt-out version of that.
So I'm assuming you'd all support that kind of Australia-based legislation as a kind of protective point. And would you support having provisions like we have with moral rights where you can't give away those rights?
Non-assignable rights.
Non-assignable rights. Even for some sort of token payment or even maybe a significant payment, you can't give away those rights to your likeness yourself. Is that the model you support?
That's absolutely correct.
All right. Well, Ms. Razagi, a lot of your work has already been sucked up, and the other journalists who you represent here has already been sucked up and put into these models. How do we address that? How do we do we put in place an AI tax? Do we put in place a kind of retrospective transparency? How do we address the fact that the Hoover's already operated?
an AI tax is definitely a recommendation that Mia has made. I think it's worth getting on the front foot on that, that we don't miss out. I don't know the mechanics of it, how that would work, but that's something that Mia has recommended.
I mean, I don't know if it's technically feasible, but one of the outcomes would be a kind of radical transparency model, so that if a large language model spits out content, and in order to produce that content, it's in some way taken or learnt from, heaven knows how many different pieces of work. A radical transparency model could come up with a way of compensating people for that fractional theft, if I could call it that.
Technology in our sector is already driving down incomes for our members in a most radical way. Musicians earn on average $6,000 a year as professional musicians already because of the dysfunction of the market in performance, but also in the recording industry. I think there was a recent report of the Creative Australia into the entire creative workforce, which put the average there at about $26,000. So income for creative workers, for the cultural workforce, is already ridiculously low and making their lives impossible. The advent of AI will make that worse. There needs to be a way of economy-wide some way of reclaiming the productivity benefits that AI may or may not achieve, alongside measures to limit and, in fact, drive out the exploitation and the theft. So wherever AI can be used without in a socially acceptable way, in an industrially acceptable way, and where it produces productivity benefits, working people need to be given the means of a slice of that. They need a gain from that productivity.
But you see, if the theft is happening in California or on a data centre in the Atlantic Ocean, there's little domestic control we have over the theft. Let's assume it's happening, 15 miles offshore in the Atlantic Ocean. We have limited jurisdictional control over that. The input should we be focusing on when it's applied in Australia? If that's the case, some kind of fair revenue stream, some kind of tax when it's applied?
There's no doubt that the content is created in Australia. Taywah's work is created in Sydney, Mortlock's in his home studio, the work is created here.
No, but the mischief that you've identified, the theft, is happening offshore.
Sorry, Senator.
So I accept the content's been produced here. It's been sucked up into something. Let's say it's 15 miles offshore in the Atlantic Ocean, outside of any jurisdiction. Do we then look to put some kind of impost on it when it's been applied back in Australia to then provide some kind of fair share, at least to the Australian creatives?
Which is why the expression you use of sort of radical transparency is relevant and I think the most effective mechanism of coming to grips with that.
Can I put a real challenge to you, though, in terms of assuming we want a sovereign Australian large language model or an Australian large language model which at least reflects Australian characteristics as a goal. If we put a huge number of constraints over what can go into that and barriers into what goes into that, it makes it next to impossible to produce a large language model that has those Australian characteristics. So there seem to me to be competing public interest elements here. Maybe they're not competing, but you can see how there's a sovereign interest in creating a large language model with Australian characteristics. But if all of the data and the input has large barriers around it, makes it very hard to produce.
So,
Yeah, that would be right if it was a sovereign Australian LLM. But I question whether that is actually feasibly possible. Who's going to build that? Whose servers are they going to be based on? Are they going to be on Amazon servers? Is it going to be Google's technology who creates this LLM? Australia doesn't have the capacity to do it itself. We don't have that.
Well,
It's going to be
we have
Australian
heard
data, but
we
it's
have
going
heard
to be
from
Google or Meta or OpenAI who's going to form the architecture of this. We know this because we know that they're already lobbying and doing the rounds, trying to create the norms.
And the other point we would make is we're not trying to wind back the technological development. If there's a large language model that can be feasibly established, as you say, it should be based on fair compensation for the content.
Well,
And that's not a existential barrier.
I absolutely agree with you on an ethical basis for each of your content, and achieving that outcome should be absolutely a goal, that creatives are fairly compensated for what they contribute into large language models. I just put to you the difficulty of what that means is if you have, I don't know, I don't mean to cast shade on Bulgaria, but you have a Bulgarian large language model, which they don't feel any of those ethical constraints and they suck up all your content. And then they then have a model which has richness and diversity from a user's point of view, whereas a competitor who's applying those ethical constraints about payment and compensation for what goes in will have a much more limited model just because of the economics of it. How do we address those issues in in what is a global environment?
It is a good question. It's a tricky one, but I suspect that trade law perhaps provides us with a way forward here. We already come up with agreements that are effectively deliberated or dealt with through the WTO. Perhaps there is international architecture that has to be formed on a similar basis. We know that copyright rules are effectively, there's consensus is sought at an international level around copyright rules. Why can't we do the same thing around AI and protection of data?
Well, absolutely. And I think that's kind of where we're struggling as a committee to work out how we don't stay so far behind the curve. I come back to the point that perhaps one partial solution, and I don't pretend it's a whole solution, is when that generative AI is producing product and feeding it into the Australian market, where the bulk of your work, not all of your work, but the bulk of your work has previously provided a financial return to you. Is there a role for having a kind of AI tax that then goes back into your various industries to support the essential Australian creatives?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Can I make the point that our members are also not only the producers who generate our news and reporting and make our film and TV and our music culture, they happen also to be the people who, at a community level, teach our children, facilitate all forms of cultural development in this country. Without that workforce, and our culture will be degraded. We will miss out on the cultural regeneration of that.
Your members produce those songs that send a tingle down my spine, which connects to my history and my culture. You produce those media articles that ruthlessly and meanly attack politicians, but from an Australian perspective, which is essential. We need to protect that, don't we?
That's why we're here, Senator.
Yeah. In terms of what's already been scraped has been scraped, but I think that going forward, we need to continue to protect what will be the next generation of AI generative work. Unless AI is going to generate from itself, it will continue to happen that we have to create work to be synthesised. And so that from my perspective, it's looking at the future and saying, where are the creatives going to be that will give the next generation of synthesis its voice?
Yeah, the chair's given me a wind-up, so I'm going to hand over.
Thanks, David. I just want to thank you very much for being here. And if you've taken any questions on notice, which I'll just talk about in a moment, but I just want to say we all know how critical it is that the Australian culture is maintained in this country. And the point about copyright laws that exist now and about the international copyright laws means there is opportunity for some real change. And the suggestions about what can be done in the Fair Work Commission and other legislation also means we can use existing laws to start giving people the rights that they have been normally enjoying, but are now under challenge because of unintended new technology that none of us expected was going to be stealing our Australian talent, voices, their appearance, their writings and their professionalism, and that being Australian is critical for us to make sure we protect. So again, thank you for coming and speaking today, and we'll very much consider your questions in our deliberations, and you are welcome to make any further documents you can send over to us in the meantime. You are welcome to send over, and if you take any questions on notice, then you have until the 6th of August to respond 2024. Thank you.
And thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Now invite Digital Rights Watch to the table.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you for taking time to speak to the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Elizabeth O'Shea. I am a founder and the chair of Digital Rights Watch. I have a short statement that I thought I could begin with, but I'm also happy to proceed straight to questions. I'm in the committee's hands.
You're welcome to make a short statement.
Thank you so much. So Digital Rights Watch welcomes the opportunity to provide comments to the Select Committee. As Australia's leading digital rights organisation, we're primarily concerned with human rights, safety and wellbeing of individuals and communities in the digital age. And as always, we emphasise that privacy and digital security are essential for safety in these contexts. We think the number one thing that policymakers can do right now to maximise the potential of artificial intelligence and to protect people from the harmful consequences of this industry is to implement bold and comprehensive privacy reform. The Privacy Act has been the subject of a years-long review process, and it is clear that our laws are decades out of date. And the result is that data-extracted business models have been allowed to expand at significant expense to Australian society. This has been a problem on all sorts of fronts, but in particular, it is the foundation of the development of the AI industry. Now, I've made comments that are similar in a range of forums, and that's not an accident. Bold privacy reform is urgent and cuts across multiple issues, but it is also critical to the constructive development of the AI industry. Improved privacy protections will mean that AI will be built on data that is collected by consent with public trust, and it will also mean that data will be collected for the purpose of creating an AI system, so the correct purpose, that is not collected for some other purpose and then reappropriated for the development of AI systems after collection, which can result in errors, gaps and mistrust. So while the Parliament leaves this reform unimplemented, it is exposing vulnerable Australians to bad actors within a rapidly developing field. In addition to privacy reform, I think there's more that can be done. In particular, we think regulatory intervention should focus on transparency and greater oversight and auditing of algorithms. And we would say for high-risk applications, moratoriums as well. But more than that, there must be accountability and redress. Too much of the discussion around AI regulation is about ethics, safety and responsibility, and we think the better model is human rights. A human rights approach encourages developers and users of artificial intelligence to think about the people who will be subjected to these tools and consider their obligations towards them in an effort to catch harm before it occurs. But crucially, it also imposes obligations of redress on people who use these tools for individuals who've been harmed. And we think a right to remedy must be part of any regulatory conversation and an enforceable prohibition on unfair treatment. I draw to the committee's attention two further developments that have occurred since we made our submission. One is recent reports about attempts to silence whistleblowers at OpenAI through non-disclosure agreements. We see no justification for silencing whistleblowers on such important questions of safety, and further, whistleblowers will and do play an important role in allowing policymakers to keep pace with rapid technological developments and evolving risks. So we think strong protections of whistleblowers should be part of any suite of reforms to regulate artificial intelligence. Secondly, we draw the committee's attention to the report put out by our friends at Per Capita and the Human Technology Institute about workers and AI. This is something that we mention in our submission, but we think it provides further evidence in this respect. It highlights how the involvement of workers in the development and use of AI tools in the workplace is absolutely critical to its success. And in particular, that report looks at nurses. I think this is a very important piece of research because it does say that unions and organised workers ought to have a say in the development and use of these tools to make sure humans are at the centre of it, to both improve the experience of workers and the people who are receiving services from those workers. And we think it is critical that their voice is included in the development of artificial intelligence and its adoption. I'm very happy to take questions.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Ms O'Shea. And I do know and I acknowledge and recognise your repeated engagement with the various different bits of the Commonwealth Government that are trying to do this, and I hope it doesn't exhaust you. Could I ask you then about what are the key elements we'd need to see in a Reform Privacy Act that would protect people's data? What are the specific protections that you think are needed?
There's a few significant reforms that are proposed at present that are on the table that the government has accepted. I would say an improved definition of personal information, which is much more expansive than just, say, the classic name and address, which is perhaps the definition is more substantive, but it's rudimentary in the sense that it was drafted many decades ago and doesn't reflect, for example, inferred information or things like geolocation, which I think is very personal information. So an improved and updated definition of personal information is critical because that defines what comes under the Act. Then I think there are a number of different things, but the first one is not relying on just bare consent, but actually a fair and reasonable test for the use of that information that would limit how companies and other entities, including government, can use information that's been collected. Critically, the right to enforce those rights. So there's the proposal is to include an expanded set of rights for individuals, but also to give them the capacity to sue technology companies, for example, who collect information, but also others. And I mention technology companies because the right to seek redress is something that technology companies have been very active in opposing in places like the United States. It's one of the key reforms that they're trying to prevent, the introduction of the right to remedy. The other one is the right to opt out of targeted targeted advertising systems, so giving people the right to stay out of those systems entirely and opt in if they choose to, rather than automatically being included. I think that's a reform that isn't currently in the suite of reforms that ought to be included for a variety of reasons, but that default mechanism of opting in people to these systems mean that mass data collection remains possible. There are other kinds of reforms around the Privacy Act that I can speak to, but those are the kind of key ones that I think are critically important to shifting the balance away from many companies and governments that currently collect huge amounts of information towards people and giving them the opportunity to exercise their rights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure all of us could remember in the last month having seen, I don't know, an Apple update or a Google update and then press the consent button without having carefully read the 8 pages of closely typed information about what you're giving up. Is the model you would propose for the Privacy Act to say even if you do consent or you purport to consent, there's a separate test about whether or not that consent was fair and reasonable and whether it was appropriate in the circumstance. Is that one of the key things?
Absolutely. Bare consent, especially in circumstances like what we're discussing today, where information may have been collected years ago and now is being repurposed for the development of tools that were not even imagined at the time the information is shared. That strikes me as an unreasonable and unfair use of that information without the further requirement to obtain consent or engagement or further limitations on how that information can be used. So bare consent, I think most people would acknowledge, is completely unsuitable for the world we live in today. It's not a contractual arrangement. And there is a further complicating factor that there are lookalike audiences. So even if information is shared by one person, it can, and another person is very careful about how they share their information, there can be inferred knowledge about the other person through information already collected. So it's not a single contractual issue anymore where an individual can be expected to take responsibility for their own privacy. There has to be structural interventions that limit the use of personal information and seek to put limits on data extractive business models that are harmful in a range of settings and also are the foundation of artificial intelligence.
The last panel of witnesses made that very real. We had a voice actor who'd signed a contract which gave certain rights over the product to the producer of the product, rights over their voice, at a time when it wasn't conceived that in this case his voice could be then taken and replicated to complete a project. Do we need to deal with some urgency with that, I don't know, decades potentially of contractual arrangements that are now being exploited by a novel technology? Is that one of the reasons to deal with urgency? People have signed so much away without understanding, because they couldn't have, that it would be used this way by AI?
They couldn't have, and also the laws did not conceive of this kind of technology developing. So, of course, it's urgent. I mean, we are miles behind other liberal democracies in respect of privacy reform, including jurisdictions in the United States, obviously Europe as well. So it's extremely urgent. I mean, it's not just urgent because it's a rights-based issue. It also means that the data does what people assume it is doing when they're using it for training algorithms. So there's that component as well. Otherwise, there's gaps, there's potential misuse, there's all sorts of unforeseen potential consequences that might arise from using data that was collected for another purpose in this context. I mean, there's also a question around social license to operate. It's very controversial that Meta, for example, was seeking to use information shared with them for the purposes of providing a social media service to retrain their artificial intelligence products. And rightly, people feel pretty upset about that and do not want it to occur, and not giving people the option to opt into that, rather, in fact, having a legal regime that permits that is hugely problematic.
Going back to your suggestion that we have a rights-based response, do you think it would be possible in the privacy reforms to also put in place a rights-based response to protect people's rights to their image, to their voice, to their likeness? Not dissimilar to the way we've protected moral rights for creatives previously, but this would be to give you a right over those intrinsic attributes that attaches to you as a person.
Yeah, it's an interesting question how this might overlap with other creative industries. What I would say is that, for example, facial recognition algorithms are not regulated in any meaningful way in Australia at present. That means that this technology we know is being used in a variety of settings. There isn't much transparency or accountability as to how it's being used or misused. That is biometric information, which obviously has different characteristics to other kinds of personal information, things like passwords that can be amended or changed and deleted. So in that sense, I think there is scope to bring into the Privacy Act the regulation of biometric information Again, I'd point to our friends at the HTI who have a proposed model law around facial recognition. We also think there should be a moratorium on facial recognition, for example, because we don't think there's a social license for it, and in fact it's being used in harmful ways. As to whether that could then be extended to other kinds of purposes for which likeness, other kinds of personal information could be used, there's scope for that, but I think there's probably some work to be done to articulate it. But I know at one point at least there was a proposal to include the regulation of biometric information in the reforms of the Privacy Act. I can see it fitting into that. My understanding is currently that is not the government's proposal, but that could change.
But if we don't protect our biometric data and it continues to be taken from us and used without any regulation, you know, it's one thing to protect your address maybe or your date of birth, but surely the Privacy Act should be protecting those intrinsic features about us, including our face, and which is, you know, an extraordinarily private and personal attribute. Surely if we're doing reforms for the Privacy Act in 2024, surely we should be protecting biometric information.
I couldn't agree with you more, Senator. I think there's also other jurisdictions to look to. There is, I'm pretty sure it's Illinois, but I'll be sure to correct myself if I'm wrong, has a regulation in respect of biometric information which has widespread, wide-reaching prohibitions on profiting from the use of biometric information, for example. So there are other places in the world that take a more proactive stance when it comes to specifically biometric information, recognising its particular sensitivity. Yep. And in my observation, it seems that there's a denial or a failure to act in respect of this issue, which I think is a problem. I think we can't just presume it's going to go away. This is a rapidly developing industry, and all sorts of problems will arise as a result. I know the committee is about to hear from Human Rights Watch later this afternoon, who will discuss their research of the inclusion of child sex abuse material in image generation technology. That's another way in which I think it's hugely problematic if these systems are unregulated. All sorts of awful abusive material can also be used to train algorithms, which is not acceptable on any basis.
In some ways, though, we don't have to completely reinvent the wheel. We could look at some of the transparency reforms in the EU and we could adopt them, I would have thought, at a relatively low structural cost and fairly rapidly. Do you see that other people have suggested that some of the work Canada and the UK are doing with AI safety institutes would be something we could lean into fairly rapidly? Can you identify those, the sort of the low-hanging fruit that we could do?
Yeah, so there's other similar jurisdictions who've adopted a range of measures that could be easily taken up by Australia. In particular, Europe comes to mind because it's a large jurisdiction. And there are a lot of Australian companies who do business in the EU that are required to comply with their various rules and regulations in any event. And so for that reason, there's an argument that it would be a low lift for a similar standard to be applied in Australia. I mean, also, obviously, the United States has improved protections in some respects. But for example, I think the California model California has a model at the moment also regulating data brokers, the secondary data market, which includes registration of data brokers, but also facilitates the right of deletion. I mean, the right of deletion is one proposal for the reform of the Privacy Act to allow people to delete personal information that they don't want a company to hold. Now, how do you facilitate that happening? Well, one way in which California has done it is created a register of data brokers and gives people the capacity to make direct requests to them in order to facilitate that deletion on a rolling basis. I think that's a good model. We could also adopt a similar regime here, which means that when we implement privacy reform, which I think will come, it's just a question of how long it will take, we'll be able to actually give people the opportunity to meaningfully exercise those rights. The infrastructure will be in place. So we can adapt and adopt other regimes that are in other parts of the world for our own purposes and I think a comedy of regulatory interventions ought to be considered efficient and an improvement for everyone rather than some kind of concern around over-regulation.
Well, again, you're approaching this from a rights perspective, and the core raw material for this industry, the AI industry, is data, and ensuring that individuals retain rights over their data is actually quite achievable from an Australian jurisdiction, because the data's generated here, it's held in databases here. Actually, if we focus on that, rights over people's data, an expanded definition of what people's data means, that's actually where we can usefully regulate in the short term too, isn't it?
Agreed. And also the elegance or simplicity of privacy reform, I think, is also that it circumvents some of the very difficult questions that people have been contending with in terms of how you measure risk or impact, how you define some forms of AI tools to fit within regulation. There is none of that difficulty in implementing privacy reform. It's quite clear what needs to be done. It will improve not just the industry, but also people's public trust in the industry, and also give people the opportunity to have a say in how these models are trained. There's all sorts of benefits that come from privacy reform, and it seems remiss not to implement it with urgency.
Yes. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Darman.
Thank you. Your submission expresses some mixed views about the EU approach to AI regulation. And what I mean is it says you're supportive of banning the unacceptable risk applications, but then worried about giving industry power to self-assess outside of the prohibited uses. Can you expand on that a bit more and also talk about how you think the EU laws could be improved upon?
So, as I'm sure the committee is aware, the AI regulation has a risk-based approach to regulating artificial intelligence. One of the issues with that is how you define what kind of application falls into which risk category. And relatively late in the piece, there was a capacity introduced to allow companies to preemptively self-assess that risk category, which I think is a problem because understandably, or perhaps predictably, industry will seek to place itself for its particular application in the lowest risk category in order to be subject to the least regulation. And that's not necessarily done with a public interest purpose in mind. So I think there is a place for risk-based analysis of AI applications. The challenge a lot of the criticism that the AI regulation has attracted is how you define those risk categories and the problem with doing it by example rather than, say, overarching principles. I think there's also utility in that approach because it's an evolving field. The technology moves at a rapid pace. You want to give regulators the capacity to respond to that quickly. So on one level, our human rights colleagues in Europe might say that all applications of AI involve some level of risk, and it's better to approach it from what rights are being interfered with or are at risk, and how is that going to be addressed in the system? You know, is it necessary and proportionate? Is there a remedy available? The usual human rights approach. And I understand that perspective. However, I also understand the need to create some form of regulation that at least does distinguish between various applications on a risk-based analysis and having some clarity around how that works, perhaps with some flexibility for the regulator to also make changes as time goes on without necessarily waiting for a lengthy parliamentary process. I mean, the other overarching concern that we had about the European regulation is some of the wholesale exclusions like national security where, for example, very significant developments in AI are occurring. I don't think that's an unreasonable request that those kinds of systems also be brought within the regulatory purview in somewhere like Australia, but that's obviously very politically contentious. But I think it's fair to say as well that there's large amounts of analysis or investment or work being done in that space that then comes and ends up being used in domestic, local settings, in consumer settings as well, or that there's a relationship between the two. So wholesale exclusion without other ways to address potential risks and problems and harm, I think is also a mistake. And we would propose that regulation not create that gap.
So you talked about, I think, what was it, defining the risk categories. So there's been a bit of talk already about biometric data. Can you talk about some of the other areas that you think need to be defined, and what are some of the risks associated with those?
Yeah, so, I mean, the other things that were in the discussion around the AI regulation in Europe are things like the delivery of social services, so how you define what kinds of access is available for different kinds of forms of social surveillance that might take place through AI. They are, a high-risk application. Even things like job application algorithms that sort people who might be eligible for an employment opportunity. I think they are high risk because there's all sorts of ways in which discrimination can be concealed within those algorithms that give rise to longer-term social division, social discrimination that are problematic. Of course, within social services, I should have probably also mentioned, it does depend on the context in which it's occurring. So if someone has a legally enforceable right that's going to be put at risk by an algorithmic technology, then there's an argument that should be considered high risk, and whether that's something like applying to seek asylum, for example, or applying for social benefits versus other kinds of administrative decisions that are made by government. There may be a spectrum along that line, but I can also spectrum in that respect, but I can also understand why you'd put them in that bucket. So those are the kinds of things. I mean, I think there's also an argument, for example, that recommender systems are a particular form of risk. Where it sits on the spectrum of risk is perhaps another question. But I draw it to the committee's attention because problems like mis and disinformation, I think they're ultimately problems of data extractive business models, because mis and disinformation is content that is extremist, that goes viral because social media platforms have an interest in keeping people on device, because that's part of their business model, to continue extracting data, continue advertising to people. So recommender systems that allow for that kind of extremism to occur, that amplify through algorithms that kind of content, I think are dangerous. They are problematic for the purposes of having a discussion about our social democracy, for having a place in which we overcome social divisions in online spaces, for public participation. So I think there's an argument that recommender systems used in social media settings may also fall into that category because of the grave potential for undermining democratic institutions and practices.
And what about workplace and automation of work? What would you say about that?
So we have a section in our report on this. I think the research that Per Capita has done with the HTI is particularly instructive. In part, that's because workers and worker voice is absolutely essential to the take-up of AI in ways that accelerate not just productivity, but also quality of service delivery. And it's a tragedy of the declining unionisation rate that worker voice is not as present as it should be in management discussions, in part because it's not even just about improvement in the quality of services, it's also about OH&S. I think it has parallels with occupational health and safety. How we use these tools in the workplace, it's imperative that management, whether that's a government service or it's a private sector organisation, consider and engage with workers early rather than imposing these tools on workers and then either being surprised that it doesn't work or being surprised that people are feeling exploited, further disenfranchised, and not having their workplace rights enforced. So I think in this early stage of the industry, there's a real opportunity here to impose requirements on workplace uses of AI that are consultative, not for benefits in both directions, for people who work in these workplaces, but also for the objective of the workplace, whether it's service delivery or otherwise. We'll see better improvement. It's notorious now, the kinds of failure rates of the use of AI in business enterprises. The research on this is still pretty nascent, and it's not always altogether clear what is meant by failure and otherwise, but you can understand if we're introducing AI tools in workplaces without that infrastructure in place, where workers have the capacity to provide feedback, to contribute to the discussions of how it'll be implemented, that the likelihood of failure is so much higher. So I think there's huge benefits in ensuring protection for workers, and also the capacity for them to provide that feedback loop that improves the quality of AI adoption.
Thanks. I can leave it there, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much. And I just want to thank you very much for coming and giving us evidence today, Ms O'Shea, that the evidence will be duly thought about for the committee in our deliberations. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could respond by the 6th of August 2024. But
thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. We now suspend until 11:30. I now welcome representatives from Adobe. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
Thank you, Chair. My name is John McKenney. I am the Director of Digital Strategy for the Public Sector for Asia Pacific for Adobe.
Good, thank you, Mr. McKean. Would you like to, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and after that there'll be some questions from the committee.
Great, thank you, Chair. So good morning, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee on this important topic. Adobe has a long history of pioneering innovation as a company that brought the world PDF. Our digital experience business powers small, medium and large businesses, websites and e-commerce experiences. And of course, our collection of products that enable all types of creative expression, from graphics, video editing, and Photoshop, our industry-leading image editing solution. Adobe has been incorporating AI into our tools for more than a decade to help content creators realise their potential. For creators throughout Australia, AI will provide an amazing first step in their creative process, an opportunity to design entirely new experiences bounded only by their imagination and allow them to be more productive than ever before. This is both the power and the promise of AI. But Adobe's experience innovating with AI has also led us to recognise and work to address some of the risks that the emergence of widespread access to AI could foster. In line with Adobe's AI ethics principles, Adobe's first version of its text-to-image features, Adobe Firefly product, was only based on licensed content, including images from our own stock photography library, as well as public domain images where copyright had expired. We also have a content moderation team that provides reviews and filters images before they become part of the Firefly dataset. As AI continues to evolve, it is important that we work together to ensure responsible innovation remains at the forefront of the AI industry in Australia. Access to data is key to mitigating and eliminating these harms because AI is only as good as the data on which it is trained. A system trained on a small data set is more at risk of producing wrong or unsatisfactory results or reproducing harmful biases that exist within the data set. AI models need to learn from a large data set representing the universe of possible answers and a diverse set of facts to produce accurate results. An important implication of AI's need for data is the impact on copyright and creators' rights. One of the biggest concerns that we have heard from our customers and in the creative community has been around the misappropriation of image, likeness, voice, and artistic style. We believe that there should be a remedy for artists enabling them to bring legal action against those who intentionally misuse AI's tools to create digital content that impersonates the artist's style for commercial gain. Adobe also believes it is important to ensure the responsible development and use of AI is governed by a unified global framework. The reach of AI technology is borderless, and therefore international harmonisation of well-considered protections will be key to the responsible AI development. As part of this, Adobe supports a risk-based approach to AI governance in line with the US National Institute of Standards and Technology AI Risk Management Framework and the EU's Artificial Intelligence Act and other similar approaches worldwide. Regulation should focus on high-risk use cases. Establishing a risk-based approach to AI will foster innovation, but it will also require organisations to conduct more rigorous and thorough reviews of high-risk AI systems. One area that Adobe helps build international consensus is in the coordination and cooperation of leading companies, news media and advocacy organisations in regard to developing and implementing technologies to identify if, when and how digital content has been altered. Working with these organisations, Adobe founded the Content Authenticity Initiative and the associated open standards body, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, or the C2PA. The C2PA has developed an open standard for provenance technology called Content Credentials, with associated open source implementations. Content credentials allow creators and publishers to attach information to a piece of content. Information like their names, dates, the tools used to create it, that travel with the content so that when people see it, they know exactly where the content came from and what happened to it along the way. There are more than 3,000 members spanning the globe from areas of technology, media, policy, who are joining together to bring this solution to the world. A key motivation for Adobe's leadership in forming the Content Authenticity Initiative and the C2PA has been our anticipation of threats posed by ubiquitous availability of generative AI tools to democracies around the globe, including Australia and the institutions that support our democracies. Nowhere is it more apparent than in our political process, particularly with the growing use of AI-generated content in political campaigns. As AI technologies become ever more sophisticated, it will become increasingly difficult for an average person to distinguish deepfake images, videos, and audio clips from authentic media without some way to determine the origins of a piece of digital media and how it evolved. Content credentials can help ensure that the engagement of the public with elected representatives, a cornerstone of our democracy, is not drowned out by AI noise. By providing verifiable information about what they are sharing with their constituents, elected representatives can foster a sense of trust and transparency in their engagements with the general public. We appreciate our opportunity to present in front of the Australian Select Committee, and we are encouraged to see this inquiry and hope it will support Parliament's efforts to understand AI and consider potential new policies and safeguards that can be put into place to help AI realise its full potential to benefit the Australian society. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Donovan.
Thank you. You talked a little bit there about content credentials, and while they might instruct the public about the provenance of material produced by good faith creators who voluntarily use it, if you're intentionally creating deep fakes to deceive people, you probably aren't going to use it. Do you have a view on this and also the use of Firefly to create malicious deep fake material?
So let me answer the first part, and I'll come on to the second part of the question. So we view content credentials as part of a bigger initiative to combat deepfakes. There's no silver bullet to this issue. It is a combination of education of the general public around the uses of this technology, so public education becomes critically important, policies from committees such as yourself, and then provenance information as well. While I agree with you, Senator, that it is unlikely that a bad actor may use content credentials, what we're looking for is that content credentials or this nutrition label actually becomes, I suppose, that symbol of authenticity and trust, and that as citizens we probably verify first and trust second, whereas probably historically as citizens we have trusted first and not verified that content. So that's part of probably a broader education campaign. In terms of Firefly itself and the creative sort of deep fakes, so there's an important element to underpin that. So we only include in Firefly content that we are licensed to for stock. So that would not include typically the imagery or likeness of prominent officials, politicians, movie stars and the like. And it's designed to be commercially safe. So for that reason, so while we are obviously concerned about deepfakes, what we're doing is only using content and likeness where we are licensed to do so, which we believe will mitigate some of the risks you've just outlined, Senator.
Okay. Just on that last comment that you made, am I right in so if you only use licensed content or public domain content,
Yes.
I understand that earlier this year, the licensed content on Adobe includes images generated on other platforms. Would that include platforms like Midjourney? And if so, if they scrape their material from the entire internet without regard for copyright, how do those two things line up?
So it is a complex issue, Senator. So when someone is ingesting content into Adobe stock in that circumstance, they are identifying that they have full copyright access to that image. So that's part of the terms and conditions. So there is a potential around that. Also,
So sorry, is that obligation on the individual who's bringing the material in,
correct,
as opposed to Adobe?
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And then, so on top of that, we also include content credentials around that particular piece of content as well within Adobe stock that shows the history of how that content was made and how that was brought into the Adobe stock library as well.
Okay. We did hear this morning from the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, and I think you talked a little bit about some of the issues for our creative industry.
Yes.
They, in their submission, talked about AI-generated Indigenous art and training on data sets of Indigenous artworks without creator permission, and that these are flooding the market on websites including eBay, Etsy and Adobe. Are you aware of this, and do you think that's acceptable if so?
No. So first and foremost, come back to our core principles. We are advocating for the rights of artists, and we want them to be appropriately compensated for their work. We've recently engaged in updating our terms and conditions to provide clarity around that particular fact. We're also putting in additional controls within our Adobe stock capabilities to allow where people feel their likeness or art may have been misappropriated, that they're able to report that to us as well. So fundamentally, that's, we believe in the rights of the creator, and that likeness obviously shouldn't be taken.
So does that mean you've taken steps to address some of those concerns and that people can effectively follow up with you,
correct,
to address them?
So we're in the process of implementing a number of those changes at the moment, Senator. They're not live today, but we've certainly heard the feedback from the community and want to be able to provide appropriate tools to creators where they have concerns that their likeness or their style may well have been used in a malicious way.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about the training of the AI model.
Yep.
I understand that in February that Adobe updated its terms of use to say that we may, and I quote, "we may access, view or listen to your content through both automated and manual methods and use techniques such as machine learning in order to improve Adobe's services and software." And then there was widespread reporting last month that means you're using customers' content to train your AI model, but then put out a statement saying that this wasn't the case. Can I just clarify, do you use customer content to train your model?
Only where it has been appropriately licensed and that access has been provided to by the content provider. And then if content is sitting within Adobe stock or is ingested into Adobe stock, the creator has the right to effectively use a do not train flag that will remove it from the data set.
So does that mean that the creator will always know that their content has kind of made its way onto your system
that is,
to be able to opt out if they wanted to?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
And that comes back to our core principle, Senator, that Adobe's core goal as an organisation is to support the creative community. And so we want to ensure that we are very clear that the creators own their content and where they have provided access to, that they have clarity around that and how that content is being used.
Yeah. Can I just ask just another question about deep fakes? You talked a little bit about that.
Yes.
So could I go onto an Adobe program right now and produce, say, an AI-generated image of the Prime Minister or the opposition leader that's sufficiently realistic to be a deep fake?
So that would not be possible today using Firefly, Senator, because of the fact that we do not hold the licensed image of either the Prime Minister or the Minister or the Leader of the Opposition. So that's probably the difference in that scenario. So yeah, that's probably the difference between us and, say, other generative AI solutions in the market.
But I thought that Firefly was part of the suite of products that you could import. So I could, but it wouldn't be licensed because the onus is on me to check that before using Firefly to generate an image. So in fact, I could, but I wouldn't be licensed to do so.
Correct.
Is that right?
Let me come back.
Anyone can create a deepfake video through Adobe, but then it falls foul of perhaps some other obligations that you don't police. Is that right?
That's correct, but let me come back to the content credentials elements as well, right? So in terms of our technology, so the goal of what we're putting in place through content credentials is how we clear about how the initial asset was created. So what were the prompts? How was that done? What were the source assets of how that original information came to be? What editing was used? What tools were used to create that? And that transparency be available to be presented to anyone around how that content was put together.
Okay. And will is your proposal that transparency is mandatory, or how would that work?
So we're not mandating that as a solution. What we're attempting to do through a coalition is get bodies to sign up to this. So this is everyone from camera manufacturers through the likes of Canon, smartphone manufacturers, so that credentials are captured at source. Likewise, editing solutions similar to Adobe, that all those are tracked. And that also media organisations and core publishers of content, of which government may be that as well, also provide appropriate certifications to the content that they are publishing.
Mm-hmm. And can I just ask, how would that apply to a kind of non-industry player? So just a person at home that would use social media imagery?
So there are a number of elements that sit within that, right? So if you're an average Australian who might be using, say, your smartphone to capture content, that smartphone manufacturer or a Canon camera will have content credentials embedded in that. And as a creator of that content, you'll have that option to effectively turn on content credentials and capture that as well. Likewise, if you were to bring that into technology like Photoshop or Lightroom or any other video editing capabilities, once again, those technologies are providing those content credentials. It's not a requirement of the actual, I suppose, end user to apply those credentials themselves. Effectively, the technology all the way through is capturing them.
But the end user would have to turn it on.
So the end user, as they're using the technology, is either whether that is their smartphone or camera, or technology such as ourselves, yes, would have to basically have content credentials enabled.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think that's realistic?
So, in the absence of, so let's come back. So I think the reality is, if you come back to how we solve the problem around deepfakes, it needs to be a multi-pronged approach between policy, education, and provenance. In the issue of a provenance capability, there is no one solution that solves this. We need one to be able to capture this all the way through source, through editing, through publishing. But the way that this will be driven and widely adopted is through the general public effectively looking for trust indicators and markers around digital content. when we look at the recent sort of Future of Trust report that we just published, north of 80% of Australians are concerned about deepfake imagery and that they may well have been served that through social media. And about 87% are looking at, governments and companies like Adobe to take steps to provide them with trust markings around content. So we feel there's an appetite within the Australian population for this, but it's needless to say, it's a journey that we're on.
But just finally then, would you say that there would be a benefit in having a general requirement for software companies to be transparent about their data sets so that we wouldn't have to constantly defend where they come from and have people kind of question trust in the information?
As I said, Senator, I'll comment on behalf of Adobe. At our principle, what we believe in is, one, that the creator themselves owns their content. They should have full visibility of how their content is used. And anyone who is creating content using these technologies should have visibility of what went into that content so they can use that in a commercially safe way. That's what we advocate for.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much. Using Firefly, I could upload a photo of pretty much anybody and feed it in and get it to generate alterations, variations and the like of anyone's photo, couldn't I?
You can ingest that as a reference image into Firefly, but certainly within other Adobe technologies as well, you're able to ingest that image and make edits to it.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at Firefly while it was happening, and I could upload an image of Anthony Albanese or Adam Bant or Senator Domanion, and then generate images, replicas of them, doing pretty much whatever I'd put into the Firefly generator. And would that come with the product that's created out of that, would that come with a credential?
It does, yes. So it comes.
But I wouldn't have asked Adam Bant's permission to do that, or Anthony Albanese's permission to do that, or the Senator's permission to do that, and I would get a credentialed product.
So Senator, let's separate those two issues. So you've ingested an image which into the technology, and that's produced an output. That output has effectively a nutrition label or provenance that is associated with that. So it includes the provenance of the original image that was ingested into the technology, the prompt that you use to create that, and that was generated using a generative AI product. And that information travels with that particular piece of
but at the end of the day, so I'll do this in two steps.
Okay.
That provenance is useful, and I don't deny it's useful, but it hardly answers the core ethical question about consent and potential abuse of images, does it? Because there's no evidence of consent, and indeed I could do it right now, right here, while I'm sitting in this committee without anyone's consent and generate alternate images that may be unflattering or flattering, that may seek to put people in a compromised position. I could do that without their consent using your product, and I'd get a verified product at the end of it.
No. Well, Senator, you get an output at the end of it, or you get a creative output?
I get a content credential.
So a content credential, Senator, is effectively a nutrition label around that piece of content that tells you how that piece of content was created. It's not a certification to say that you have copyright to that image, that you have rights to that image. What it is a nutrition label that sits around how that...
It does what you described earlier.
Yes.
Yep, I understand what it does. But I suppose where this comes to in my mind is that may give a false sense of some kind of legitimacy to what's produced. You were suggesting that people, when they're consuming images, that they should be testing for veracity, for integrity, for source, and one of the solutions you pointed to was a content creation label.
Yes. So content credentials in their own right does not, just because a piece of content has content credentials, does not state that that content isn't a deep fake, it doesn't have other issues around it. It tells you the ingredients around it.
Yeah.
The simplest way that I think about this, Senator, is if you look at a nutrition label on McDonald's, it does not say that McDonald's is good for you. It just tells you what is within that particular.
But I might buy one McDonald's meal a month, and I may have time to read the nutritional labels. It's no doubt a frightening process if I did that, but I could probably do that. If I'm consuming an image every 7 seconds or a video every 12 seconds as I'm scrolling through social media, I'm hardly going to be looking at the nutritional labels, am I?
So the intention of what we're doing with this, with social media providers and platforms where you'll be consuming content is, one, how do we visibly show, one, that there is a credential associated with that, and then allow you to click on that and very quickly be able to see the attributes around that content.
Mr. McKenney, what I'm suggesting to you is that in the reality of people's lives, how they consume social media, at best a fraction of a fraction of a fraction will be clicking on and checking the nutrition labels. That's just not how it works.
I suppose how we would advocate for this is that it's not every, while there could be content credentials against every piece of content, it is likely that you are going to check content credentials on a risk-based approach, depending on what that is. Is that coming from as part of election content? Is that other information that you're attempting to determine the trustworthiness of?
Someone in their busy life, having just got home from their second job, a bit knackered, wondering what about the upcoming election, and sees a video of a politician doing something ridiculous, it's unlikely that they're going to be testing for the content creation, going through that trail of breadcrumbs and then saying, well, actually, on balance, I don't trust that. That's just not what's going to happen, is it?
That's not the position that we take on this, Senator. We feel that as people are able to investigate content, that obviously they will prove content to be true or fake, or be able to understand the origins of it.
I'm not suggesting that content credentials don't have some utility. They allow for people to test and retrospectively review things and call things out. What I'm suggesting to you is that in the churn of social media, they're at best a very marginal asset to deal with the problem.
So as I said, Senator, they are part of a suite of solutions to try to solve a complex issue. Without appropriate steps around both policy, education and provenance, we won't be able to solve this issue. And I appreciate your engagement with this committee, and I'm not, as I said, I'm not suggesting that the content credentials and other things don't have some utility. But part of the concerns that people have in this space is about how consent is manufactured, because you don't really have an opportunity to engage with Adobe about, well, I'd consent to this use of my image or not this use of my image, or this contact being, this kind of material being used, but not this kind of material. It's a binary thing, isn't it? You either consent or you don't consent to Adobe's terms and conditions. From a licensing perspective, in terms of if you're ingesting it into our platform, but as I said previously in my opening statement, it's also where people feel that their likeness or image or voice have been used for other reasons. What we would do is advocate for them to be able to have redress against that as well.
Do you accept that there needs to be meaningful redress, which would include compensatory rights, take down images, and if harm has been occasioned, compensation for harm? Do you think that should be part of the model?
It's something for consideration for policymakers, but we certainly advocate for all modes of sort of redress to be considered.
One of the concerns that's raised, particularly with Adobe's terms of service, under which people are licensing the use of their images, is that if somebody suddenly becomes concerned about the potential use of their image under a Adobe license agreement, they can't terminate the agreement during the life of the agreement. You only permit people to terminate the agreement in the last 30 days of a 12-month subscription. It's not a particularly, I would suggest, ethical practice, is it? If you're concerned about giving people rights, the fact that you're not permitting them to terminate the agreement until the last month of a 12-month subscription is problematic for you, isn't it?
So now let me take those two issues on notice, because there's two separate parts here. There's how you subscribe to our technologies and our software capabilities as distinct from the licensing agreements under Adobe Stock. So let me just come back to you on how that works.
Well, I mean, this is a matter that's been raised repeatedly. There are people who might be partway through a 12-month subscription, and they may form a view at any point in that they don't want to renew, but you won't permit that to be acted upon until the last 30 days of the subscription. And some would suggest that that's a design system to minimise the rights of users and maximise the financial return from Adobe. If that is the practice, it's not one that supports people's rights, is it?
So Senator, look, I'll take this one on notice. This is obviously an issue that's a live issue in the United States. But
it's the same terms here.
Yeah.
It's the same terms here.
Yep.
So it's a live issue in Australia too.
Yeah, and Adobe is taking steps to simplify that process. But as I said, let me take that one on notice.
But you see, people might be concerned that the images they've uploaded in Adobe may be being used by Adobe subject to the license conditions that they've granted and the permissions they've granted, but they can't stop it. That's a problem, isn't it?
As I said, Senator, those are two separate commercial agreements that we're talking about here. One is a license agreement around content and how that's licensed within Adobe Stock, and one is a subscription agreement. Conscious of the comments that you've made around the feedback we've had from customers.
Could I ask you then, to what extent do you think Adobe could lean into a model if it was established in Australia, similar to what happened in South Korea and other efforts, whereby there was a prohibition on the generation and use of deep fake materials about political, either current politicians or candidates or past political players in the lead up to, say, a federal election? If there was a prohibition, and maybe you could have a library of 700 images, say, or 1,000 images or 2,000 images, and if the Australian Parliament said these images cannot be used to generate deep fakes in this election period, would that be something that Adobe would have the capacity to operationalise in Firefly, say?
I'd have to take that one on notice, Senator. I mean, in terms of how you would actually prevent that within a system where you have, potentially if there is a set of prohibited images, then that is potentially more likely as a scenario than potentially an image that may be created, captured by news media who are already, potentially making edits to that image for other purposes.
I'm assuming you do it in part with CSAM material at the moment. Do you reference that large US database for CSAM material and prohibit those images being uploaded?
So there's certain images and moderation that are prevented. So yes, in that circumstance, if there was a set of creative that were prohibited, then that would be an option, but not potentially every.
Could you take on notice the question of if there was an image, say, of the chair, and there was an uploaded image of the chair, whether or not,
or deputy chair,
or someone who looks like him, like the deputy chair, if there was an uploaded image of let's go back to the chair, could you prevent? Would it be technically feasible to prevent deep fakes, not just using that as the core image, but using that likeness, the chair's likeness?
Right, let me take that on notice.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. McKinney.
And I've only got one question, but just on following through on the questions that Senator Shoebridge was raising, on the question of deep fakes and particularly the South Korean experience and the legislative frames that they put in there, what's your view about some of the steps that that were taken in South Korea, the effectiveness or otherwise?
So Senator, I must admit I'm not deeply close to the South Korean example, so we need to take that on notice.
And they have their own kind of quite a distinct social media environment that's quite with different players, which I don't know.
Absolutely. No, I wasn't expecting you to. I was just wondering whether you had taken an interest in that space more deeply. The questions about deep fakes more, as explained by the Senator Shoebridge, I'm also very interested in your response to that as well when you come back on the question on notice. Again, thank you very much for your time today and coming and joining us. It will help us a great deal in our deliberations. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could reply to them by the 6th of August 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
I now welcome representatives from the Human Rights Watch and Human Rights Law. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, with the committee today. And information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today? Maybe we start with Human Rights Watch.
Hi, my name is Haejung Han, and I'm Human Rights Watch's Children's Rights and Technology Researcher and Advocate.
Thank you. Now we'll go to, yes, Human Rights Law.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is David Mejia Canales, and I'm appearing with my colleague Kimberly Lam. We're both representing the Human Rights Law Centre. Great,
thanks. So I might just invite you both to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that statement, the committee will ask questions. If I can go to the Human Rights Watch first. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I am here from Human Rights Watch to brief the committee on my research findings. Before I begin, I'd like to highlight the significance of this research. So much of the discussion around AI societal impacts thus far have been mostly theoretical, and this research marks one of the very first pieces of evidence that demonstrates the impacts of both the development and use of this technology, not just on Australians, but on some of the most vulnerable members of our society, children. And I began this research because I was extremely worried about the growing reports of children around the world, including just last month in Melbourne, reporting that people were taking innocuous photos from their social media profiles or elsewhere online and using generative AI tools to generate sexually explicit deepfakes of these kids. And I began to wonder, what is it about this newest evolution of AI that is able to create such photorealistic deepfakes of kids? Not of famous celebrities or public figures with many photos of them in the public domain, but our children. And that's when I began tracing through the technology to figure it out. And this is what I found. I found that the personal photos of Australian children were secretly scraped and used to build powerful AI tools without the knowledge or consent of children or their families. These photos were scraped off the web into Lion 5B. It's the largest open dataset of its kind, widely used and used to train some of the world's most popular AI tools. And in turn, others then use these tools to create malicious deepfakes that put even more children at risk of exploitation and harm. So let's unpack this a little. I found personal photos of children from all of Australia's states and territories. These are children that all of you represent in your capacity as senators. These photos included sensitive identifying information about these kids, their full names, their ages, maybe even the name of the preschool or the school that they attend, or even the hospital that they were born. taken together, this kind of information points to real kids, and you might imagine the harm that occurs when this kind of information falls into the wrong hands. The photos that I found, it's hard to describe them just with words, but they really span the entirety of childhood, and they capture incredibly intimate moments. They were seen by very few people, and so therefore they enjoyed a measure of privacy. And there's one photo that I'm thinking of in particular that stays with me that we didn't put in the official press release around our research. And it's a photo of a young mom. She's under the glare of hospital lights. She's sweating, she's exhausted, she's smiling, and she's tenderly holding her newborn baby to her chest in the first few seconds and minutes after giving birth. But the information embedded in this photo and in the accompanying caption reveal the name of the mom, her baby, the name of the hospital where she gave birth in Sydney, the time and date of the baby's birth, and even the fact that it was a birth by cesarean. I mean, and even more astonishing about all of this is that information about the mom and her baby doesn't appear to exist anywhere else on the internet. Now, if you stop to think about that, that's really astonishing. It's extremely rare and difficult not to have a digital trace of any of ourselves on the internet. And the fact that information about these kids and their families don't exist anywhere else online except for in this data set in order to build AI models that they had no knowledge or consent to is, to say the very least, a very significant concern and quite possibly a violation of many of their fundamental rights, including their privacy. The other thing that I'll say about this research is that these photos also capture First Nations children from at least 6 communities. This finding is significant, not just specific to Australia, but incredibly significant because, as far as I'm aware, it demonstrates for the first time that photos of First Nations people have been scraped and used in AI systems. And we know that AI models, at least today, can't forget the data that they were trained on, even if you remove it from the training data. So this kind of perpetuity when it comes to AI risks harming, of course, all children, but Indigenous children in particular. As you know better than I do, but as many First Nations peoples do restrict the reproduction of photos of deceased people during periods of mourning. So there is a specific risk of harm to First Nations kids. So just to wrap up and in summary, as we all know, AI can really only produce what it's been trained on. And the presence and the discovery of Australian children in one of the world's most widely used data sets to train AI means that AI models that are trained on this data set can produce realistic imagery of Australian children as a result. So this violates the privacy of the children whose photos are secretly being used without their consent. But in addition to that, it also violates the privacy of all Australian children, because now anyone could steal photos or videos of a child that was posted online and use AI to manipulate them into saying or doing things that they never said or did. I welcome any questions that the committee might have.
Good, thank you very much, and very stark evidence in your presentation, and certainly, well, I'm sure the questions will be, I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. Now, the Human Rights Law Centre.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very important inquiry. We are calling from the lands of the Kulin Nation. We acknowledge the ongoing sovereignty of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people throughout the continent, and we pay our respects to the elders and lawkeepers. We appreciate the committee's initiative in addressing the regulation of artificial intelligence in Australia, a timely and critical endeavour. As AI continues to evolve at a rapid pace, it offers immense potential for innovation and societal benefits. However, this progress comes with significant risks to people, communities, and their environment. Our primary focus today is to emphasize that to mitigate these risks, any AI regulation must be underpinned by robust human rights principles. AI systems are increasingly integrated into various aspects of our lives, from healthcare and education to law enforcement and social services. We accept that These technologies can drive efficiency and improve outcomes, but they also pose threats to privacy, fairness, and accountability. For instance, AI-driven decision-making processes can perpetuate biases, leading to unfair treatment of individuals and communities. Moreover, the lack of transparency in how these systems are developed, operate, and are evaluated can undermine public trust and inhibit effective oversight. Additionally, in the discourse surrounding AI regulation, ethics often takes precedence over human rights principles. However, both ethics and human rights are integral to AI governance, each offering unique but complementary roles. Although ethics plays a pivotal role in shaping and reinforcing regulation within the AI sphere, its philosophical underpinnings lead to a lack of standardized norms. Relying solely on ethics could pose challenges for companies, public bodies, and individuals in understanding what their responsibilities actually are when it comes to AI development and deployment. Additionally, unlike human rights law, ethics lacks mechanisms to ensure accountability. Conversely, human rights offers a well-established legal framework that should be regarded as parallel to, rather than secondary to, ethics. Moreover, drawing from international examples such as the European Union's AI Act and Canada's AI and Data Act, it is clear that a risk-based approach to AI regulation is effective. These frameworks categorize AI systems based on their potential risks, ensuring that higher risk applications undergo more stringent scrutiny and safeguards. In Australia, we must adopt a similar risk-based approach. This entails comprehensive impact assessments, transparency obligations for developers and AI technology deployers, and robust accountability mechanisms for AI developers and users. Additionally, we must ensure that AI systems respect all applicable laws and regulations, including international human rights standards. In conclusion, the regulation of AI in Australia must not only facilitate innovation, but also protect and promote human rights. By embedding human rights principles into our regulatory framework, we can harness the benefits of AI while mitigating its risks, ensuring that these technologies contribute to a fairer, more inclusive society. We wish to also table two documents, the first being a policy paper from Chatham House titled AI Governance and Human Rights, and the UN Guidelines on Business and Human Rights. We wish these to be part of our evidence to the committee, and they have been emailed to the Secretariat. We thank the committee again for this invitation, and we look forward to our discussion, and we're happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Good, thank you very much. And we'll share those documents with the rest of the committee. And just let now go to Senator Shoebridge.
Look, thank you all very much for your submissions. I might go to Human Rights Watch first. And can I say thank you for the research work and also for your clear presentation of it. Pretty much, well, sorry, the bulk of NGOs in the space are talking about a rights-based approach to regulation of AI, particularly images and deepfakes. It seems to me that your approach to protecting children is also fundamentally rights-based. And in the absence of being able to give consent or properly think through consent, their rights are best protected by pretty clear prohibitions. Is that an unfair characterisation of your position?
That's a fair characterization. I'd say a few things. The first is that our work is characterized by a children's rights framework and is absolutely taken by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child's General Comment 25 around the protections of children's rights online. I think throughout this research, the thing that keeps coming back to me is that the root of the harm really lies in the fact that children's data are not protected. And it's really the misuse. I mean, AI is really just the newest, shiniest technology that is being used here, right? And so it's the misuse of children's data by any kind of actor using any kind of technology is really what then results in the further violation of their other rights, whether that's violations of their right to privacy, it could be a violation of their rights to freedom of expression and also their right to identity as well.
So one of the opportunities we have that hopefully in the next few months is in a privacy law review and privacy law reform that is meant to be working its way through Parliament. Do you think we should use that opportunity to make some of these hard and fast rules about children's privacy, children's data, children's images, and including, at a minimum, a prohibition on them being scraped and put into data sets?
I would say yes and, Senator. Absolutely. The Children's Privacy Code, we're all crossing our fingers and hoping that the government does stand fast to its commitment and passing it as part of the broader suite of Privacy Act reforms next month. But in addition to that, when the government and the committee, including members like yourself, are considering AI regulation and trying to harness the potential benefits of AI, I think it's really important to look at the development processes of these technologies and to bake in to any AI regulations and policies that, look, you have to protect the most vulnerable members of society, which do include children and their data privacy. It's only by making sure that you have ethical processes baked into the development of this technology that ultimately does result in a safer AI that might be used for good for the other members of society as well.
So does that look like a general prohibition on children's images within these large language models? Or does it look like only allowing images to be included where an adult has given consent to an image of them as a child? What does it look like in practice?
Yeah, I mean, the analogy that I keep thinking about is seatbelts, right? Yes, meaningful consent is important, and parents have a right to consent when it comes to matters involving their children. But we as a society and governments around the world decided that actually, regardless of consent, seatbelts should be legally mandated because we want basic minimum protections for our kids. So this is something similar, I think, is that there's so much potential for misuse and harm to kids, and there are currently absolutely no guardrails or seatbelts, that it's really incumbent upon governments to figure out what the seatbelts should be that should be put in place legally and enforced subsequently as well.
Well, yeah, I think your seatbelt analogy works well because assuming even if adults could make decisions about wearing seatbelts, and they can't, but they most definitely shouldn't be empowered to make decisions about taking the seatbelts off their children.
Yes.
But I suppose I'm asking you, if there's a prohibition on the scraping and the use of children's images, does that extend, which I'm on board with, does that extend to a prohibition on the use of images of a child if that child is now an adult and there's a credible process under which they give consent, informed consent?
Understood. So I think there's a few cases in which currently as the technology stands, because there are no actual technical mitigations, that there are some hard prohibitions that the committee might consider. One is, like you said, a ban on scraping of children's personal data, that they shouldn't be fed into AI systems because it's not just like with the rest of the internet, they really triply lose control of information about themselves. No one can even guarantee them. The big tech companies certainly can't guarantee that their information won't be misused in some perpetual form in the future. So that's the first thing. The second is, going specifically to your question, I'll give an example, which is one consideration is to ban any non-consensual manipulation of children's likenesses unless, and this is the non-consensual part, a child might want to be able to consent to their friend making a funny, manipulated image of themselves. But there needs to be some way to figure out whether that consent is meaningful, whether they're a child or an adult later in life. That part is, of course, an incredibly hard question to try and figure out. But I think until we can figure that out or even start to get at some of that with technical or policy solutions, the risk for misuse is just too high. If you think about the possible benefits of being able to generate manipulated likenesses of children, there's not that many, if you think about it. So really, I'm thinking about it from a cost benefit, like a pros and cons benefits and detriments to children's rights. And right now, the detriments just outweigh any potential benefits to children.
Yeah, of course, some would suggest that the children have a right to agency and a right to engage in these kinds of technologies. And it may be more than just producing a fun image of their friend. It may be that they actively wanted to translate some work that they did into another language, which would be more readily communicated to perhaps a peer in another country. I mean, there are circumstances where you'd want to give children agency in this space.
Absolutely. And you're right. You're absolutely right. Children have agency. They should be allowed to use technologies, including generative AI, to be able to express themselves in whatever shape or form that might be. But the use of that AI should not be contingent upon them being compelled to give up their personal data in order to generate these systems. That's the first thing. The second thing is, that's why I mentioned the non-consensual piece, is children should be allowed to generate artwork based on their own likeness, for instance, but they should be able to consent to that. And until tech companies can figure out how to check for that meaningful consent, which currently they're not able to, there should be a moratorium on that.
And so even if there was a permissive pathway, say to let a child create we'll call it a deep fake, but a consensual deep fake of themselves in those circumstances, that should absolutely come with a prohibition on the large language model then sucking up that image and using it for any other purpose at a minimum. That's the protections you're talking, is that right?
Exactly.
All right. There are lots more questions, but we just have a very limited amount of time. If I could then go to the submission from the Human Rights Law Centre, I think you also come from a rights-based approach. You suggest a kind of regulating the highest levels of risk initially. People have pointed to both the UK and Canada as jurisdictions that have gone some way down that path. Do you have a view about whether we should be looking to the UK or Canada or potentially Europe as a model?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Absolutely. I mean, I think particularly the European Union provides a pretty good model for regulation in this space. So does Canada. And we think, I mean, apart from, actually above all, I should say, we do think that a risk-based approach is probably the best way of, I guess, in many ways, managing the many benefits and potentials of AI technology, while also mitigating for some of the more serious risk. What we also mean by kind of a risk-based model, and to directly answer your question, we think that the EU and Canada provide probably some of the best frameworks that we could use to structure our own regulation. But the benefit of a risk-based model, as you know, indeed, as we mentioned, my colleague Ms. La sent through the UN guidelines on human rights, which are also based on the risks that not just the technology might facilitate, but also that the developers have to consider. We do think that a risk-based approach that is constantly being reviewed, that places quite strict obligations, not just on the people who are developing the technology, but also on those who are deploying it over their software or their systems. At every stage, there has to be a consideration of the risk. We do think that the EU provides, I suppose, a clearer way of doing this. So the guidelines for artificial intelligence in the EU require lawfulness, including making sure that the uses of the technology comply with all of the relevant human rights laws that exist within the European Union, within the bloc, and indeed within the member countries, that it is ethical. As my colleague Ms. Lar mentioned, ethics and law have to go hand in hand in this endeavour, but also that they are robust and that there are sufficient human intervention so that there's human oversight over these systems, and then giving them a risk category. There are in the EU, they're ranked from unacceptable risk to low risk. And then, each sort of deployment of that technology is regulated accordingly, with the highest risk uses or the highest risk capacities being regulated at a much, much higher level, with greater oversight and transparency requirements than, say, a low use for a simple chatbot on a website. So we do think that the EU and Canada provide really good examples, and aligning our regulation with some of that international best practice can also facilitate some of that international collaboration that is really important to drive innovation in this space.
Yeah, I mean, last time I looked, there were about half a dozen agencies and regulators in New South Wales that share this responsibility. When you compare it to Europe, where there's a European AI office, or you compare it to Canada, where there's a minister backed up by an AI and data commissioner, they seem to have taken very different approaches to having a more unitary regulator. Are there any pros and cons of going down that pathway?
I mean, I think obviously having a patchwork regulatory system is never ideal, because then what actually happens is that it's very hard for anyone who's using the technology, or it's been deployed in their particular systems, or indeed they're developing it. It's very hard for them to know how and when and what regulation must apply to them. Obviously, having, there is something to be said, I think, for having different agencies overseeing the process, but it does make it more cumbersome and difficult. We think some sort of centralised approach would be best to give certainty to people who are deploying and developing AI, but also have to be really conscious. Senator, you mentioned before, there's a Privacy Act review. Very recently, we've had, indeed, from the Parliament, several reviews into the use of social media. We are expecting at some point soon a combating misinformation and disinformation bill from the government, which we would welcome. So we also have to be mindful of the ecosystem that we are creating for the regulation of not just artificial intelligence, but also, I guess, a safer online spaces, for want of a better term. And the more sort of centralised and the more consistent that regulation is, I think it actually gives certainty to everyone involved, users as well as developers. So we would really be favouring some sort of centralised model, but it also needs to work in the broader ecosystem of the Online Safety Act review, for example, and combating mis and disinformation. And so there are various steps, and we're delighted that the government is considering all of these things, but at some point, we are going to need some sort of central coordinated aspect to all of these things, not just AI, but as I mentioned before, mis and disinformation, AI, indeed, online safety for children has been discussed by our colleagues at Human Rights Watch. So we are effectively building an ecosystem for the safety of Australians online. And we welcome that, but the more centralised that is, the more certainty for everyone involved.
Maybe it would be useful if Australia had a Human Rights Act which included our digital and privacy rights in it. That might even be useful.
You're speaking our language, Senator, and again, I think we're delighted that the Parliament Committee on Human Rights has recommended such an act, and we're also really delighted to know that the government is actively considering it. But absolutely, digital rights are fundamentally important, particularly at the moment, with our regulation for online safer spaces, for want of a better term. It's just absolutely fundamental that we consider these things, because they're not just regulated. At the moment, they're regulated as telecommunications issues, which would have been fine if it was just print media, but we're beyond that now. And digital rights should be considered as part of a broader human rights protection.
I don't know if you heard any of the evidence from some of the earlier sessions, but one of the issues that has repeatedly come up in submissions is about protecting the rights of creatives, their rights to their voice, to their likeness, to their intonation, to their manner of movement, to the content they've produced. Has the Human Rights Law Centre considered how best to at least start protecting those creative rights?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think for us, going back to that risk-based, human rights-based approach is really important, because there are instances indeed where, say in the creation of deepfakes, for example, there are legitimate uses of deepfake technology for entertainment purposes, for satire, and so there are legitimate uses for these sorts of things. Creatives do have a right to their likeness. They have a right to benefit from their work. So I think a human rights-based approach would best provide a guideline on how to balance these competing rights. And indeed, Human Rights Act, as has been discussed already, they do provide an outline, and human rights law, the development of it, does provide a way of how to balance these competing interests in a way that is non-discriminatory, that seeks to effectively affirm everyone's rights here. But with specifics about how to safeguard, our regulation for creatives, we haven't considered that in great detail. But we do think that a human rights based approach to regulation can best provide some of those balancing. When rights either are in friction with each other or where they might compete, human rights law provides an established canon on how to work through those frictions, so that people can have their rights respected and affirmed, regardless of whether it's AR regulation or any other facet of life.
Just quickly, and I know I can feel I'm getting the wind up from the chair. If I could go back to Human Rights Watch, do you think our law should clearly state that people have a right to their image, to their voice, to those essential personal attributes of themselves, and including a right to prevent it being manipulated or used in deepfakes without their consent? Does Human Rights Watch have a view on that?
In short, yes. Yes, Senator, absolutely. That's all I'll say.
Yep. And can you think of any jurisdiction around the world that has expressed that in either a rights charter or a legislative framework that's just clearly and unambiguously said, this is a right, people, it's an intrinsic right, it's protected at law, if it's abused, they have a remedy? Is there anywhere that's done it?
I mentioned that I started looking at this research because I was tracking reports of kids around the world that were experiencing these malicious deepfakes. And so just 2 weeks before I released the Australia findings, I was working in Brazil because they'd been reporting that as well. And so the findings were very similar around kids. And so as part of that work, I've been working behind the scenes with the Brazil government and their data protection authority and their Ministry of Justice. And just actually last week, they released a major decision. They banned Meta from using its Brazil-based users' personal data to train its AI systems. And it was an unprecedented decision. And the decision, in part, was using the argument that children's rights cannot possibly be protected. And that goes to your question, Senator. They were using rights-based language. They were saying it's because children's likenesses, their image, if it's in the form of a video or an audio clip, their voice, their movements are protected, and the existing children's rights law to be able to make that argument.
Well, maybe we need a bit of Brazilian regulation here on Meta as a starting point. Thanks very much for your work and your really insightful contributions.
Good, thank you. Senator Dalman.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. This is for Human Rights Watch, just to move to a slightly different topic. In your submission, hang on a second, I'm looking at my wrong set of notes. Oh, no, I'm in the right place. In your submission, you talk about, you recommend that Australia should cease the use of AI where it's inconsistent with international and national human rights laws or that pose undue risks to the enjoyment of human rights. And I refer you to, there was an interview in your submission with your program manager of the Tech and Human Rights Division, referring to an investigation about how OpenAI outsourced its data labelling for Chat GPT to a company in Kenya. And the worker conditions described in that, where some were paid less than $2 an hour for sifting through pretty toxic, biased data, including descriptions of sexual abuse, hate speech and violence. Do you have any thoughts about how Australia can uphold ethical standards when it comes to using these models when worker exploitation is a feature as part of the supply chain?
Senator, thank you so much for picking up on that. And I will just add on one thing which is mentioned in the submission, which was Australia was, we were delighted to see that Australia was one of the sponsors behind the UN resolution from which that recommendation is taken. And it was extremely strong to say that member states, and in this case, including Australia, said that the government itself would try to prohibit any actors from using AI in ways that would be incompatible with human rights. That was kind of an astonishing landmark thing for the General Assembly to announce. But anyway, to your question, kind of like my seatbelts analogy, the analogy and the body of work that I'll point us to is looking at children and child labor in supply chains and trying to prevent child labor and exploitation, even if the supply chain part of the supply chain is outside of Australia or outside of your area of jurisdiction. There absolutely are, human rights-based laws, policies, norms, industry standards, and guidelines that put the onus on these companies to essentially make sure and to be able to say no children's rights were harmed in the process of the making of this garment or this table or whatever it might be. So something very drawing from that body of work and applying it to AI and technologies in terms of the pipeline, I think would be very relevant here.
Do you mean something like modern slavery statements and things like that? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for that. Just to the Human Rights Law Centre, in your submission, you say that the impact of AI on public decision-making processes, which may be subject to judicial review, requires careful consideration to guarantee accountability and transparency. I was wondering if you could provide some examples of where AI has been used for public decision-making and where it's impacted on people's human rights, and whether you've got a transparency model in mind.
Thank you very much, Senator, and congratulations on your recent appointment.
Thank you.
Yes, so what we're seeing around the world, and we can provide some of these examples to the committee via the Secretariat, and indeed some transparency, accountability mechanisms too. But what we're in our submission, what we're referring to are things like the use of AI for social scoring type arrangements, or indeed the enabling, say, using facial recognition technology to track people or to track potential suspects without their knowledge. I want to be very clear that that can be a legitimate use of that data, but it has to be followed by transparency mechanisms. There has to be some sort of court review, at least in human rights law, depending on its application. We're seeing more and more the use of AI and facial recognition technology in police services. So police services here in Australia and indeed overseas have either trialled AI-facilitated facial recognition technology or have used it. I'm not aware of a current use of that in Australia at the moment, but it certainly has been used overseas, or indeed to facilitate court decisions where someone might be given a score based on their likelihood of reoffending. And often these models are trained on data that is itself prejudicial. So that's why we are, submitting that a human rights model would facilitate that. And indeed, as your question before about making sure that workers in a supply chain are protected, also draw your attention to the United Nations Guidelines for Human Rights that actually requires businesses to have that constant engagement of not just their systems, but their processes, their products, their procurement guidelines for any breach of human rights and for it to be dealt accordingly. So we'll be delighted to provide some more solid examples to the committee on notice, and we'll do that shortly, including some more transparency mechanisms that exist around the world that the committee can use to draw for their final report. But we think that just like it's happened in the EU, the use of these systems for indeed deciding someone's freedom or innocence, or to track them without their knowledge as they're moving about in the community, we do think that these things present a very, very high risk of misuse, which is why they must be regulated accordingly to the risk that they present to people, their rights, the community, working people, and indeed the environment.
And just adding on to the practical, I guess, how it can actually be implemented. And a good example would be, for example, in Queensland Human Rights Act, when parliamentarians submit their bills, they have to actually consider human rights and submit a statement of compatibility. So something, like a process similar to that, I guess, could in a way be analogous to the modern slavery statements. It's just that extra step to make people think about how is this actually impacting people's human rights.
Yep, thank you. One final question from me for colleagues at the Human Rights Centre. Another complication that we have heard, I think, throughout is that big tech companies developing most of these models are based overseas, and they are integral to our everyday lives. But the national economy regulating them is quite challenging. How do you think governments around the world, including here in Australia, can approach that challenge?
That's an excellent question, and one indeed that the government is grappling with, say, on online safety, on mis and disinformation. Some of the fundamental features, at least, of how this or similar kind of endeavours have been dealt with is by providing a carrot, but also a very big stick. There of course, should be developers, deployers of these technologies should be encouraged and indeed required to consider the impacts of their technology or how their technology might be used, even if that's not the intended use of the technology by the developer. But also quite significant penalties apply. Not so much about sort of AI regulation, at least at the top of my head, but if you look at, say, in the European Union for mis and disinformation, some of the penalties that exist there for the most egregious breaches by these enormous companies that in many ways have much more power than any other body in our lives to decide the information that we receive, the choices that we make. Some of those penalties are quite severe, and it's not just a small fine. You're looking at a percentage of global turnover. And we do think that significant penalties for the most egregious breaches, I think should be considered. If you look at a slightly related example, Twitter here in Australia has been found to not be providing the best systems to ensure children's safety on their platforms, but the maximum fine that they can possibly get is in the several kind of thousands of dollars. And Twitter hasn't done anything about rectifying their systems because of that. So there has to be inducements, and people these enormous companies should be given the opportunity to do the right thing through a human rights risk-based approach, but there also need to be significant penalties for the most egregious breaches to the rights of people, to the rights of the planet, to the rights of workers.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. I just want one question for both the parties. If you don't have time to answer it, or you need to have some extra time, by all means, if you could take it on notice. But I just want to get what's been raised today in other submissions is the question of deeper whistleblower protections on the systems that are used, transparency questions, and also suggested in both submissions and touched on briefly today, the use of existing legislation like the Occupational Health and Safety Act as a way and means of, I particularly note that act because there's a degree of acceptance within business and workforce, government, that act allows individuals to be representative, elected representatives, to do improvement notices, stop orders if it's threatening or of high risk. And also there's an overarching government body that engages in that sort of work. So saying that in certainly employment areas and other areas of risk. And a third area, of course, the potentiality of additional objects or clarity in the Fair Work Act. So those three areas of potential regulatory reforms that have some utility already but could be boosted up to give the opportunity for transparency, the opportunity for engagement about systems coming in to the workplace, and when they fail they can be improved. And then of course the final one, the Fair Work Act, about negotiating arrangements that become practical and sensible rather than just relying on consistent case law that the rich and not so rich have very rarely the luxury to access. Do you want to make some comments to that? Maybe if I go to Human Rights Law Centre first.
Thank you, Chair. We will take it on notice, particularly we'll ask some of our colleagues who are experts in whistleblowing to give you that answer in full, and we'll take that on notice. But what I will say, just in passing, I think occupational health and safety regulation provides a really excellent framework that is risk-based, that is well understood. So we do have these similar systems here, and we will submit to the committee that that risk-based approach is a good option for regulating AI, but we'll take the rest on notice.
Thank you. And Human Rights Watch? Yeah, thank you.
This is the same, that we'll take it on notice. I think globally we do have positions that, of course, whistleblower protections are incredibly important for the reasons you just outlined, but I think I just need to go back and make sure that I am fully cognizant of all of the Australian specific policies so I can give the correct response for that. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Now, again, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for joining us today in consideration of the questions we've raised and your evidence. It'll be a great deal of assistance to the committee in our consideration. And for any questions you've taken on notice, the committee is requesting that the answers be returned by the 6th of August 2024. So thank you very much and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Good, thanks. We now adjourn until 1:50. Hey, thanks everybody. I now welcome Associate Professor Alicia Blackham, Professor Kevin Sanson and Professor Julian Thomas. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today in the committee. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Let me start. Kevin Sanson. I'm here representing the Digital Media Research Centre from QUT.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
My name is Julian David Keith Thomas. I'm representing the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision Making and Society at RMIT University in Melbourne.
Thank you. Ms. Blackham.
Alicia Blackham. I'm an Associate Professor at Melbourne Law School at the University of Melbourne.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I'll go in the same order that people introduce themselves.
Fantastic. Thank you for the invitation to appear at the public hearing. I'm an expert on labour practices and working conditions in the film and television industries. For more than a decade, I have actively engaged through my research with studio executives, producers, union and guild leadership, as well as creative craft and technical workers in the US, UK, Europe, and Australia. So accordingly, my comments address the potential implications artificial intelligence poses to workers in the screen industries. So first, artificial intelligence will have an impact on workers and work practices, but the scale of that impact is unlikely to match current anxiety levels. At its best, the technology is only a probable medium. No matter how good its data, it only generates the most likely response to the prompt it's given. The industry will certainly look to the technology to save time and money across its administrative and creative workflows, but it will balance those efficiencies against the contexts in which probable or the most likely results are good enough. Further, the computing and environmental costs of the technology, alongside the lack of any viable business model in the current moment, will likely impede its wholesale uptake by the industry, and even more so, pose a significant threat to the tech companies that are making massive investments into its developments. So, in short, creative careers will persist and continue to evolve alongside the technology. My second point then turns to the quality and sustainability of those jobs. I point to the precedents in the US set by the collective bargaining agreements for actors and writers. For the sake of time, I'll summarize the approach taken in those agreements as one that is tech-friendly, but based on the principles of human creativity, transparency, consent, and compensation. In the absence of an equally binding agreement in Australia, it is worth considering what mechanisms we need to ensure a similarly sensible approach for local creative workers here. And finally, I encourage the government not to quote-unquote regulate AI, but to focus on that technology as part of a broader reconsideration of how to best support Australian screen industries, stories, and talent in the digital era. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Professor Thomas.
Thank you. So I'm speaking to our submission to the committee on adopting artificial intelligence. Just to begin by saying a little bit about our centre, the Centre for Automated Decision Making in Society, which we abbreviate to ADMS. So we're very pleased to have the opportunity to engage with the inquiry. We think this is a very significant opportunity to address a whole range of complex issues arising out of the uptake of AI technologies in Australia. Our centre is a multi-institutional and cross-disciplinary national research centre funded by the Australian Research Council and 9 Australian universities to create the knowledge and strategies that are necessary for responsible, ethical and inclusive automated decision making. And that includes, of course, the use of what we call artificial intelligence applications. So our submission to the committee's inquiry draws upon research across the ADMS Centre and work across a range of disciplines from law, digital media and communication studies, to computer science and data science. So we draw on all of those disciplines to respond to the committee's terms of reference. And in our submission, we touch on a number of those. We discuss recent trends, especially the emergence of generative AI technologies. We discuss the emergence of a range of approaches internationally and in Australia concerning risks and harms of AI-related technologies. We discuss the opportunities for benefit from those technologies as well as the risks and harms, and in that connection we point particularly to what we see as opportunities not just in the commercial sector or in government, where much of the focus has been, but also in the not-for-profit and community sectors. We touch on issues relating to the questions around democracy and trust and environmental impacts, and we certainly strongly agree on the importance of all of those areas. What we point to, I think, consistently in the submission are those areas where we believe more work and research are likely to be required, given that this is a particularly fast-moving and emergent area. There are many areas which we need to understand a lot better than we do. At the same time, we have to progress the debate about regulation. But the AI environment is changing very quickly and quite dramatically with the emergence of the large language models, the technologies we describe as generative AI, which people interact with in quite new ways and do have quite different capabilities from those that we associate with older, what we describe as more deliberative AI technologies. So we talk about in the submission some of the ways in which we can usefully categorise the kinds of risks and harms that arise. We talk about some of the examples which we think are useful internationally in thinking about how we could regulate these technologies and why we would do so, what the benefits of doing that would be. And we talk in particular about some jurisdictions, including Canada and the European Union. So I hope that is a useful introduction to the submission we've made. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Professor Blackham.
Thank you. So I come to this topic as an expert in equality and discrimination law, and so what I'd really like to address today is the potential for discrimination and bias to be a risk in the adoption of these new technologies. I particularly approach these issues as a labour lawyer, so focusing on the impact in the workplace in particular. What we can tell from the research so far is that there is a very real risk of discrimination and bias being embedded in artificial intelligence technologies. That partly reflects the nature of our society, where discrimination and bias still remains very prevalent, and it's then reflected in the data that is used to train and test these technologies, the technical development of algorithms and technologies themselves, but also the way they're being deployed and applied in the workplace, for example. So while these technologies might reflect the discrimination and bias that we see in society, they also have the potential to replicate and amplify that at scale and very quickly. One of the real compounding challenges here is there's a real lack of transparency, both in terms of when these technologies are being used by recruiters or employers, for example, but also in terms of what impacts they're having. And partly this is because these technologies tend to divorce the ultimate human decision maker from the decision-making process itself. So there is less transparency, and to some extent these technologies are incomprehensible to most of the humans that are using them. So this really raises a risk that we don't understand what is happening, and we cannot identify discrimination and bias when it's embedded in these technologies. At the moment, the Australian regulatory framework is really falling behind compared to other jurisdictions. Professor Thomas has mentioned the EU, and I think that's a really important counterpoint to where Australian regulation currently stands. We could look to discrimination law, either at federal, state or territory level, to address some of these gaps, but the laws rely on individuals making a complaint primarily as their means for enforcement. The laws are technical, they are hard to enforce, and it's very difficult to bring a successful complaint, particularly in the courts. So there's a real gap here in terms of how do we identify that discrimination has occurred with the lack of transparency, and how do we ensure a more systemic societal response to addressing these potential risks. So I would encourage the committee to think more about how we can advance Australian regulation.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Darberman.
Thank you. I might go to Associate Professor Blackham first. So essentially, in summary, I think what you're saying is that the discrimination, particularly as an example in recruitment, kind of lacks transparency and then is amplified because you don't have visibility of the data points going in. Is that right?
That's right. So we don't have transparency about what's going in or what's coming out.
Yeah. So what in terms of Australian law, you've talked about discrimination perhaps not going far enough. Is it because they can't see the data points upon which the discrimination is being made, in addition to the remedies under discrimination law being inadequate? So are you suggesting that we should be amending the discrimination law so that we can kind of have visibility of the data underneath it, in addition to, making complaints, or is it both of those or just one, is my first question. And then secondly, you referred to the EU model. So I wondered if you could talk a bit more about what we might take from that.
Sure. So what I would suggest is, rather than reactively waiting for complaints, we need to adopt a more proactive approach to advancing equality here. So we now have the example under the Sex Discrimination Act of the positive equality duty to advance gender equality. I think positive equality duties encourage and compel organisations, employers, suppliers to proactively consider and advance equality, including in the products that they sell, for example. So that would be one way of compelling all of those in the AI supply chain, those who are developing these products, selling them and using them, to actually proactively address these equality risks that are being proposed as part of the development of these tools and also through their deployment. So a broader positive equality duty might be one tool of seeking to address these risks that doesn't require individual complaints. And I think that's a really important shift. In terms of developments in the EU, we can look to the General Data Protection Regulation in terms of how we protect individuals' data. That also includes a limit on automated processing where it affects individual rights. And I think that's an important thing for us to consider. The new EU AI Act would make does make all use of AI technologies in the workplace as high-risk technologies that require certain procedural limits before they can be imposed. I would also say we need substantive limits as well, so potentially going beyond what's in the EU at the moment.
Thank you. Just on your suggestion around the positive equality duty, can you just explain that a bit more? Do you mean affirmative action type suggestions, and or explain that a bit more? And then what would you say, any potential criticisms of that position if there were to be a positive duty on employers around equality?
Sure. So the way that the duty is framed under the Sex Discrimination Act and also under the Victorian Equal Opportunity Act and in the ACT and the Northern Territory basically requires those who have a duty not to discriminate, including employers and service providers, to take reasonable and proportionate action to eliminate discrimination and advance equality. So what is reasonable and proportionate will depend on the nature of the organisation, but it puts the obligation on organisations to advance equality and eliminate discrimination, not those who are impacted by discrimination, who are often the most vulnerable members of our community.
Yeah.
So it's shifting the responsibility, slightly different to affirmative action, which is more about individual responses to redress disadvantage.
Yes, okay, thank you. That makes it clear. Now maybe if I ask Professor Sanson, I'm interested in your comments that creative careers will persist, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about this and what other adaptations that I think you referred to that would enable careers to continue to persist. Because I think this morning we heard from representatives of the MEAA, and I think we'll hear some more this afternoon from other creative unions, that there are concerns about jobs being impacted quite negatively. So I was wondering if you could speak a bit more about how you've come to the views that you referred to in your introductory comments.
Excuse me, sure, absolutely. I think that what we will see is a level of contraction and a level of consolidation in terms of the ways in which roles might get combined. I think actually if we take a step back, I think I want to make a point, a framing point to indicate that the ways in which I think AI may be taken up or impact the screen sector are probably vastly different than the way they may be taken up and impacted in other sectors. Right now, I just don't think that there's a strong enough use case in the context of the screen industries to effectively eliminate a significant portion of the work that we might see across the sector. And I think in terms of the precedents that I flagged in the US, which I think is what you were mentioning in terms of the adaptation. Look, there are two agreements in the US that I think can provide some meaningful insight to the committee and to the government more broadly about how to approach these questions in the screen sector. There are two agreements. There's an agreement between the writers and the producers, and there's an agreement between the actors and the producers. And I think some of the principles in those agreements, as well as some of the omissions, are quite insightful. So if you look at the writers' agreement, some of the things that I think are quite strong in that collective bargaining agreement is that there is a mandate for transparency. They're not outlawing or forbidding the use of AI by either employers or creatives, but there is an obligation, particularly on part of the employer, to make it clear when they are using AI, and they cannot obligate an employee, like a screenwriter, for instance, to use AI. And moreover, there's language in those agreements that prohibit AI from ever being a credited creator. So even if a producer, for example, decides that they want to ideate with an AI tool, absolutely they can do that, but they have to hand that material over to a human, tell that human, hey, I've used AI to get to this point, but I want you to flesh this out into a screenplay. And most importantly, rather than considering that adaptation, that work is considered an original creation, and so the screenwriter is paid appropriately. And I think that those principles are actually quite productive and meaningful. The agreement is a little bit silent, or is very silent, on what happens to the material that the employer owns with respect to training AI. And I think that's largely a difference in our copyright regimes between Australia and the US. The studios, the corporations are legal authors in a way that doesn't apply into the Australian case. And so I think that model is quite meaningful for the actors. Again, very similarly, there is a provision that allows digital replicas of both features, likenesses, and sounds to take place, as long as those employers have the consent, either from the living performer or the estate, to make that happen, and that the estate or the employer is compensated in a degree that is equivalent to what they would have to do if they were performing that work face-to-face. right? So I think what happens is in those agreements is actually really a meaningful framework for consideration. How we implement them in Australia becomes a slightly trickier question because they're purely an industrial relation in the context of the US. So in Australia, it's a matter of looking, I think, at our copyright framework, looking at our industrial relations framework as perhaps some mechanisms or levers that are at our disposal. Other mechanisms or disposals might be the way in which funding decisions are made by our screen agencies. You know, whether or not we want an agency like Screen Australia to fund a production that doesn't actually rely on human labor. Whether the government is happy with its producer offset being used to fund productions that don't actually require human labor. So I think as a precedent, those are really good principles. And just to go back to your original question about the loss of jobs, I would just offer that I think we're moving, the conversation is moving from a period of sort of hype and hysteria, sort of depending on what side of the coin you're on, those emotions are quite similar, to some slightly calmer waters where some really hard questions about the viability of the technology as a business are being asked. And that's not specific to the screen industries. That's, I think, on the whole, an issue that will likely impede its sort of uptake and implementation. But in terms of screen work, I think we will see the automation of discrete labor tasks. So like scheduling, budgeting, maybe script coverage where you feed the machine a script and it sort of gives you an outline. But I don't think it's capable of fundamentally undoing the complex creative work that film and television requires.
Thank you. So if I was to summarise what you talked about, sort of applying to the Australian context, in terms of regulation, the ideas you are putting forward are things around not just so enterprise bargaining and industrial frameworks, but also copywriting frameworks and procurement. So through government funded.
Yes.
You know, you talked about what would changes to the copywriting frameworks look like?
Look, I am not a copyright law expert, so I can't speak to the exact language. In my understanding of the Australian copyright framework is that it largely would work in the context of AI as long as there's an agreement that it actually applies to AI.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions for Professor Thomas. Professor, in your submission, you note that the Centre's been working with the New South Wales Ombudsman, mapping the use of automated decision-making by governments in New South Wales. I was wondering if you might be able to tell the committee about this work, what were the main outcomes and recommendations, and what it might mean, for example, for decision-making in an automated sense for the federal public service.
Of course, thank you, Senator. So just to say that that research was commissioned with the New South Wales Ombudsman's Office, and the project really was to understand the distribution and uptake of automated systems, including AI-driven systems, across the New South Wales public sector at all levels, so including local government, statutory agencies, and of course departments. And we thought this was particularly important to do because a great deal of the conversation and argument around AI and its regulation in this country occurs without an empirical knowledge of what people are doing with these tools in specific workplaces, agencies, institutions. So we talk a lot about what happens elsewhere. We don't know a great deal about what happens here. So part of our job was to try and understand, well, what exactly is going on? And we didn't want to confine that discussion to any specific technology. That's why we talk about automated decision-making processes rather than a particular flavour of artificial intelligence or something like that. What matters is really where machines are starting to substitute for the work of humans in decision-making systems in public institutions. So our work, the objective of our work was not to make recommendations. What we've done is provide essentially a kind of map of the distribution and uptake of automated systems. And I think, and I'd be very happy, Senator, to provide a copy of that report to the committee if you would be interested in it. But what it shows us is that the use of automated systems of varying levels of complexity and sophistication is very extensive across the public sector in New South Wales at all levels. These tools are embedded in work practices and decision-making processes in agencies and organisations at all levels of government. So they're very, very extensively used. They are highly variable in terms of the underlying technology. They're variable in terms of who owns that technology and who controls it. So the report, I think, raises a lot of issues around the distribution of the sorts of technologies we're concerned with. What we would be saying is that when we're talking about AI, this is all, we're not talking about something that is in the future or possible scenarios. We're talking about really what's happening right now. And our argument would be that automated systems are already deeply embedded in workflows, and that any approach which to regulating these technologies, which relies on an idea that we can be very clear about when these technologies are being used and when they're not being used, it considers them in isolation from existing work practices, is likely to founder. Because these technologies are already deeply embedded. So when we talk about transparency and accountability, when we say that we always want to know when an automated system is in use, when we say that we think it's important that to understand what is being done by a human and what is not being done by a human, this is actually practically a remarkably difficult exercise. And it will be interesting to see how the kinds of arrangements that Professor Sansom has been talking about in the United States actually play out if we recognise that it's very likely that all kinds of automated systems are likely to be already embedded in the industrial structures that are operating, or at least it wouldn't be surprising if that were the case if we think about areas such as public sector activity where people are also, of course, doing a lot of writing and production of work. So, Senator, that's a long answer to your question, but I hope that helps.
I think so, but maybe that then leads on to a question about a risk-based approach, because if it is already in place and, you know, we've heard other people talk about a development even further, having a risk-based approach can apply when the situation changes. So what kind of obligations around risk assessment, mitigation and monitoring do you think is beneficial in this kind of approach? And then I think if you could also make some comments about the European Union's approach and where there are limitations we can learn from.
No, thanks very much. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. We can see that there is an emerging international consensus, really, around these kinds of issues. Professor Blackham's talked about where this argument is really going. We have to move beyond the idea that we will regulate the sector in terms of providing people with recourse in the event of harm to understanding risk in this space and making sure that there are requirements that before organisations, whether they're government departments or private sector organisations, deploy sophisticated, complex automated systems, that they need to do the kind of work which we expect will be done in other sorts of domains. So if we're thinking about the context of the environment, we expect businesses, for example, that are constructing new sites in sensitive areas, we expect environmental impact statements. So in the same way, in relation to AI, we really need to know far more about these systems before institutions deploy them in ways which we know could have significant deleterious consequences for citizens and users of them. Now, that covers quite an array of issues. We've talked about some of the harms, some of the risks in the hearing so far, but we know that there are, in fact, a whole range of them. Some of them relate to, issues like intrusions into privacy or the appropriation of materials that have been created by writers or artists. Others concern economic harms, for example. So in our submission, we've talked a little bit about this spectrum of harm, but the sorts of systems we're talking about can have significant consequences for competition, for example. As well as adverse environmental consequences. So really what we're talking about is actually an array of harms. I think the European legislation helps us with that. It's broadly framed. It includes consideration of those issues. So it assists in those terms. But I think that we're also aware that there are likely to be other issues as well that go beyond things like the AI accounting mechanisms and auditing for discrimination and bias and those kinds of things. One of the kind of critical issues, which is, I think, really complicated, that we don't fully understand at the moment, has arisen especially out of the emergence of the generative AI technologies. They're hard to categorise in some respects in relation to a standard risk framework, although we think that they would generally fall under the high risk category proposed in the EU. But there are risks involved in those which we do not yet properly understand, because they are quite different from the sorts of deliberative systems that we've been used to working with in the past. And this goes to the fact that I think this is the real challenge with these systems. It's not what the systems themselves do, or it's only partly that. It's only partly what kind of data they draw on and what sorts of algorithms they use. It's also about how people use them. So one of the striking features of the generative systems we're interested in now is that they use natural language for people to interact with them. People talk to them or write to them in plain language. What does that mean for people's level of trust or confidence in those systems? Does that mean that we're more likely to tell them things about ourselves, for example, that we wouldn't type into a regular text field in a search engine? We don't really know this yet, so there's an awful lot we don't know. We think that in addition to the sorts of regulatory responses that we're talking about, these, if you like, preemptive risk management systems, which really place an obligation on the suppliers and deployers of them, it's also going to be critically important that we do more work to understand how people actually use them. You can't really have accountability and transparency without some degree of communication from the system and the institutions that use them. We often talk about the need for explainability when we're dealing with automated decision-making systems. We don't really know what that looks like at the moment with the generative systems that we're now dealing with. But we know that that's going to be a complex task. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I won't discourage Professor Thomas. If you had some more thoughts on that, then please present to the committee. We'd very greatly appreciative. I'll now go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks for all of your engaging with the issue. It's a fact, isn't it, that state and territory governments, as well as the Commonwealth governments, are already implementing automated decision-making at scale, and there's probably little oversight, sort of public oversight, in the way in which those processes are being undertaken. I think of, from my previous experience as a New South Wales MP, at-scale decisions on grants, particularly grants that are being processed around very short timeframes following disaster relief payments, bushfire relief grants. I mean, it's already been employed at scale. Has somebody sort of undertaken a review of, other than perhaps through the Ombudsman, or maybe reflecting on the Ombudsman's review of some of those decision-making?
No, not at a national level. It's been done in other countries, in New Zealand and elsewhere. But one of the reasons why we were keen to do the work in New South Wales was that precisely because it hadn't been done in Australia.
Well, I mean, I witnessed myself just how if those systems are badly designed, they can produce very poor outcomes. They can be bad at doing fraud control. They can be bad at assessing the genuine bona fides of claims. There was some recent reform done at a federal level that permitted greater levels of automated decision-making to be done by Services Australia. Has anyone had a look at those reforms and sort of mapped out a view about their utility?
I'm not aware of any research yet on those changes, Senator.
Yeah. Well, you see, one of the arguments put by the government in bringing that forward is they say, don't you worry about automated decision making. It's going to only be permitted to be the final decision maker when somebody's application is granted. So if someone puts an application in for social security payment, it'll get crunched through an automated decision-making process, and the automated decision maker will only have final approval if it's granting a claim. And therefore people, who have their claim rejected can have comfort that it'll be decided by a human being. Of course, that depends on good system design that's going to have adequate human beings around that will decide those other matters in a reasonable time frame. And none of those protections were worked into the legislation. Do either of you have any views about that?
Well, I would agree on the need for scrutiny and careful study of how those systems actually work. There's often an approach in these areas to fall back on rather underdeveloped ideas about how they might be managed or how risks could be mitigated. So we often talk, for example, about having a human in the loop or something like that, without really knowing what that actually means in terms of the visibility of the processes and whether or not that will actually assist with anything when we really want to understand what is actually going on.
Professor Blackman, some of this comes, doesn't it, that this is just one element of the need for transparency? I mean, if the government's going to put automated decision-making procedures in place, they should be transparent about them. But see, government resists that by saying, well, if we're transparent about how this particular social security benefit is granted, or this particular emergency relief benefit is granted, if we're transparent about it, then that will be gamed by people who want to fraudulently access benefits or fraudulently access grants. So they like to keep a degree of secrecy, and they say it's in the public interest. Have you confronted those competing priorities?
To my mind, Senator, I would have thought transparency as to criteria would help to administer the scheme, but that's just my opinion. I think one of the real challenges here is that often these are decisions where we're trying to make many decisions at scale very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And these tools look like a shorthand, easy solution that can help with decision making. As you say, I think there's a real need to monitor how these are working in practice and to look at what sort of outcomes are coming through. And that needs to be done at a systemic level. And really, I think government departments, if they're using these technologies, should be enabling that sort of review and actually building it into the design of these systems, that there will be a review process attached.
Yeah, but asking Services Australia to mark its own homework on automated decision making, maybe the way it automatically generates debts, for example, might not be very useful, might it?
Independent academic review might be a very helpful thing to build into these processes.
Professor, you would say independent academic review. I accept that, but should there also be a government agency that has a kind of broader remit, and it may be that it cooperates with academia and academics in trying to get its oversight to work?
And I think this is where, obviously, Professor Thomas's work has looked at the Ombudsman. And I think, Ombudsman can play a role in this sort of space. We also see privacy commissioners where their work overlaps somewhat in this space. We also have statutory equality agencies where their work overlaps with this space. Mm-hmm. We have a number of regulators, but the responsibility here for who should take command of this is not necessarily clear. So I think that's partly where stronger regulation could assist, but also recognising that many of these regulators require additional funding, resourcing and staffing to take on these new challenges. Often they really struggle to deal with everything within what they already have.
Well, Europe has a data office, a European data office. Canada has, for the last few years, had a commissioner for AI and an AI commissioner. Do you think either of those look at to be good models?
Having a dedicated commissioner with strong powers to be examining and enforcing these kinds of technologies would be a really beneficial development. Whether that should fall within an existing structure, an existing agency, or whether we require a new one is something we could continue to think about. And it really depends on the regulatory framework that we put behind this. There's a real need for a review of Australian privacy law, particularly in terms of exempting employee records, exempting small businesses. That's a really important part of this conversation with the growth of the use of data to train these sorts of models. So partly this is a question of privacy, partly it's a question about labour and employment standards with agencies like the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Fair Work Commission, but having a coherent, holistic oversight of all of these issues would also be really beneficial.
Professor Sanson, you can see how this is an employment issue, it's a privacy issue, it's also a media issue. If we created a standalone office, it couldn't do everything, but it could probably be a critical coordinator, couldn't it?
Perhaps. And I think just listening to the conversation from my colleagues here, I think it's clear that the scale of the problem in some areas is far greater than the scale of the problem in other areas. I think if we take a step back and look at the profound sort of transformations that have upended the film and television industry in this country over the past 20 years. In my mind, AI remains sort of a second order concern. Some of those questions could certainly be handled by an independent regulator, but if there's no industry that is commissioning the work from our creatives, then regulating the role of AI in that industry is not going to solve the more fundamental problem.
Well, yes. We could talk about Australian content and some of those other critical elements to ensure an Australian voice is there. But we had the panel from the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, and they made it clear that there's a whole series of creatives out there who are already seeing their quite modest income being stolen by AI. Voice actors who are hearing them, who have got halfway through a series, had their contract terminated, and then had AI complete the series with their voice. Journalists who are having their product already stolen and replicated and used to replace them. I mean, this isn't a second-order threat, really, for many of them. They were saying it was their livelihood now.
I think that I think the fear makes sense. I think the anxiety makes sense. I think
losing a contract, which is what we heard, losing a contract midway, your voice contract midway, because you'd been replaced by an AI who had stolen your voice.
Sure,
but that was pretty much now.
Yeah, and there would be solutions to that. There could be licensing arrangements, right, that could be enforced through copyright legislation, copyright law, that would allow, talking about the precedents that I flagged earlier, that would allow a element of consent and compensation to function in that space. So, right, so if that oversight falls to an independent regulator, absolutely. That makes total sense. Do you
think you should be able to consent to completely hand over critical attributes about your person, being your voice, your image, perhaps if you're a dancer, the way you move? Should you be able to just consent to permanently handing that over to a corporate player?
As opposed to not consenting? Or just, are you questioning the fundamental logic of the question?
Well, no, I'm asking you from a system base, should you be able to consent to fully hand over those rights? I mean, in moral rights, for example, critical moral rights about artworks and, works of literature, we don't permit them to be permanently estranged.
Look, it's an interesting question. I don't know if I'll have to take it on notice. I don't have a direct response. I think if the options are between consent or no consent, I would be supportive of consent.
Any plank in a shipwreck, I agree with you, any plank in a shipwreck, but assuming you're not in a shipwreck and we're designing a good system, consent's better than no consent, but should there be certain personal attributes that you can't permanently estrange yourself from and sell?
I mean, yeah. I think if that is in the realm of possibilities, that would be a progressive approach to the circumstances.
Professor Blackham?
I am certainly quite wary of the idea of consent and the extent to which disparities of power might really undermine the quality of consent in many relationships. So my thinking is often about employment, the extent to which an employee can meaningfully consent to many of these things given the threat of dismissal or performance management in the employment relationship. So in terms of employee surveillance, for example, we would say that consent is not a good grounds on which to determine if something is legitimate or illegitimate, because that consent cannot be meaningful. And those same reasonings might apply in the creative industries, for example, when there are significant disparities of power between the players. We might be needing to look at bright lines where we say this is actually beyond what you can consent to. And actually we're going to place limits on the degree to which you can contract to sign away these rights.
Well, I mean, I'm just reflecting on my own personal experiences, sitting down when you do interviews with some media outlets, maybe for documentaries, you might do a long-form radio interview. Quite often you sign a consent which grants permission for that entity to use the images and the material gathered for pretty much an unlimited purpose. At the time that those consents have been signed in the past, most people weren't thinking that they might be used to capture that material for a deep fake. Should we be urgently, putting a stop to that and perhaps, one of the things urgently preventing retrospective consents for being used in this new AI environment? Professor Blackham?
It's very unlikely that in the past, for example, these consents envisaged the sort of technologies and the sort of uses that we're seeing now. So particularly where it wasn't in the anticipation of the parties that it would be used in that way, there's a good argument that consent should not be seen as encompassing that. If there is ambiguity in terms of contract law, then that's where regulation or legislation could step in.
Well, I mean, often it's not ambiguous. Often it's a complete wholesale signing away of all the rights in relation to the material produced. It's often not ambiguous. It's just no one thought it would be used for this purpose.
In which case, that's where regulation might step in to say, actually, retrospective consent to these sorts of uses is not acceptable. That's a bright line we're not willing to take.
Professor Thomas, just quickly going back to automated decision-making, there are obvious benefits to automated decision-making if it's done well. If the parameters are clearly defined, minimise bias, you can have decisions made with a high degree of accuracy at scale and rapidly. Do you recognise there are those potential benefits, particularly, say, granting, well, I'll give you an example, emergency relief following a flood or a bushfire? Setting that system up. Yep.
Yes, of course, absolutely. And I mean, I think they're very significant. This is actually one of the reasons why I mentioned that, the uses of these technologies in responses to disasters and for humanitarian purposes. We do think that there are very significant potential benefits, and that some of these are already being used and developed by the Red Cross and other organisations.
Can you point to anyone who's doing it well, with transparency and a degree of integrity testing?
I think there's a lot of work happening in this area. I'd be happy to provide you with some of the work that we've seen with this, but it clearly, these are difficult areas. So, for example, in relation to the humanitarian responses, people are using facial recognition systems very carefully in order to help identify people in circumstances where they don't have the usual kinds of proofs of identity that are required to establish who they are and what they might be entitled to. So this sort of work is just one example of where it can be done carefully and well for limited purposes. And with a lot of guardrails around it.
Follow-up question, David.
But currently there are no guardrails. And if you provide your biometric data to the Red Cross, say, you're just dependent upon the goodwill of the Red Cross not to abuse that biometric data, not to commercialise that biometric data, not to provide it to a data broker. There are literally no rules at the moment protecting our biometric data.
I don't think I'm arguing, or the Red Cross would argue, against regulatory frameworks in this area.
Well, I'm not suggesting you are, but what I'm saying to you is the fact that there are entities using our biometric data for good is one part of this discussion. But the fact that Bunnings or Coles or my workplace might also be using biometric data and may have very distinct commercial or other interests that have no regard to mine or anyone else's privacy. That's also part of the landscape at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Which is, I think, why we do need regulation in this space.
Just on that question, I've just got one question. And to the three of you, this question of regulation, we've got it's been raised earlier today and raised in a question with previous witnesses regarding the use of mechanisms for consultation, potential stop orders where there's danger or where there's risk, but also improvement notices about the use of AI. And this, I'm using the word AI, but I think we should probably, in this circumstance, talk about technology. AI as part of that, the stack, the technology stack. The area of the Fair Work Commission, which now has obviously reach over gig employees or gig workers, employee-like, and employees. And certainly about some additional protections for whistleblowers, to go to the question of transparency within systems that are being made. So, and looking particularly through the employment area or engagement of the workforce. I'm just sort of mindful. I put this proposition to you: if there was an ambition to use the Fair Work Commission to use gig type work in conjunction with each other. No lawyer, but my interpretation would be that if the decision was made on regulatory requirements, which would go to a number of the issues we've been raising now and earlier today, that there is a capacity to, if there's an ongoing breach, if a conciliation or conciliated arrangement came up and was agreed to, or alternatively a conciliated arrangement that wasn't reached and then arbitrated, that any further on usage of voice, for example, or images, for example, if that ran foul of the Fair Work Commission decision, then that would be a breach now for the future. So it would it'd take out the retrospectivity, but it would actually still affect the fact that the breach was ongoing from a retrospective act. So if the voice was stolen last year, legislation, the effective order came in 12 months, 2 years' time, that yes, that intervening period, it may not be captured, but certainly the future period of that person's voice was being used would be captured. I just want to sort of just put that to, not as a solution, but as a proposition, and what your thoughts are on that. Maybe Professor Stanson will start with you, if that's okay.
Sure. So the question is whether or not
question goes to, is this a potential solution, and what are some of the what are some of the benefits or detriments of that taking those steps?
I think it has the potential to put some guardrails on the scenario that you describe. I think then it would just be a matter of supporting the individuals and enabling them to bring those concerns to the Commission so that those decisions could be made, and then they could be enforced should the behaviours or the practices continue after that decision. Absolutely.
Professor Blackham, would you like to make a comment about that?
I think it would be important to also redress any harm or loss that has occurred in that intervening period. So not just about what's going forward, but also past loss. One of the concerns, though, is that this is much bigger than just gig work. So yes, the Fair Work Commission's new powers can relate to the gig economy, but this is affecting employment across the board. And so this is a much bigger remit potentially. I think too, for agencies like the Fair Work Commission, it would be very helpful to have some bright lines or guidance set down in statute about what is acceptable, what is unacceptable, where we're willing to draw the line, because it's very difficult for employers, for employees to know where they stand without clear guidance about what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. Maybe that's about prohibiting, decisions that have no final human decision maker where it affects people's rights and interests. Maybe it's about ensuring there is no discrimination, for example. But I think we do need to be thinking about the substantive limits that are acceptable and that are unacceptable.
And Professor Thomas?
Look, I would agree with Professor Blackham's comments there and those of Professor Sansom. I've got nothing further to add on that.
Good, thank you. Look, I'd like to thank the three of you for joining us today. It's been a great deal of assistance to the committee, and your evidence will help us in our deliberations for our final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, the committee is requesting that you return the answers by the 6th of August 2024, and have a very good afternoon.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a big room, isn't it, Professor?
All by my own thing. And Claire.
All for you. Those are like. Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Professor Julian Thomas. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
Who have we got now? How much of a break do you want? 5 minutes?
Now?
Yeah.
I might just roll into it.
Yeah.
Haven't we only just come back?
We only
Are we
just
on
have come
time?
back. Here we are.
Oh, if we're on time, we can.
We're on time.
So what we're meant to have
We did have a break schedule.
2:45 to 3.
Why don't we have a break?
Why don't we do 5 minutes?
Sorry?
Do we start
Just a
back at
5 minute
3?
break. Yeah,
Yes.
5 minutes. We'll just suspend for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I now welcome representatives from the Law Council of Australia, and thank you for taking the time to speak to the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
One of these.
Dr. Horton, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Fabian Horton, I appear in the capacity of Chair of the Futures Committee of the Law Council of Australia.
Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Angus Lang, representing the Intellectual Property Committee of the Law Council.
Professor Leonard.
Good day, Chair. I appear on behalf of the Media and Communications Committee of the Law Council of Australia.
Thank you. Ms. Ganolowski.
Ganopolsky. Yes, hello, Chair. Olga Ganopolsky, and I appear as the Chair of the Privacy Committee. Apologies, I'll be appearing so-called by video, not by video, but by telephone. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And Mr. Farrell.
Thanks, Chair. John Farrell, Executive Policy Lawyer at the Law Council of Australia.
Would you like, I'd just invite you now to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I've been asked to read the opening statement. This is the opening statement of the Senate Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence, the Law Council of Australia. The Law Council of Australia welcomes the opportunity to appear before this committee as part of its inquiry into the opportunities and impacts for Australia arising out of the uptake of AI technologies in Australia.
Mr. Horton, sorry, I didn't want to break your stride, but I thought I could get in early. We could take the statement and have it as read, but you could highlight particular points that, I know the whole statement's what you want to emphasise, but there may be some particular points that you want to draw to our attention before we start the questioning.
Certainly. In particular, I believe that drawing focus to some of the key elements of our submission would be of assistance, and a couple of other statements relating to those key elements. In that, the Law Council does consider that Australia's regulatory framework should be based on the following elements: an initial focus on regulation of high-risk AI technologies and applications. This might include enhanced regulation of the collection of biometrics information, such as automated facial recognition technology, scoring practices, social scoring practices, and the options to reduce the risk of people being misled by AI fakes and scams. Second element, a strengthening of and a precautionary approach to AI regulation, where there is evidence that existing laws and regulations are insufficient to address the issues and harms arising. Third, the expansion of current legislation, and where necessary, new targeted legislation, rather than seeking an to explicitly regulate AI via a comprehensive AI Act. An emphasis on flexibility, scalability, and technological neutrality to allow for sufficient innovation while maintaining appropriate guardrails. Comprehensive regulatory reform to ensure that the use of AI and automated decision-making, including by the Australian Government, is transparent, capable of review, and consistent with administrative law principles. And finally, coherence with Australia's and other regulatory regimes, and, to the extent possible, consistency and interoperability with other frameworks that have been developed globally. I believe that there are two issues that we would also like to highlight: that our framework should be underpinned by ethical principles and standards that are applicable across the AI lifecycle, from design, training and testing to the provision of services and products by the end user. Such principles include the focus on transparency, including signalling when and how AI is to be used; accountability, ensuring that these systems in place to oversee design, development, deployment and operation of the technologies; and contestability, the ability to fairly challenge a decision made by AI. In addition, we would like to note that in seeking to achieve these goals and making Australia a leader in AI, and at the same time protecting against the risks of AI, the Law Council acknowledges that there's complexities that governments face, and due to these complexities and the long-term existential risks, ongoing dialogue between regulators, AI creators and society is going to be required as this technology evolves. We know that this inquiry has already heard from a wide range of interests, and we have recommended the establishment of a dedicated AI task force to ensure that this sustained engagement and oversight continues. We encourage the continued dialogue with an even broader section of the community and experts such as sociologists, anthropologists, artists and even philosophers. Such diverse perspectives are crucial for developing a comprehensive understanding of both the opportunities and the AI risks. In our briefings, we noted that you've heard from a large number of people in this area, and they have a wide range of representatives with knowledge and expertise in a number of area of laws. We are happy to take questions. However, if there's something that requires further consideration or an issue that we have not yet looked into, we will be happy to take those questions on notice. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good. Thank you, Mr Horton. Senator Shoebridge.
Look, thank you all for the really detailed submission, but I might start with one aspect that this panel is uniquely identified to answer, which is it lawful in Australia for an artificial intelligence platform to provide legal advice? Is it lawful in New South Wales for an artificial intelligence platform to provide legal advice? Simple legal question.
With what would probably be a complex legal answer, because that's what we do. But your question seems to have some inherent definitions which probably need to be explored. We do draw a very distinct difference between legal advice and legal information, and what you would consider as give advice.
Well, let's. Why don't we just make it very simple? Put a scenario to you. Somebody runs a business in New South Wales of providing AI decision making, maybe a platform, maybe a web-based server, and someone pops into it. My landlord has done X, Y, and Z. Here's a copy of the lease that I'm uploading. The landlord has now said they're going to, give me notice and are evicting me. Is this eviction lawful? What are my rights? And then it spits out an answer. Is it lawful to operate that business in New South Wales using an AI platform?
I can say from a Victorian perspective.
Say Victoria.
Technically, there would be nothing wrong with that. Whether it would be regarded as legal advice would be determined on a number of situations, particularly if that was provided by a lawyer. And if it was provided by a lawyer, then you would be considered to be probably giving legal advice. Does that make it legal? Well, in some circumstances, yes. There's no distinct prohibition to obtaining information in that case, but you have definitely issues in relation to professional negligence and insurance.
Well, Mr. Leonard, let's assume it's not provided by a lawyer. Let's presume it's provided by Dodgy Brothers landlord advice services, and it's spat out the advice for dodgy, branded by Dodgy Brothers landlord advice services. Is that lawful in Australia?
Senator, if perhaps I could have a go at that, Peter Leonard. I think you touch on a really important point which underlies this committee's role, which is you're looking at AI, but what is really relevant is what humans are doing with AI, and AI is what AI does. So usually AI today is part of a decision-making process or decision chain where it may or may not be reliable for the reliance that a human places upon it. So to answer your question more directly, the relevant question is there a lawyer in the chain that is making a decision which may or may not be influenced by AI, and the requirement to practice law is a requirement imposed on humans, and those humans should be exercising discretion appropriately to give reliable and accurate legal advice, whether it's influenced or assisted by AI or not.
Indeed, but if you have a large language model that's primarily scraped the Californian legal system to deal with tenants and landlords, it may not be providing accurate advice for somebody in Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland. But if there's no transparency, if we're just getting a black box decision making process, how do we protect consumers in that situation?
Well, I would hope that we would not be licensing AI to practice as lawyers. Today we license humans to practice as lawyers and expect them to bring professional competence to all decisions they make. And if they are sufficiently incompetent that they rely upon a large language model trained on Californian law, I would expect that they might find themselves before a disciplinary tribunal pretty quickly.
Yeah, but if there's no lawyer in the loop and the advice has been provided and relied upon, who's the appropriate defendant? Is it the entity that provided access to the large language model? Is it the large language model itself? Could that be a legal defendant? Are there remedies and rights? You know, who's making the decision in that point? Who do we hold accountable in those situations?
Senator, this is not actually a particularly new problem. The problem does exist online with operators who say that they will do things in the legal sphere when they're not licensed to do so. So finding the entity, whether it be a business or a person at the end, would be the answer to that, and whoever provided that may be subject to the regulatory requirements of unpracticed, unlicensed legal practice. And we do see that that does occur online, but the likelihood of that being prosecuted becomes quite difficult. So the issue is that, yes, that is a problem, but there are mechanisms that I think are quite easily followed to deal with that problem.
Well, I'm glad you have that level of comfort, Mr. Horton. I don't know if I do, sitting here, but could I ask you about your collective views on what we can do to legislate for transparency? Do we look to the regulation in Europe in particular, which is often pointed to as our current global best practice for transparency, particularly on data and data protections? Do we look to Canada, or do we just put our hands up and say it's all too hard?
If I could perhaps comment, I think you have to start by asking what you're seeking to achieve by transparency and the best way to then achieve it. And generally, transparency is for one of two reasons. Firstly, to enable individuals that might be relying upon a system to know whether the system is reliable for the reliance that they'll place upon it. And secondly, to enable regulators to form a view as to whether what is being proposed is safe, responsible, reliable, in accordance with, amongst other things, Australian consumer law. So I think transparency is very useful, but for the latter, that we need to have some caution that most individuals are not competent and will not be competent for the foreseeable future to form a view as to whether a system is reliable. So transparency should not be a substitute for laws that require suppliers and deployers of AI systems to ensure that the label on the can reflects what is inside the can. So that's a long way of saying that transparency is an essential part of ensuring that, amongst other things, we can apply consumer law and other product safety standards to AI, but it shouldn't be an excuse that suppliers might use for putting unsafe, unreliable products into the market.
Well, I mean, one of the key benefits of transparency, and I agree with you, it's not the beginning and the end of the regulation in the space, but transparency allows the testing of these large language models and AI against things like anti-discrimination requirements, competition laws, consumer laws. It allows them to be tested, doesn't it, Mr. Leonard?
Yes, it does. And I'm certainly, and I think the Law Society is a strong advocate for appropriate disclosures for large language models, including publication of model cards and user guides that provide the guidance that users, deployers need to work out whether a product is appropriate for the use that they will be using it for.
No, we've had multiple submissions from entities like the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, Human Rights Watch, Human Rights Law Centre, just from today. But if you read through the submissions, there are dozens that say that if the Commonwealth's going to act, it should act from a rights-based perspective. Rights about privacy, rights about identity, rights about data. Do you agree that a rights-based approach is an important, perhaps even a core element of regulation in the space?
So I think rights are important, but the most fundamental right that I should have is a right not to be harmed. And so I think that a key aspect of this is whether AI is safe and responsible to supply or deploy or use in a particular way, and whether the AI might infringe a right is a relevant consideration, but it shouldn't be the sole consideration. And a classic example is where AI enables a decision to be made to refuse me access to a particular product or service, or charge me more for a particular product or service, or in a way that might cause me psychological distress. They are all instances of harm that can arise from AI or indeed broader uses of data analytics, algorithms. And the first way to address those sorts of issues is, as is currently proposed for the privacy reforms, to have a positive obligation that the uses of data or the system are fair and responsible. So fair and reasonable, rather. So I think that rights are important, and we need the rights to be properly reflected in the assessment of AI and its reliability, but we need also a broader assessment of whether the AI is being deployed in a way that may cause either individual harm or societal harms.
But that very concept of being able to hold entities to account for their use of data, their storage of data, being fair and reasonable, if that's going to be a meaningful constraint, then surely there needs to be a remedy attached to it, some kind of penalty or remedy attached to it. If an entity doesn't use data, store data, engage with somebody's privacy in a way that's fair and reasonable, surely there needs to be a remedy attached to it, doesn't there?
The proposed revisions to the Privacy Act, coupled with the very large penalties and availability of rights of action, including a direct right of action. So my answer is yes.
Yeah, and indeed, given the very limited resources we see to the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, whose resources are largely exhausted by just taking on one or two privacy actions, that individual rights element in any privacy reform is kind of fundamental, isn't it?
So I'll hand over to my colleague Olga Ganopolsky from the Privacy Committee.
I'm happy to address that. Thank you. This is a matter under consideration as part of a very extensive and long-standing review of the Privacy Act. The point I think that worth bearing in mind for the purposes of this discussion as it relates to artificial intelligence is that a rights-based approach is very, very heavily considered in the privacy legislative framework. It is not an absolute right, and it is balanced with other rights and obligations. So to the extent that we will shortly see a proposed draft legislation, we will see that balance play out and have further opportunity to comment on it. I think at this point in time, it is important to reiterate that the obligations attached to entities, rights attached to individuals, and the system works by administering those rights. And yes, as has been rightly pointed out, the proposals do include a direct cause of action that's been agreed in principle. So we'll wait to see what the reforms finally formulate as to how that consultation will land.
Well, I'm not asking you to pass judgment on a yet non-tabled privacy reform. I'm asking you, as the peak body for Australian lawyers, if you support a right of action for privacy breaches as a key element in responding to some of the challenges from artificial intelligence. I'm not asking you to pass judgment on an as yet untabled bill.
I appreciate that, Deputy Chair. The Law Council has been clear that in principle it supports the right, subject to appropriately qualified thresholds and materiality issues. And I think that's where the detail will be very, very important, as you note.
Yeah. A number of submissions have said that Australia is well behind globally in regulating in the space. They point to both Canada and the European Union as examples of somewhat comparable jurisdictions which have gone far further, far more rapidly than Australia, and done it in a way that it has a rights-based framework to it. One of the recommendations that may come from this committee, and subject to further review of evidence and obviously the discussion amongst the committee, is to rapidly at least get to that level and do a lift and shift, say, from Europe or a lift and shift from Canada. Does the Law Council have any views about that?
Mr. Horton, do you want to have a go?
I think that you can definitely obtain a lot of benefit from reviewing, though I would other jurisdictions. Though I would be cautious that on two fronts. Firstly, that they do have different approaches to how they see certain things in the privacy realm being articulated. And I think definitely if we're looking at how that's dealing with AI, it's a very new area. And so if we're too quick on that, we probably start to lose out on some of the opportunities that we have here to look more deeply into the issues.
Mr. Horton, there is no danger of us being too quick. Rest assured, there is no danger of that. That is not the problem we're facing.
I don't. Well, I can see your point.
Yeah.
And that probably takes us to the second one of us being able to rely on our experts that we have here. But yes, as you said, probably no danger in us being too quick on it.
Well, I mean, sorry, I'll ask you maybe just to reflect on this, Ms. Lynn. The advantage of adopting something very similar to the European Union is that there's a huge amount of learning and understanding about how to be compliant with the European Union. Australian operators, global operators understand those rules, and it can be adopted at a relatively low regulatory cost and also provide significant benefits. That's one of the reasons to look to Europe, for example. Mr. Leonard?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the EU AI Act for a number of reasons. One, a substantial part of its development happened before the arrival of large language models, and its treatment of large language models feels very much like an appendix I'm going to mix a metaphor on a pumpkin. And it is also the kind of legislation that reflects 27, 28 countries trying to find consensus. I am a bigger fan of the Canadian AI bill, and I would note that it is a bill, not an act, and it's been sitting in the Canadian Parliament now for at least 12 months. So I don't think you can hold out Canada as being ahead of the pack in this area. But the reason it is interesting is that that bill reflects the principles that the Law Council is promoting, namely the concept of firstly, being very focused on rights and risks of harms. Secondly, imposing a positive obligation on deployers of AI systems to be reasonable as to those deployments. And thirdly, requiring them to undertake proper AI risk assessment in relation to their AI deployments. But again, the problem is that bill was actually into the Canadian Parliament before large language models arrived on the scene, so it's not large language model ready.
Well, I think perhaps I didn't articulate my view, my question about Europe as clearly as I should. That the core regulatory framework that people point to is the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is regulating the kind of raw material for AI, the raw material for large language models. That's the lift and shift that people have been pointing to.
I'm happy to address that.
Thanks.
As part of this privacy conversation.
Yeah, indeed.
I think, thank you very much. I think the view that's been consistently expressed is kind of twofold. Firstly, the EU AI Act is a creature of consumer protection law in the EU. And as you rightly point out, the GDPR is a creature of protection of fundamental human right to privacy, which the Europeans have a long-standing jurisprudence on and practice on. The lift and shift straight from GDPR would not work in the current legal environment in our regulatory model as well as our federal structure. So we have to look at specific harms and specific issues and borrow where those lessons stand and apply and can be transported into our legal system, but not in its entirety. There's such fundamental differences. So, for example, the government response already calls out the automated decision-making rights, which would be quite relevant to AI, but equally they are not analogous concepts. And so from a legal perspective, they demand scrutiny and attention, but equally, as you say, there are policy lessons to be learned.
Yes, I mean, I suppose there's a problem with asking questions to lawyers. I probably should have said mutatis mutandis, with the necessary changes made. But the core framework of the GDPR for privacy and data protections is pointed to by most people as, for the moment, a gold standard of data protection and privacy protection. And if we're going to significantly reform our privacy laws, making it as consistent with that seems to me to be a not unreasonable goal.
Exactly. It is a high watermark jurisdiction, and that's been well understood and accepted, yes.
All right. Good, thank you. Senator Davenant, thanks.
We heard just a little while ago from some others to this inquiry on some commentary on the New South Wales Ombudsman's work. You've talked about this in your submission. This is the use of AI into automated decision-making by public sector agencies. And I wondered if you could talk to us the focus of your work and what safeguards you think should be in place when decision makers use AI. I'm not sure who that should be directed to.
Well, I'll have a go. I sat on the AI review committee of the New South Wales government, which applied an AI assessment framework, and it was designed to ensure that all government agencies applied risk assessment to higher risk deployments of AI. Then separately, there was the activity to which you point of, amongst others, the New South Wales Ombudsman reviewing how automated decision-making was used in New South Wales government and producing an excellent report and commissioning another report, in fact, from the preceding body, actually, the, what are they called, the ADM Institute. I think that there is a gap in existing administrative law principles and that needs to be filled to ensure that administrative decision makers think carefully about when it is appropriate to incorporate algorithmic decision making into decision-making processes, and there is a need for a significant uplift in capabilities of administrative agencies to evaluate the extent to which they are using automated systems. And one useful aspect of that is to require, for example, that automated systems are demonstrably at least as reliable as humans in making decisions for which they will be relied upon, and ensuring that the humans in the loop have the right skills to evaluate the reliability of the algorithms or AI on which they depend. And so they're not just any human in the loop, but they are humans that understand the limitations of automated outputs of automation presented to them to guide their decisions. So I think the New South Wales work is an excellent guide to what might be done at the federal level, and there is a gap at the moment, and of course not all of the recommendations of the Robodebt inquiry have been implemented to date.
Thanks. Just switching to an article that was in the Financial Review about a trial being conducted by law firm Ashurst using generative AI to complete everyday legal tasks, a bit different to Senator Shubig's questions around, I think, legal advice. But I think the studies showed time savings of 80% on reviewing articles of association, 60% on company research reports, and 45% on creating client briefings. So I think it's sort of a relevant extension to Senator Shoebridge's earlier questions. So I presume you're aware of this trial. Wondered if you had some comments about how this aligns with the general views within the legal profession towards productivity gains of using AI.
Fabian, I think that's one for you.
Yes, the advancement in legal technologies is pretty much the same across any industry, but maybe even more so for the legal industry in that we are information brokers at the very basic of it, and the ability to input, analyse and strategise with the information that we have to hand, and the more that we can do, the lawyers can do, obviously the better. The risks obviously are obvious. The inability to literally go back and redo the work. We've seen already that there are issues in relation to what we would probably describe as supervision issues, such as the treating of AI as we would probably say in the profession as a competent, very early career lawyer, just a lot faster. And I think probably the main difficulty that the legal profession faces, and not unlike others, is the perception misstep that comes about with seeing amazing technology doing amazing things, but unfortunately sometimes very confidently incorrect. And how the legal profession deals with that sort of thing is unfortunately going to take some time. It is going to be hit and miss. The law societies, the regulators and the insurers are obviously very concerned about this. Where does the liability stop? To what extent do we have consumer protections? In the end, we've talked previously about placing the lawyer in the loop. The lawyer will still be in the loop on this, but there is definitely a training and there is definitely an awareness campaign from whichever part of society to assist lawyers in understanding that those risks are not only part and parcel of the process, but sit actually within the technology. And I think that as most of us, we look at the technology and we are comfortable to a certain extent. I won't say comfortable, but I'll say we are sometimes ignorant as to those issues, and we refer to the experts on them. That's problematic in itself.
Maybe just one more question about something that came up earlier as well around copyright. So a number of organisations that have given evidence have raised concerns about the impact of AI on copyright, both in terms of models being trained on copyrighted data without consent or remuneration, and then as a result of that training, replacing the very people whose copyrighted content was stolen. Do you have a view on that issue and how that can be dealt with?
Perhaps Fiona to give that on. Yes, it's an issue which as you foreshadowed, does have a number of variants to it. So there might be a scenario in which a large language model is trained on a large corpus of text, and what it produces is a text unlike any of those. That is, it's doing something somewhat akin to a person reading that text and then producing a work having read them, but what might be called a highly transformative work. And then there are other kinds of case, the other end of the spectrum, perhaps touched upon earlier, where what the AI is doing, what it is outputting might be more directly said to be something like stealing. That is, it is producing a voice stolen from a particular individual. Now, it may not be the case that you want to treat all of those scenarios in the same way, and so what one needs to bear in mind if you're thinking about the topic of how copyright works to be treated in the AI value chain is to consider the AI value chain as a whole, get some data on its use in Australia. What are the impediments to its use in Australia? What are the effects of its use on the creative industries and other industries in Australia? And work out from a positive, from a policy perspective, a whole of system solution. Various solutions have been proposed in academic literature and elsewhere that range from a free-for-all type approach at the training stage, followed by an obligation for compensation at the commercialisation stage, to compulsory licences, to voluntary licences. But all of those options need to be considered from a perspective of balancing the various interests involved in those industries. So it's not an easy task. It has many stakeholders and will require some balance and a holistic approach.
That's all from me, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, David.
No, I think I'd covered my ground earlier, Chair.
Just one question. I think it was touched on a little bit earlier, but just a little bit of clarity for me. Maybe want to take it a step further. Just on the question of potentiality of class action and the capacity to actually take class action. Do you think that's an important aspect for what might be false or improper information that's given by, and I'm going to talk about technology, including AI, and utility of being able to actually identify the parties of various responsibilities. Dr. Horton, have you got a view on that?
Welcome to the new world. That's the view. That is why we're here, working on that, where in that chain that this lies. I think that we already have a very good understanding of particular professions and particular areas in which this type of actions can take place, but understanding or making a determination of where the responsibility ultimately lies is I think, the reason why we're here. That's very general from me.
Would anybody else like to jump in?
Yeah, look, I think it's particularly difficult to apply class action scenarios to AI because of the variety of skills of people that are evaluating or using AI. And, you know, the classic example is where, for example, a medico might use ChatGPT to write up clinical notes at the end of a round in the hospital. And you might say, well, that's a high-risk application. It would be dreadful if the medico relied upon a so-called hallucination in writing up a clinical note of a patient. And I'd say, yes, that would be dreadful, but let's consider the skills of that particular individual and their professional responsibilities and the likelihood that they will make a proper evaluation of the use of the technology in that way. So you then go to a class action scenario and it gets very difficult, doesn't it? Because you can have a broad range of individuals using a particular large language model for a myriad of tasks, an almost impossible to define range of tasks. and the potential for class actions that have people that really don't comfortably form a readily definable and ascertained class for a supplier of a product putting that product into the market. So I do think that this area is particularly problematic when applied to large language models, and I'd contrast that to single-purpose AI systems where a supplier of the system ought reasonably anticipate the people that might use those systems and the applications that they would use them for. So I think it is a complex question and particularly difficult with multi-purpose technologies such as large language models.
Let's just make it a little bit more complex then. In the circumstance that Senator Shoebridge was raising before, where somebody received advice, in the case of a rental dispute, they go to technology, they go to a site, gives them advice. Multiple other people get the same advice. There's a pattern of behaviour that's occurring across the market. There may not have been any financial gain, but you could argue I'm not arguing the legality of it. I'm arguing more some ethical questions, and that is that if you're publishing even online disinformation and misinformation that's having a detrimental effect across communities, should there be capacity for action against some individual, groups of individuals? Has the Law Council turned their mind to that concept?
Perhaps jumping in there, and returning to the jumping point of the potential class action, which is a mechanism for dealing with what might be a substantial harm seen from a social point of view, but from an individual point of view, there might be lots of small harms aggregated, and so the class action provides a mechanism for trying to deal with that, but runs into the sorts of difficulties that Peter Bennett has mentioned. And so another important aspect of regulation is, of course, the ex ante aspect, or we might say pre-market aspect, where what you might hope to do is, but before those harms are created, you provide obligations on particular members of the value chain to, by way of mandatory guardrails, to limit the risk of those harms occurring, and then the well-known issues arise of on which members of the value chain do you impose the various guardrails, just as Peter mentioned. So in the case of a large language model, which could be used for any purpose, there might be particular aspects of the guardrails that would apply to the design of that system, but then other aspects that would apply to someone who's deploying that for a specific purpose, like providing quack legal advice.
That's sort of helped. but thanks. Look, I want to thank you all very much for coming and joining us, because it'll be a great deal of assistance to the committee on the answers you've given us so far. And if you have any other matters, then we do welcome further comment from all of you in a written form. If you take any questions on notice, if you could respond to those questions on notice by the 6th of August, that would be of assistance to the committee. And have a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll just let you know, Chair, the broadcasting, you're going to jack up the volume for script audiences because one of them's hard of hearing. I think they're also going to put some text up on the screen.
That's great, thank you. Got to now invite the Australian Writers Guild and the Australian Association of Voice Actors to the table.
Great.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Writers Guild and the Australian Association of Voice Actors. And thank you for taking time to speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Claire Pullen. I'm the Group CEO of the Australian Writers Guild and the Australian Writers Guild Authorship Collecting Society.
Thanks.
I am Simon Kennedy. I'm the President of the Australian Association of Voice Actors.
I'm Teresa Lim. I'm Vice President of the Australian Association of Voice Actors.
I'm Leslie Chambers and I'm the Industry Liaison for the Australian Association of Voice Actors.
Good, thank you all. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Maybe Ms Pullen, if you might go first.
Thank you, Chair. Wadamoy Senators. I won't repeat too much of the Who We Are section of our submission, but I do want to draw particular attention to my role as the head of our collecting society. The reason for doing this is ORGACs collect and distribute millions of dollars each year in screen royalties to Australian and New Zealand screenwriters. Anytime someone anywhere in the world watches Lord of the Rings or McLeod's Daughters or Happy Feet, we make sure that creator is paid. AI is a direct threat to that income to our members. A few matters I want to flag for you in no particular order. Throughout this afternoon, I'll be referring to artificial intelligence, but I want to be clear that I'm not talking about intelligence. What we are referring to is algorithmic decision mimicry, where the quality of the mimicry is determined by how closely it resembles a human decision as it would be made by a creative worker who has honed their craft over a lifetime of practice. Similarly, when we say training, what we are referring to in many cases is the theft of someone's intellectual property. In proceedings in the USA, there have been concessions from AI companies and disclosures that these models rely on and indeed only work if they are able to take copyrighted works of artists without consent or remuneration or moral rights. Senators should be aware that this infringement is happening here to Australians, including my members. Anytime an AI company or proponent of AI talks about the benefits of LLMs, large language models, it is critical for you to know that those models rely on infringing Australian intellectual property. We have already confirmed a number of my members have had their work stolen, including some of Australia's defining works. This infringement potentially exposes government to secondary liability through the various screen funding initiatives run by federal and state and territory governments. Creators also have moral rights which are inalienable, rights that connect the creator to their work and to being paid. AI infringes all of these. The EU's risk hierarchy for AI includes employment and worker risk in the high risk category. AI is a threat to the ongoing viability of work in our industry. And this is reflected in how bitterly fought the use of AI was by our sister guild, the Writers Guild of America, in their recent strike. Perhaps the most important issue in the Australian context is that generative AI platforms present a particular offence to First Nations cultural assets and community custodianship models of story. These are the oldest continuing stories in existence. We cannot allow them to be taken and chopped up and reprocessed by foreign companies. In our view, an AI framework must include consent, credit and compensation, and needs to include specific provisions on the ingesting of First Nations content. The committee's terms of reference refer to opportunities flowing from AI development. We welcome these where they exist, but it is worth noting AI covers an economy-wide range of applications. In the creative industries, AI is a solution in search of a problem. Some parts of the AI industry can point to concrete gains, while those intruding into our sector are reduced to, in the immortal words of an Australian screenplay, it's the vibe. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing. In 1839, Longfellow, the American poet, wrote, "The human voice is the organ of the soul." Our voice is part of our identity, and the impact that generative AI is having on the human voice in both life and work cannot be understated. The idea that Australian citizens would need lawful protections over their own voice, image or likeness would have seemed completely unnecessary in 1839, but thanks to generative AI, realistic digital clones of people saying things they didn't consent to saying is now a reality for thousands of Australian voice actors, and this technology is eroding our already minimal power in the chain of media production. Right now, major networks, audiobook publishers, animation, film and TV productions are dangling the work that we need to pay rent, feed our families and prepare for our retirement as bait to coerce us into giving consent for them to create our digital replacements. And we are trying to resist, but the pushback is constant and at times aggressive. They're using contracts that predate generative AI technology as assumed permission to train language models and create digital voice clones, and there's nothing in place to prevent it. Then there are those who simply trawl the internet for a voice they like, they clone it, and then they make it say whatever they want without asking for permission. This is why transparency of training data is absolutely essential. And let's not let AI companies tell us that it's not possible. It's possible, but for them it's just not desirable because of what we might find. The general public also deserves to know if the voice talking to them is real. Is it a human? So labelling is essential. Social media giants have proven that self-regulation does not lead to ethical practice, and we are finding the same is true of AI developers right now. The great Victor Hugo, who wrote Les Miserables, once wrote, "There is nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come." And Ava believes that the time has come for legislative guardrails for AI that address consent, transparency, labelling, and a moral right over identity that can never be transferred, only licensed, to protect our industry and, quite frankly, all Australians. And my colleagues and I are very happy to answer your questions today.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, and thanks to both organisations for your submissions. I might go to Ms. Pullen first. I've asked a few questions about copyright of a few of the submitters today, so I just follow this with you as well. Do you have specific proposals for how the government can require greater transparency on data that goes into these models, particularly where copyright data is used?
I don't have...
Copyrighted, I should say.
Look, I think establishing an obligation for the platforms that operate in Australia to make their so-called training data discoverable at a minimum would be really helpful. So I'll have more to say, and perhaps I'll say some of it now, about the cost of litigation. Copyright is not known to be a cheap jurisdiction, and certainly we can't afford to sue Microsoft. I just want to be really clear about that. So we need a framework in place that allows us to discover if our members' work has been infringed in the first place, whether that's through a process where there's confidential disclosures, what might flow from that, all the other sorts of things, but you have to have the transparency to start with, because at the moment there are two answers you get back if you try and engage with AI companies around this. The first one is a simple, we haven't done it, right? That's the first thing you will hear back. And then the second one is, well, even if we have, what does it matter? Right? And we can't do anything about it because the cake's already been baked. We can't take the eggs out to give them back to you. And I would urge that regardless of where we land, and amending the Copyright Act has never been simple, but regardless of what framework we put it in, we have to start from the position that we have to fix the problem that's already happened as well as develop a framework for going forward, because those are the two issues. If we simply land on, say, a licensing, transparency, consent regime for going forward, it still doesn't address the fact that those works are gone and our members have had those works infringed.
Thank you. And so would you also, so just to kind of tease that out a bit more, are you saying that, is it in some way enshrining what you talked about in your introduction around the moral rights of your work, that should somehow be enshrined in the Copyright Act, and that's the way it would apply?
Sure.
Or be amended, or is there, some other mechanisms?
Look, there is provision in our current Copyright Act for moral rights, for the 3 moral rights around attribution, the right against false attribution, and the right not to have your work treated in a derogatory way. Those frameworks are already there. The problem is sort of twofold. The case law in this area is not necessarily well developed, and the ability to have one of these matters heard turns not on the merit of a case but your ability to afford one. And I would think this would be a really useful area that to address the immediate problem of infringement, regardless of what the framework is going forward, that being able to access something like the Attorney General's Copyright Litigation Fund would be really helpful for creators. And this is a specific set of rights that adhere to artists, and moral rights specifically describe the relationship between the creator and the work. So the rest of copyright deals with licensing and being able to on-sell those rights, and that's why we have rights holders as opposed to authors and holders of rights. But I think the moral rights framework, a really good place to start would be, let's see what it does now if we were able to fund some litigation.
Thank you. Your submission points out that there's a lot of creative work in Australia that relies, in some part at least, on government funding.
Yep.
So I was wondering if you could comment around procurement and whether there's ways that this could be adjusted to regulate AI in creative industries and what those things might be.
Yep. So a couple of things. In Screen, there is specific funding that goes from screen agencies to develop screen projects. There is then a range of incentives for where you might produce a film or of a TV series, the production and location incentives, some of which flow through agencies, some of which are tax. And then there's specific sets of funding again for performance work, so that would be for my playwright members, for example, that goes to theatre companies. There is a genuine issue, I think, wherever government money goes to a project where there is AI within any of the chain of title, anywhere in the production, that where that AI model is found to have infringed copyright, the government that has invested or paid money towards that project is therefore liable, right? So that's the question that we've raised. It would be quite simple and straightforward to not fund projects where there's AI in play. It's a really simple decision that our screen agencies could make tomorrow. Similarly, the ATO could decide that it will not give taxpayer-funded incentives to works that use AI until, at a minimum, the copyright questions are answered around Australian works. So I don't think that particularly requires a regulatory change at legislative level. This is an agency-based decision that could be made tomorrow.
Just on the potential government liability that you've talked about, are you aware of this occurring anywhere, either in Australia or other parts of the world, where this has followed through to some kind of action?
No, I'm not aware of anywhere that anyone's followed it through to litigation. What I will say, though, that in New Zealand, and obviously because I collect for New Zealand screenwriters, we spend a bit of time there, that one of the screen agencies has prohibited applications being made that include AI anywhere in it, partly to avoid this issue around potential future litigation, as well as to avoid damaging their own product. So screen agencies quite often take an investor role where they set out contractual terms that if the film or the TV show goes on to be profitable, that they are paid out as an investor. And if it seems sensible on that basis, and I think it's the right decision where the agencies have said, well, why would we damage our own investment? Let's just make sure that the question doesn't come up anywhere through the chain of where the money's going.
Thank you. I might just quickly ask a couple of questions of the other people. Your submission mentions that a number of voice actors have had issues with the giant audiobook platform Audible, which is of course owned by Amazon, and we've asked some questions about Amazon earlier today as well. Can you just update the committee, what have those issues been with Audible and where is this matter currently up to?
Yes, thank you for that question. One of the situations we're looking at is what you would probably deem fairly onerous contract clauses that come from the top down. Most in part a voice actor who is narrating an audiobook will do so. They'll be engaged by their agent to work at a studio, which is more often than not a familiar studio that there's history there. The studio is then working for the audiobook publisher themselves. So what we've found is contract clauses that leave the door open for that voice actor who is engaging at that time to read that particular audiobook, leaving the door open for that recording to be used to train and clone that voice for future use in other products. A lot of the agents that work in Australia have had various discussions where they might try and get them to sign an AI rider. Our sister association, NAVA in America, developed a rider to add to contracts, and I believe that NAVA rider was adopted by the MEAA as well. That has often been rejected and is often rejected. They feel that it's just not something that they can sign because they don't want to close the door on the possibility that they might be able to replicate that voice actor's likeness and use it in perpetuity. In perpetuity is, well, that's actually a clause that I'm looking at here, unconditionally waives in perpetuity the benefits, and any provision of law known as moral rights. That's something we see in contracts all the time, in perpetuity, meaning forever. And the agents can ask the studio to sign the rider. The studio, unfortunately, would reject that because their employer rejects it. So what's happening is Audible, be one case, who are one of the biggest, would force the hand of the studio, which then burns a long-standing relationship between the voice actor, the agent, and the studio. So what we are seeing is an erosion of goodwill at the hands of multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar companies that are using quite a power imbalance to enforce or try to enforce contracts that just are not plausible. And I do know that some of the agents have ceased to work with these audiobook producers based on this kind of strong arm tactic.
All right. So people are being forced to sign away their future rights for their own voices and then have themselves replaced. So it's like them being fired before they've even started a second job. And it's not even a real person that is replacing them after that.
No,
that's the situation you're talking about.
That's correct. The concept being that you might be replaced by a digital version of yourself. And there's no discussion of what kind of compensation might take place if that were to be the case. So it's just not an equitable power solution.
And so your proposed solution to this, what are they, and should any remedies that you propose be be enforceable against the developers of the AI model themselves, or the person or company using the model, or everybody in the chain?
I do believe that, we believe that any use of a person's voice, whether it be real or digital, is exposure, and it's an exploitation, whether it be a consensual contracted exploitation, which is something that voice actors engage in on a daily basis. We agree to what the exploitation of the performance will be. And we see that digital replications of voice actors should be no different. The exposure of an actor, whether it be their digital self or their real self, is exposure of that actor. It precludes them from working in other areas. It basically makes them... one digital version of myself does a Toyota commercial. The real version of Simon's not going to be able to do a Ford commercial because that's how the industry works. They want exclusivity. They want... so we have to make sure that the compensation is in line with the industry and how it works. I think that it's an efficiency. I think it's an efficiency that they're working towards. I think if we can get this done, we can get it done quickly. However, I think there's also a belief that that efficiency means, well, we don't have to keep paying them. And that is something we are fighting against, that we believe that a digital version of a voice actor is a plausible future. However, it can't exist ethically without consent over what's done and when it's done and how it's done, or control over that, and appropriate compensation. And at the moment, we don't even have the consent bit down.
Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks all for your submissions and your presentation today. I've never been so anxious about my diction, by the way.
Same.
Could I perhaps first go to you, Ms. Pullen? We had some evidence earlier about the extent to which Australian artistic works have been fed into large language models. What's your understanding about the extent to which, the Australian cultural landscape has been mined by these large language models?
Sure. So a couple of things that I'll point to. Firstly, we can say with great certainty that Australian works, my members' works, have been taken and uploaded into at least one AI database that we're aware of. I'm not sure if senators are aware of the reporting on the Books 3 database that The Atlantic did at the end of last year, but there was a particular developer who created this database and then made it available so you can get on there and search. So David Williamson's works are in there, Van Badham's works are in there. If you can name an Australian author, novelist, playwright, their work is in there. We also have some reporting that's coming out sort of in the last couple of weeks that we've hit the absorption capacity of LLMs, if you want to put it that way, that they have now absorbed all the written text that is available anywhere. And they've hit the point where there's nothing left for them to take. So that would seem to me to indicate that Australian works will be a small part of that body of taken work. But I do want to say that just because Australian works will be a small part of that because we're a small country, if you ever travel internationally, you will always find someone who will tell you that there are more people in LA than there are in all of Australia. It doesn't mean it's insignificant for us in terms of what our international colleagues call our patrimony, our cultural and sovereign meaning that's drawn from our shared cultural experience. It also isn't insignificant for my members because it may be a small, tiny data point in a data point set somewhere, but it is the means by which that person pays the rent and sends their kids to school and puts petrol in the car. It's a lifetime of practice that is not just a data point, it is a material reality for a creative worker around how they make sure that their kids have shoes and they can get to work.
So, assume that's right, that they have reached saturation point by literally gobbling up every nook and cranny of our culture and written text. Is the task to unravel those large language models, or is the task to put transparency on them and then retrospective accountability on them? Just dealing with the legacy problem first before we deal about going forward. How do we deal with that legacy problem?
Well, there was evidence given this morning, I had the benefit of listening on the drive down, where one of the proponents of creating an Australian LLM firstly said that the contributions of Australian authors was insignificant to the corpus of AI data and then went, so you could just take it out. So why aren't we doing that? Why is there no capacity for my members to say, hey, can you take my work out then? If it's not a significant contributing part to your model, why can't we do it?
Surely the fear from those large models is it might start an uncomfortable trend.
Of paying for things that they've stolen, yes.
Yeah, and that's...
Yes. It is often the case that when you do the wrong thing that someone eventually finds out and goes, could you stop?
So the one way of dealing with that historical theft, and I'm not pretending it's not ongoing, you know, I'm sure journalists are there seeing their content sucked up repeatedly. All the voice artists here are worried about everything you say being sucked up going forward. But one way of dealing with the legacy would be to impose a set of obligations similar to what you see in copyright, where you have transparency, a certain proportion of this is produced using this kind of Australian content, and then a kind of tax or levy is applied on it when it's used in Australia so that it returns an income stream. Have you had a look at the viability of that, given you already work in the copyright space?
Look, it seems to me the most sensible way forward, because we have these frameworks in place now. I run a collecting agency, the directors have one, AMCOS do the same for musicians and composers. The framework's already there if we were to have something like a collective licence. The difference between the existing collective licensing regime and what I think we would need to do with AI is the opt-out. And quite often I have people say to me, well, they use the cake analogy. The cake's already made. You can't get the eggs out. It's already been baked. You have to just go forward rather than go back. And as I said in my opening statement, that's not a satisfactory answer at a minimum for our First Nations creators. Because the way that First Nations stories, dreamings, songlines work is they're not parts that can be separated, and they're also not owned by an individual author. And so there's a process going on that the government's undertaken around First Nations IP that I'm sure you're aware of. So that's the difference. You need to do the consent and transparency piece, and then we can move to something that looks just like licensing under copyright, which we all know how to do and we're all very familiar with.
I might come back to that, but the consent issue, I think, brings the whole issue about should you be able to consent to, in perpetuity, estrange yourself from your voice, your image, your likeness, or should we be looking at those kinds of intrinsic elements of your identity, voice, likeness, maybe the way you move, being akin to moral rights, things you can't permanently estrange yourself from, you can't sell. Any of Ms. Lim, Ms. Chambers, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I believe that, especially when you talk about the life of an actor and the life of their digital clone, I think it's very important that those two things should only exist at the same time, that a digital clone should not outlive the actor. And I think that your digital self should be connected to your actual self. And one of the reasons for that is that the moral rights don't apply to dead people. So part of that moral right shouldn't be living on. The other thing is the labour displacement. Once you allow an accumulation of deceased workers in our society, you'll end up with more dead voice actors than alive voice actors. And you'll find that there is absolutely a closed-door situation when it comes to anyone entering the workforce wanting to have a go. They'll be fighting against decades of experienced dead voice actors. It's not a situation I think we want to see. And I think that the moral rights that we have, which mostly apply to writers and creators, don't apply to your personality and your sense of self.
Ms. Lim, Ms. Chambers? Did you have anything to add to that?
I agree. I think moral rights are important. I do see that that's an area that we should be focusing on as from the producer level. So when you look at it holistically, in terms of copyright and the process from casting through to recording, through to the performance, through to recording, through to sound design. Everyone contributes to that production process. Everybody has interest in that work, and to date, no one along the production chain really sort of has that copyright at the end product. So moral rights really does play an important role in this discussion. Also in terms of performers with respect to children, there are strong, I think we need to put protections in place for child performers. So yes, moral rights is definitely an area that we should be tightening and looking at and connecting that to our identity.
But because you can't sign away your moral rights in an artistic work, and that's one of, in an industry that is known for its exploitation of creatives, that's a pretty important protection, isn't it? Because you won't have a studio or a large online platform saying to you, well, do you want the work or not?
Which is what's happening now.
Yeah. And obviously the existing set of moral rights, which are inherently attached to works, individual works, aren't sufficient to protect those personal attributes. But it's the kind of framework and model to protect those personal attributes. Your voice, your likeness, the way you move.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I'm clearly not a lawyer, but I feel like you've got a copyright over a written work. You've got copyright over a produced piece of music. Google has copyright over lines of code. They own that code, and try and use it, and you're in big trouble. So I sort of see a world perhaps where your biometric data is what your copyright is of, because that's what's being moved around, is biometric data. So it's your data. I mean, I'd say that biometric data is your code, and that is maybe the thing that can be protected.
And if those kinds of legislative rights were put in place, you'd want to make sure that they protected artists and creatives from agreements that were entered into prior to the creation of those rights. Because I'm sure all of you, in one way or another, can remember signing agreements that gave certain rights well before you thought that those agreements would be used to replicate you through AI.
We have a case that we'd like to present with an Australian voice artist who signed a contract to create a text-to-speech voice in 2022, and she agreed to record all the content required and was compensated. It's stated in the clause 11.2 that they do not allow users to use profane and explicit content. And when her voice and avatar went live in October 2022, she was able to track where her voice was being used and purchased and by which client. So it all seemed really great. However, by May 2023, the next year, 6 people alerted her that an explicit pornography video ad was playing repeatedly on Pornhub, which had her distinct voice, AI voice, saying inappropriate phrases, including, "Are you superfeeding your meat?" with pornographic video and images featured. So she was really shocked by this. She went back to her AI producer and said, "I signed a contract that said my voice would not be used for profane or inappropriate content. How did this happen?" And so her producer approached the company and requested the content to be taken down. And they came back with, "We can't do anything about it," even though it clearly violated its own contract terms. So this is a clear failure in self-regulation. So even though she consented to recording her voice and she was remunerated, she was compensated for all the work she recorded, there was no control over being able to take back the work that had gone out. And so that was a real issue of concern for her, and is a real issue of concern for all of us voice actors, because when there's no control at hand, our voices, my voice, Simon's voice, everyone's voice can be replicated and be made to say whatever people want us to say, and there's no control or regulation over that. So she this voice actor said she never realised her voice could be used in this way. She thought it was an ethical company using ethical means to create a text-to-speech voice, and without proper regulation in place, any voice could be used for any agenda, and that's what we're really concerned about, and we need safeguards in place to protect the ownership of our voices so that this doesn't keep continuing.
Yeah. You'll be pleased to know I think politicians have skin in this game too, about having your voice used and your identity used to say and do things for which you would never give permission or you would never like. And so the concerns you raise, I think, have multiple sort of echoes throughout the rest of society. From an industry point of view, from a broader industry point of view, given that Australia can deal with Australia, quite, largely, not entirely. We have the capacity to negotiate multilateral agreements and cooperate with other jurisdictions. What should be the sort of near-term focus for Australian regulators to protect the creative industry, to protect your members, Ms. Bond?
Look, I think the most important thing, first of all, is getting a handle on what's already happened, right? To make sure that, I noted your earlier comments today, Senator, about there being no risk that we move fast on this. But there is a risk that we don't move at all on the infringements that have already occurred and the circumstances like that we've just heard about. We do have the capacity in Australia, for example, to regulate platforms. So it may be that the end offender in the example we just heard is offshore, but you're getting it through an Australian ISP. At some point along that chain, there will be a capacity to intervene. So I think it's worth looking at, right, from the original writing of the work in the case of my members or the recording of the podcast, what are the steps that get it to Australians and where could we intervene and be open to regulating at all those levels?
The application in Australia or the access in Australia or the offering of a service in Australia is all of potential places where we can move to regulate.
Yes. I tend to be reluctant to penalise end users, and I wouldn't, for example, say the first thing we should absolutely do is track who's using ChatGPT to fill out their Year 12 assignments and go after those people.
I think you're on a unity ticket with me there. Yep.
But it's worth having the capacity to do that at all steps.
Yeah.
I was going to add to that, and that I think that the way to regulate this is by, like with pharmaceutical or something like that, you have to restrict who sells it, who can make it, and who can access it, and how they access it. I think these are they should be business to business tools, not off the shelf availabilities to everyone. Because I think some of these the damage is done when it's everywhere. I think something that controls, I guess, the spread would probably be effective. And I also think that from a user perspective, when I say user being where the ones being used to train the data, I think that there's a lot of talk about opting out, and I think that opting in should be what it's about. Opting out should be assumed. It's whether you want to opt in or not. And I think that's the way that we've been working in the opposite way.
Well, I think some of those issues about data protection will hopefully be crystallised in the privacy reforms that come through in the next, hopefully, couple of months, and maybe looking to the European model as a kind of standard for data and privacy protection. But, the evidence we've heard consistently is this isn't about dealing with something that's about to come. All of this is already happening, and there will be incredible pressures from the business community to allow for the ubiquitous use of artificial intelligence, large language models. And I think we shouldn't pretend that creatives' rights and interests are the only ones that are going to be respected in the Australian Parliament. Given there's almost certainly going to be some form of ubiquity of AI, should there be efforts to create a sovereign large language model using Australian content that particularly rewards and respects Australian creatives and sets a new model, global model for rewarding the content that's produced? I mean, could there be a process the Australian government seeds and funds and engages in that might set a good global standard?
Despite our submissions, I certainly wouldn't want to be painted as a Luddite on this who says that all technology is bad, we need to smash the looms. I don't have a particular view on whether or not there's value in creating an Australian sovereign LLM if all my members' concerns are met around consent, transparency, credit, compensation. I will note, though, that again I did have the benefit of hearing the proceedings this morning, and the questions around how we can maintain sovereign control of that data set remain in my mind unanswered. Right. If we're competing in a market, and this is the same in the screen industry, right? The problem with the Australian screen industry is we're small. We can't compete with Hollywood. That's simply the reality. Likewise, how is it that Australia can compete in the construction of these models? Now, if we want to invest the money in being a leader, then I'm happy to talk about the ethical framework by which we would do that. I would just urge senators to consider that the use cases for AI in medicine, for example, are incredibly persuasive around it's already helped us develop new antibiotics, new vaccines, better detection of cancer. But I don't know what the problem we're solving in the creative industries is.
Well, say in medicine, might that use of AI be maximised for Australians if it primarily learnt from an Australian data set? If we're talking about individualised medicine, if we're talking about ways of extending the creative industries rather than stealing from the creative industries, is that best done with leaning into an Australian data set so that there is a unique voice in this space?
I think by the time you get to including a unique Australian voice, which will be at the customer-facing end of a medical experience.
It's not just an accent. I think it's...
And certainly our health systems have done a much better job, or at least looking at the problem of how to deliver, for example, culturally appropriate care. Once we get to the point, though, that we're talking about your experience as a consumer or a user in the health system, I think we should probably start at the beginning and talk about what the experience is going to be in the health system now, where there's already inequities of access and people aren't necessarily having a great time. It's easier to be a white man in Sydney than an Aboriginal woman in Townsville trying to access healthcare. Whether or not the fix for that is an Australian LLM as opposed to better funding and getting the private sector out of healthcare is, I think, is the open question. So I don't want to suggest that it's a frivolous problem to solve, that we have an Australian experience of healthcare, but I don't necessarily know that absorbing my members' work into an LLM is the solution as opposed to just better funding our healthcare system.
Could I just ask one?
Go for it.
The issue about an artist's existence, and maybe fresh existence in part after their passing, isn't just an academic one. I mean, there was an incredible degree of excitement and celebration when we saw, I think it was Peter Cushing and Carrie Fisher.
Was it Universal, just want to say?
Well, no, it was culturally, the cultural moment was celebrating that as a kind of way of extending the artistic life and extending, the cultural impact of an individual after they've died. Is it an absolute no, or is it, if that is to happen, it's with consent of executors, consent of the estate, or some other kind of protections? Is it an absolute no?
I've got a fairly strong opinion on that personally, in that I know I'm not a First Australian, but I know how important that is, that the voices of First Australians aren't going to be replicated beyond death. And I think I think that opens up a great argument for why, when it comes to our voices and our image, large language models, an Australian sovereign large language model might actually be important, because something that's kept and controlled onshore understands and takes very seriously those sensitivities. In regards to the Star Wars example, I do think that there would be a situation where, within signing a contract as a performer, that you may allow within that the completion of the project if you were to die. That is a very specific case. But I also think that speaks to another thing that we feel that contracts around the licensing of voice, biometric data, whatever you want, should be very much finite. There should be a cap on those because the technology is changing at a rate that we've never seen before. And I think that any contract around that goes beyond, say, 5 years, you might wish you'd never signed it. And I think that's important. And I think that then if there is a situation where you're contracted to a product and you pass away, that maybe that 5-year contract is seen out and that's it. So that would be one option. But I think the Europeans have a great take on keeping their data security onshore and making sure it's processed onshore, and I think that does actually lean into what you're saying.
Chair, if I may, 2 really quick things for Senator Shoebridge on that. If we create a sovereign Australian LLM, and we've answered all the questions about consent and transparency and control and remuneration, it's worth us thinking about which artists and creators might get to access it and for what purpose. So I want to give the example of the Beatles, who relatively recently, released a new song, which was created in part from session recordings they'd had before the death of one of their members, that was then cleaned up and remixed and made into a new Beatles song. The Beatles controlled that. It was released by the Beatles for the Beatles. And I think there's a really interesting possibility around an Australian LLM. If, for example, all my very elder millennial dreams were to come true and everyone in Silverchair consented to making a new album by AI, could they access the LLM because there's a distinctly Australian voice to their music? I just want to pose that as a provocation. But it's about the artists controlling that rather than, say, the record company putting that out or anyone other than the artists having control. And the second thing I would say is you can get royalties after you're dead, if we're talking about a licensing regime. And Senator, you have a former colleague in the New South Wales Parliament whose parent is a screenwriter, and we collect royalties and distribute it to your former colleague and their siblings because of their father's work on a country practice. So licensing, and I don't want to in any way cut across the evidence from my colleagues about the importance of their diction, their voice, their tone, the intrinsic parts of themselves. But should a licence be entered into, it could persist after the death, and because you can get royalties if you're dead.
Now I'm keen to hear the Triffids' new album. So,
see, if you just think about it's all good music.
Yeah,
you just solve all the problems.
But to add to that, I think also that is the difference, maybe a big difference between an existing work where the royalties are going on and then making the corpse dance. And I think there is a big difference between those two things. And an existing work, whether it was created digitally or not, is an existing work. So I do just separate those two things.
Indeed.
Thanks. I've got just a question regarding an earlier question that I've asked, and also to some of the other witnesses through the day. This question about how we, what level does legislation go forward, and then also the practicalities. And I think Mr. Kennedy, you touched on this. What we signed today, literally today, may be out of date in 5 years' time, and so on, as the previous contracts yesterday were out of date now. If the Fair Work Commission had the capacity, which it arguably does, for both gig workers or employee-like workers, as well as employees in the traditional sense, obligations on various players within the sector, clients and operators, the capacity to actually turn around and address some of the issues regarding remuneration and return, I'd argue also the capacity to argue for moral rights, so there'd be the ability to conciliate and failure to reach agreement, then arbitrate solutions, which also, to me, would, and putting this proposition to you, would also, to me, would also give the capacity for further applications as change arrives, rather than waiting for legislation to come by, then for lawyers to, get, and AI-assisted lawyers, getting very wealthy about how to deal with the new legislation, but actually the capacity given back into the hands at a very low cost or relatively low cost system to organisations and even individuals.
In a lay jurisdiction as well, I will note, and I'm not the only recovering industrial relations dork in the room today, it is important to note that Fair Work is a lay jurisdiction, that anyone can in theory go and have their matter heard, and it is a responsive jurisdiction in relative terms, certainly compared to copyright. There are things that the Fair Work Commission could do to assist anyone who is scoped in. At the moment, for example, my members are not within the employee-like definition, unfortunately. It is our view that we would like to be within the scope of the Fair Work Commission, but even having access to their conciliation and discovery processes would be a huge step forward around this. Because what we're talking about, what my colleagues have mentioned, and certainly hopefully it came through in our submission, is the right to not be undercut. And that is a function that in our industrial relations system is served by awards, for example, and then you bargain up from that. And then under the awards is the NES. We don't have access to any of that. And if there was some right, for example, similar to the unfair contracts jurisdiction administered by the Fair Work Commission, we could leave aside all the jurisdictional questions that we'd have to argue about employee-like contract and that line test that we all are so familiar with, and actually just kind of go, right, is this a fair contract or not? By industry standards, is this something that is acceptable or isn't? And that would give us the capacity, for example, that for the contracts that were signed 2 or 3 years ago, and we've seen these, where a producer then asserts, well, this gives me the right to use your script into an AI, or this gives me the right to not pay royalties anymore because it's not on this particular service. There's a jurisdiction where any worker can go without having to pay a filing fee, without having to take a lawyer, and actually go through, in my experience, what is a really hands-on, practical process to actually fix the problem.
Mr. Kennedy, did you want to add anything to that, or the rest of your team?
Leslie, would you like to jump on?
I mean, I actually agree. Voice actors, performers, they fall between, there's always a big debate between contractor versus employee. It's ongoing in every single project that they do. So I, as a voice casting director and a producer, would absolutely welcome clarity in that area because it would make all projects run a lot smoother and start to address and start to bring in some of these things that we've discussed today, I think, and cleaning up moral rights and tightening up moral rights would absolutely fixes that we can start looking at today.
I would also like to say that I think that there's a lot to be done and has been for a long time around contracts and agreements that performers are asked to sign. There are a lot of things in there that I think are there designed just to scare performers into not doing anything and not trying to seek out some kind of compensation or fix for what's happened. And I think one of the most onerous is one that's been featured, it's happened around the world. There's a website which is an online platform called Star Now. It's owned by Backstage, I think a US company, and a lot of Australian actors are on it. There are millions of actors and performers and voice artists around the world on this. They recently changed their terms and conditions and then very quickly undid it when they got a lot of backlash. But this is the kind of thing that we see a lot of in the language. without any credit or compensation to you, a royalty-free, non-exclusive, worldwide, perpetual, unrestricted, irrevocable and fully transferable, assignable and sub-licensable license to host, use, modify, display, copy, reproduce, disclose, sell, translate, create derivative works of, distribute and export any user-provided content in whole or in part, or to incorporate it in other works in any form, media, software or technology of any kind known now or hereafter, developed or discovered for any purposes whatsoever. So, what do you do with that?
Well, hopefully one day I'll be able to throw it in the bin. But certainly you should be able to build a system that can challenge that sort of absolutism against people's moral rights and also, you know, appropriate contracts being entered into, both collectively but also individually. I've got no further questions, even though I could ask many more questions for quite a while. But I'd like to thank you all for coming and joining us today, and your evidence will be, again, a great deal of assistance to the committee in our deliberations. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could reply to those by the 6th of August, 2024.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. I now just finish the last amendment, the last little piece. And the committee stands adjourned.